associate, your leader, your hated interlocutor. I missed Mufasa. Yeah, you missed Mufasa a long ass time ago. He's third in the list. Should have got here quicker. Here, I'm gonna move him down. I'll move him to shut the fuck up. That's a very important one. Polling is fucking wild. I saw a race where we are +3 in Arkansas. Guys, we are living through a massive landslide, the likes of which we've never seen in our lifetimes. Going back, I mean, to the Reagan era, when none of us were sentient. Okay, like, and I've been trying to tell people this is what's gonna happen. Okay, because I want you to understand that the evidence is obvious if you're not an idiot. And everybody who's not saying what I'm saying doesn't know what they're talking about, and they're just kind of faking it, or they're scared to risk their credibility. And if they're scared to risk their credibility when something is this obvious, they're never going to risk it. And at what point is their analysis? Now, if it changes, I'll let you know. But that's what the evidence is pointing to right now, right? Like, I'm not against changing my mind if the evidence changes, but all the major indicators that I use, enthusiasm, double haters, and then testing those validations against the primaries that have taken place so far, right? So we have data here, and it's not looking good. Buttigieg is way too high on this. Here's what we need to understand. They're doing likely voter. Why the fuck are you doing a likely voter model for a presidential election that is years away? That's insane. There is no way you could be properly likely voter modeling the primary years in advance. That's just nonsense. That's crazy. So that's number one. Number two, Pete Buttigieg, John Ossoff, all these guys, I consider that to be, I need to come up with a category for this person. I need to learn how to describe them because they're not low information voters. They're not low information voters. You need to come up with like a term for it. I'll describe what it is. But it's, I want to say it's like virality vibes voters. Virality vibes voters. So whenever someone goes viral one fucking time, everybody, a bunch of, you know, not very intelligent people, let's just be honest, will go, oh, I like this guy. He should be president. I had a positive feeling about this guy. He should be president. And so it's viral slop. I remember that guy. I just saw him on a video on my feed. He should be president. And like, you know, what can you say? White people need to be convinced that AOC can win. That's the main impediment right now. Is AOC is actually very popular with black people and with Hispanic voters. It's just white people have to be convinced she can win. Sort of like a reverse Obama. Welcome on it. So, you know, we'll come up with a term for it. Viral vibes, whatever. But well, I saw Gavin Newsom shaking his head at Trump. Oh, he should be president. Like, you know, and obviously just making fun of those people is not a great strategy because we need those people to vote for our guys, right? And virality is our power. You know, ultimately we are on the internet and, you know, it is what it is. But I don't take this shit seriously. I mean, I do think that like a lot of people like in the election right now, you're not really having an election. Okay. And what that means is in elections, there are contrasts being made, and AOC is not in an election yet. Okay. So she's not drawing contrasts against other people. Right. And this is purely kind of a name recognition, kind of like vibes poll. It doesn't mean shit. And I'm telling you this, like the main thing to keep in mind here is AOC is she's at near the top, right? Which means that a lot of, you know, there's a large section of people that are strongly considering her. These are the problem right here. Ro Khanna sucks compared to AOC. And I don't want to have to say this too many more times. Black Democrats, Harris, Newsom, AOC. White Democrats, Buttigieg, Ossoff, AOC. So this is probably your boomers. John Ossoff and Pete Buttigieg, they represent, I mean, Pete Buttigieg in particular, he represents the teacher's pet, okay? His entire life has been being precocious and being weird from his peers, right? And sucking up to the adults in the room. Now, as an elder millennial, that means he was sucking up to boomers. So his entire life has been slurping up the local boomer with power. All right. And so boomers see that, they go, ooh, that's one of our little minions. And they're flocked. But I got to tell you, for those of us who were in those classrooms, the teachers' pests, like I was, fuck those boomers. Okay. And so I wouldn't worry too much about this. And then Hispanic devs, AOC. Now, I want you to understand, I don't consider anybody to be a good challenge to AOC. Maybe John Ossoff, because a lot of you are stupid. And I say that with full disrespect. He fucking sucks. And it's honestly humiliating when I ever see anybody say positive things about him. He fucking blows. Ossoff is a great debater. Again, none of these people are in a campaign against anybody else. And I can tell you right now that unless they're going to start demonstrating some real independence from Israel, which they have not so far, AOC can always outflank them. As long as AOC understands in her soul that she should be the most anti-Israel candidate in the race, she will do great. Mike has achieved 8-hour levels of crankiness, less than 20 minutes. No, it's just like, if you like John Ossoff, you don't really understand politics, which is okay. It's okay. We can learn together. Have him be debater, and I don't even want him. He sucks. He fucking sucks. Why do we have to pretend this guy's any good? One of the most conservative Democrats. He's not even co-sponsoring raising the minimum wage. What are we kidding? He fucking sucks. The 38th most conservative Democrat, and that's in the Senate. That's not exactly a group of lefties. Hassan Zateo said he thinks Ossoff is secretly left-wing. If Hassan and I break up, it'll be over his unbelievably inexplicable glazing of John Ossoff. Like if there's one thing that's gonna actually make me break from Hassan, like fully, it's if he keeps it up with John Ossoff. Like legitimately. It's not okay, it's not acceptable. This is like, he's gotta wake the fuck up, man. Like you gotta stop. Like really.
Of abhorrent behavior. So
please.
Now he's participating in the other train wreck in Michigan, another intensely anti-socialist. They're not Democrats. Now we have a lot of great Democrats, whether it's Ossoff or it's either the
great Democrats like Ossoff. Do you think John Fetterman on Fox News glazing John Ossoff is a sign that maybe he's an anti-Zionist deep down, or that you've just been, I don't know why you like twinkie white men? Is like Hassan's Ottoman conqueror like kicking in, where he sees a twinkie white man with a little bit of sugar in the gas tank and he starts like feeling affection? I don't get it. I really don't get it. Like I'm starting to get unhinged on this one because there's no excuse and it doesn't make sense. And we got to be smarter than that. And it is very frustrating. I mean, the guy doesn't even sponsor raising the minimum wage. Chris Coons does. He's to the right of Chris Coons. Can we wake up? He's to the right of Chuck Schumer. Can we wake up? And it's like, you know, Bernie Sanders, pretty good. Jeff Berkeley, pretty good. Ed Markey, pretty good. I mean, Chris Van Hollen, if you're going to say anybody, Chris Van Hollen is a quadrillion times better than John Ossoff. If you're addicted to mediocre white men, say Chris Van Hollen. But John Ossoff? Come on! It's like, what are we doing here? And again, you know, it begins to aggravate me because it's like, are we ideological or not? Do we believe in socialism or not? Like, what are we doing here? I don't care if some Democrat has some positive vibes. You know what I do when I see some Democrat having positive vibes? Nothing. I shut the fuck up. It's like, get ideological. Like, what the fuck are we doing here? Like, it's the Energumenta pool in Hassan's community. He's never been right. I don't know what Hassan sees in him. He's on Chapo. You know, you don't ask me, man. You're asking the guy who hates these people. You're asking the person who's trying to push against the liberalism that they're trying to inculcate it as like, I am the anti-liberal figure in Hassan's community who I despise liberals. I try to do everything to undermine their pool in the community. I try to, you know, I'm against being outside DSA. You're talking to the guy who wants Hassan to join DSA and has been the DSA booster for the entire 7 years. Energumenta is probably the worst political analysis on the. I've never like The only time I've ever seen Edgermentum say something, it's after it was irrelevant or everybody else was already saying it. Like, for the most part, he's constantly posting shit that pisses me off in a bad way. And it's dumb. That's the other thing. God, you guys got me going in my anti-Edgermentum energy because fuck, he's bad. Because it is frustrating, right? Like, John Ossoff should die out. And the idea that he's going to run for president is really bad. First of all, we cannot give up a Senate seat from Georgia. So that should be disqualifying right off the bat. No swing state senators should run for president. That's off the bat. That's off the rip. We can't give up any seats. That's number one. Number two, his politics are bad. Fetterman used to make fun of John Ossoff for being too far right. I want you guys to understand that. Fetterman used to make fun of Ossoff for being too far right. That is how bad it is. Please stop. Like, have you ever seen his 2028 candidate list? Obvious. Okay, what year? When was this written? Why the fuck do you have Eric? Why are you wasting my time? What are you talking about? No swing state senator should run for president. Like, I'm sorry, man. John Ossoff is not going to go to the left. I mean, it'd be one thing if he was if like John Ossoff was like solidly like, you know, say 15th, like Tina Smith. You know what I mean? Or Tammy Baldwin. Then I might understand it, right? You know, hey, listen, he's not as left wing as a socialist, but you know, Tammy Baldwin is in a swing state. Tina Smith is in a swing state. You know, that's kind of, you know, they're decently progressive, right? But he's like one of the most conservative Democrats. Not even wanting to raise the minimum wage. And you're pretending this guy is like decent? Like, come on, man. Come on. What's going on? Someone, like, honest to God, please, someone explain it to me. Before I have a meltdown. Before I have a meltdown, someone explain to me what there is about him. Because he's not that charismatic. And honestly, I get that he's decent looking, but you could walk to any yacht club and see 50 guys that are clones of him. So what are we talking about? He's not even a fighter. He's not even a fighter. He voted to fund ICE. He voted for the National Defense Authorization Act. He voted against cutting the Pentagon budget, subsidizing big banks. He voted against blocking bombs to Israel. He wants to cut Medicaid. Like, what are we doing? What are we talking about? This guy is a right fucking winger. He wants to make fentanyl-related drugs have a 10-year mandatory minimum, which is, again, carceral state nonsense. He voted for Trump's labor secretary. He wanted to overturn the crypto tax rule. He voted for Trump's agricultural secretary. He voted for Doug Collins to run the VA. He skipped a bunch of the confirmation votes. He skipped the motion on cloture to sanction the ICC for the Netanyahu warrant, which is like one of the most important. 97% of Democrats showed up and voted to protect the ICC in the Senate. He didn't show up. I mean, like, all these pro-ICE right-wing shit. Block sale of bomb guidance kits to Israel. No. $95 billion in aid to Israel. Yes. FISA extension. Yes. FISA transparency reforms. No. Prohibit warrantless access to communications of U.S. persons. No. Ban the government from purchasing American data from data brokers. No. So in other words, that allows private companies to spy on us, then the U.S. to access it, backdoor access it by buying it, right? So I'm not spying on Americans. Flock Corporation is, and then I buy the data from Flock, and I don't need a warrant, and I can follow your every move. That's what he supports. Again, this guy fucking sucks. Like, it's not enough to say that he's not good. He's actually one of the worst Democrats. I wish we would primary him. But again, and like, for me, politics is about your position, right? Politics is about, you know, how are you trying to use the government on the people, right? John Ossoff is closer to the Republicans than he is to the average Democrat. So if you like John, that's why John Fetterman called him out as one of the good ones, because John Fetterman's about to switch to a Republican, and John Ossoff will then move up the line to be one of the most pro-Republican Democrats. It's embarrassing that anyone on even like kind of a moderate Democrat would be pro John Ossoff. He's legitimately awful. Stop. Hassan has definitely called John Ossoff his dark horse. Here's the thing. If John Ossoff looks like he's going to win the nomination, I think we should go out into the mountains and engage in a people's war. Like, that's how bad it is, because they're about to declare DSA illegal. John Ossoff's first executive order would be to sign Hassan Piker's arrest warrant, which it kind of like worries me that he doesn't get that. It kind of worries me that Hassan thinks that he's on his side for some reason. It like actually worries me. It's like a severe lack of self-preservation. All right, I don't want to get too fired up over this because I really hate John Ossoff and Pete Buttigieg, and really anybody who likes them, to be honest with you. I consider it to be a pretty big red flag. Assad's fatal flaw, being nice to people who are literally trying to kill him. Example, David Pakman. Yes, exactly. David Pakman literally helping Destiny stalk Hassan in real life, and he still won't go that hard against him. It drives me up the wall, man. You know, obviously Hassan has the right to act any way he wants, and I like that he's, you know, way more charitable than me. I'm probably not charitable enough, right? But at a certain point, like, goddamn, man. Maybe his followers could be agreeable to DSA positions. Ossoff's follower. What follower? Oh, John Ossoff doesn't have any followers. He tried to get into the House of Representatives in 2017 and got like $100 million from AIPAC, failed, and then a black woman ran for that seat in 2018 and won. But because he raised a whole shit ton of money for his congressional race, they put him up for a special election, or they put him up to run for Senate in Georgia. And there was a wave, and he barely squeaked over the finish line, carried mostly by Raphael Warnock. Who are we kidding? He's a fucking dud, and he comes from the corporate right-wing section of the Democratic Party. What are we kidding? What are we kidding? Who are we kidding? Again, am I the only one who has a memory? He lost the special election in 2017, even though he raised like up $50 million. 55 million. Oh my God. I'm sorry. That's not it. It was like an unbelievable amount of money that was spent. Ossoff's campaign raised more than 23 million, 2/3 of which was contributed by small dollar donors nationwide. Which was, why did that happen? Was it because John Ossoff was just so charismatic? No, it's because it was the first special election that Democrats had to fight back against Trump. So everyone everywhere on MSNBC was sending him money, and he lost. Fucking loser. And then in 2018, Lucy McBath won. So literally he had all the money in the world, and he lost to Karen Handel. Not exactly a fucking strong candidate. I don't get it. And then John Ossoff underperformed Raphael Warnock. John Ossoff is honestly, like, I think John Ossoff, liking John Ossoff is racist because he has consistently underperformed the black people that have run in the same race as him at the same time, and he's being promoted. Raphael Warnock did much better than him. He was running for Senate at the exact same time as John Ossoff. Lucy McBath ran in 2018, the next election in the same district that he ran in and won to the same candidate he lost to. Like, liking John Ossoff is fucking racist. This is my unironic take. In fact, I should make a TikTok about it because it would be fun. Just be like, why is John Ossoff the candidate that people are talking about out of Georgia? And then just go through all this history and be like, it's unironically kind of racist to support John Ossoff over these amazing black leaders. Why are people talking about John Ossoff and not Raphael Warnock for president? Is it because he's white, man? Unironically, that's actually what's happening. I fucking hate that piece of shit. I think one of the problems is you guys don't hate Zionists enough. You guys don't hate Zionists enough. Lefty Witter. Oh yeah, the Lefty Witter. This Lefty Witter person is literally nothing. By New York Times, this Lefty Witter person is not a real person. They're on Twitter with an AI avatar. And they post like pro AOC shit, and then they're annoying and they're worthless. They're not even like an influencer. They're like a kind of half-botted AOC fangirl, but then also very stupid. All right, I'm done ranting about John Ossoff because I really hate that guy. And it triggers me whenever people are talking about him positively. Clear plurality of voters think Netanyahu should be arrested if he enters the U.S. Should the U.S. authorities arrest Netanyahu if he enters the United States? 46% yes, 28% no. That's a majority, man. The not sures are basically abstains. This is a majority, okay? They don't know who he is. They don't have name recognition of Benjamin Netanyahu. That's all that means. So this is, you know, this is an overwhelming majority of people that are actually sentient. But Jules with another W post. All right, let's move on before I get fired up. The John Ossoff stuff really pisses me off. It really does. It really bothers me because his policies are so bad. And whenever I see like people going Gretchen Whitmer or John Ossoff or Andy Bashir in our spaces, it makes me lose my mind. It's fine if it's on MSNBC or Lib Spaces. Lib's gonna lib. When I come into my radical socialist spaces and I see people getting psyoped into liking people that hate our guts, it fucking drives me up the wall.
These races has been Israel, how supportive Democratic candidates want to be of Israel and U.S. aid to Israel. Over the summer, it's been largely seen as a Democratic issue, but it might not just be a party thing. With us now, CNN chief data analyst Harry Enton. When we're talking about Israel's favorability in the United States, in general, there's some big changes.
There are some absolutely huge, mammoth changes, generational changes that we're talking about. I think there are a lot of Republicans, we'll be able to run against these anti-Israeli Democrats once we hit the general election because the general electorate feels very differently from the Democratic base. But the general electorate, look at these numbers on Israel, the net favorability. They're all negative. They're all negative. Ipsos, minus 10 points. Fox, minus 11 points. Marquette University Law School Law poll. Look at that, minus 20 points. Pew Research Center, minus 23 points. Negative, 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 negative. And Gallup earlier this year was also negative. We're not just talking about the Democratic base anymore. We're talking about the general electorate as well. The general electorate has turned against Israel.
Thank you for sending me this link, chatter. Who sent me this link? Who sent me this link? I will click your name, and if you sent me this link, you didn't send me this link. You just lied to me. Lying to me results in a 10-minute timeout. That's your first warning. Who sent it? Our link, not me. Okay. Anyway, thank you, whoever the chatter who sent this link. You improved my mood tremendously. Thank you, chatter, for sending me this link. You improved my mood immensely. You are the queen. You are the king. You are the emperor. You're the best. You guys are the best. Thank you. I stopped thinking about John Ossoff and I started realizing how many people hate Israel. And my mood just improved dramatically. Thank you so much. You are the legend. Now, John Ossoff loves Israel. So whenever I think about him, I get mad.
This is not just a left issue. It is an American issue when it comes to opinions on Israel.
What's the trend line here?
What's the trend line here? The trend line is unbelievable. Look at the trend line here. Compare this to Donald Trump's first term. At this point in Donald Trump's first terms, Israel's average net favorability.
Wow.
You go back here. Look at this. It was plus 50.
Look what we did. Look what we did. We have driven down Israel's favorability by 76 points. I'm sorry, 77 points. I can do math. 67 points. 67 points. I didn't want to say 6-7. My brain was denying me 6-7. Israel's approval has gone down 6-7 points. God, I love it. And I've known this. I've known this is going to happen for a long time. But fuck, it's good to see.
51 points. Wow, Johnny says. Wow, Johnny says, because this is wow. Plus 51. It's minus 16 points in the average poll now. That is what, a 67-point shift against Israel in just 8 years. Israel used to be a consensus issue in American politics, and that was a pro-Israeli.
Now it's a consensus anti-Israel position. Am I Order of the Romeo yet? That is the bloody peasant. Congratulations on becoming one of our newest members of the Order of Romeo. You are a king. We love you. Welcome.
Position.
Everyone salute.
Now the consensus has actually shifted, and now when it comes to general electorate, it is a minus. Israel is now seen negatively, and we're seeing it in poll after poll after poll.
You just had this vote in the House where 100 Democrats voted against military assistance to Israel. How is that specific issue seen right now?
Yeah, you said wow, right? How about wow again? Take a look here. I never thought I'd see the day military assistance to Israel say U.S. should reduce or end it. Overall, 55% say they should reduce or end it. And it is true across the educational spectrum. 51% of non-college graduates, 62% of college graduates. So this isn't just an issue right among white liberals in Democratic primaries. No, no, no. This is true across the educational divide. Even when we are looking towards a general electorate, the majority of Americans believe that military assistance to Israel should either be reduced or ended.
Damn, it feels good, man. Damn, it feels good. You know who doesn't agree with that? Guys, do you know who doesn't agree with that? Who doesn't think we should reduce and end military aid to Israel? His name is John Ossoff. John Ossoff doesn't agree with that. See how he voted against blocking bombs to Israel? I mean, 53% of, I mean, fuck me, man. Alyssa Slotkin voted against bombs for Israel. That's how right-wing John Ossoff is. He loves giving bombs to Israel. He's to the right of Alyssa Slotkin. Think about that. Anytime someone says anything positive about John Ossoff near you, you all have the obligation to immediately trash him and make it personal. How many times does he visit the U.S., Mike? I mean, Israel is America's 51st state. Like, what do you think? Israel is our colony. What are we saying? Oh, look at cutie. Mike, every time you mention refer to name John Ossoff, gift a sub to Vio. Why the fuck would I do that? Vio is spoiled as it is. I gift her all the time. Okay, half an hour talking about this guy. I gotta tell you that that's not gonna change. I have not seen John Ossoff do one good thing for the left. So if I see any of you say something positive about him, I'm going to make it my point to communicate to you that this is a John Ossoff hate stream. This is a John Ossoff hate stream. This is a Pete Buttigieg hate stream. This is a Gavin Newsom hate stream. They can never do anything right. They're always bad. Okay? You're not allowed to be fans of them in this stream. Is that clear? There is no dissent from this question. You never have to hand it to them. You don't have to, say anything positive. In fact, if anything positive is happening in their lives, let me know so we can work against it.
Friday evening in St. Louis, former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi will be traveling to St. Louis.
Shouldn't even be a point of contention. That's why I'm saying it, because there is no contention. General Sherman is at my feet. What was I saying? I hear John Ossoff just got a new lease on a Camry. Maybe there's something there. Can we hack the Camry's computer and give him slightly worse gas mileage? Like, that's the level of petty that we're at here. Can we make his mixture just a little bit rich so that he fails the emissions inspection and has to pay a fine? These are all jokes, by the way.
To rally with Congressman Wesley Bell, who has so far gotten several $1 million in AIPAC support to fend off a new challenge from former Congresswoman Cori Bush. Cori Bush joins us here.
Cori Bush's race, chat. I haven't talked a lot about it because I just thought that other people were already locked in on that race. It's honestly kind of an oversight of mine because I thought Cori Bush has got this, so maybe that was a mistake. What are we thinking? Do we have any polls? Like, do we have any evidence? Do we have any things going on? Like, what's going on? I feel like she's gonna win easily. Am I crazy? Everyone I've never heard a single positive thing about Wesley Bell. And like before, it was, when she lost, the Israel issue wasn't that. What are you doing? No, you cannot have this paper towel. Get out of here. It's like trying to take papers off my desk. What are you doing? It's a check. Did I forget to cash a check? Oh no, okay. Oh, that was a receipt. Everyone hates him, but I'm worried about the ads. She's a spoiler who voted against Biden narratives. I mean, that is the only argument they have, right? Well, I have a feeling that Wesley Bell isn't doing well because guess what happened, chat? Our favorite anti-leftist is flying in.
To discuss, Congresswoman, thank you so much for being here.
Thanks for having me, Ryan.
The sticks know the jig is up, they news is out, and that they found him. No, this is General Sherman that's terrorizing me now, not Sticks. General Sherman is trying to climb behind my computer monitors and perch on like 1-inch strip of desk so that she can look out the window. Mike doesn't know Sticks songs? Oh, well, I was just correcting which cat I'm talking about.
Got it. So what did you think when you saw that the former House Speaker was going to venture all the way out to St. Louis to prop up Congressman Bell here?
Oh, that's regular. That's like a Tuesday. That's what happens in Congress. Once you are a part of the Democratic caucus, then the caucus supports you. As long as you are the incumbent, any of the members of Congress, but especially the leadership or former leadership, they will go and travel and stump for you.
Did she stump for you? Cori, did she come and stump for you? I don't remember her stumping for you.
It takes me back to when Nancy Pelosi stumped for the one and only pro-life Democrat in the Congress after Roe fell. So still, they were stomping for that member of Congress because once you are an incumbent, the caucus rallies around you, whether they like you, whether they don't like you, whether they agree with your politics or not, as long as you are
All right, listen, I love Cori, but I wouldn't go down this line. I would say that actually they love the right-wing Democrats and they don't do the same for the left, but it is what it is.
And you are in the caucus, they will come out and support you. So I'm not surprised.
Although there's a certain level of energy that they bring to some defenses of some incumbents and some defenses of others. you were first elected in 2018, and then when you faced a challenge or you first elected in 2020, first ran in 2018 and then won in 2020, and then you faced a challenge from Wesley Bell, and the party, you were an incumbent, and so the party did endorse you, but didn't really pull out all the stops to try to intervene to tell AIPAC, for instance, like maybe don't spend $10 million against our incumbent here, or tell other Democratic consultants don't work for people who are challenging. Because when Justice Democrats, for instance, was supporting yourself and others, the Democratic Party said, okay, if you work for any of these candidates, you will be blacklisted from participating in Democratic Party politics for the rest of your life. They could do that on the other side. They didn't do that. So when you were facing a challenge as an incumbent, what level of support would you say that
this cycle, the Bell ads are all money for schools, not Bob's, completely tried to distance from AIPAC and fake progressive values. But the stack on him for the ads he used last cycle is too strong. I feel like everybody knows that Wesley Bell is a Zionist, right? Like, I feel like everybody kind of understands that. Like, I mean, maybe I'm wrong on this one, because I feel like he went so hard against, like, everybody knew it was Zionist money that was backing it, right? Like, it is what it is. A lot of American socialists still have Hitler particles, so it's important to analyze your own biases. I think one of the problems that we have, like, internationally as a movement is that there's a lot of people who watch politics in America as entertainment who are not American. And can I just tell you guys a piece of advice? Shut the fuck up and back your comrades. You don't understand American conditions. You don't understand the American government. And it's not that I'm trying to tell you that you're not allowed to criticize America. Criticize America. But you're not criticizing America by like trying to undermine left-wing organizations who are anti-imperialist like DSA. Show solidarity by shutting the fuck up and spending your time. For example, here's an idea. Can you oppose the government that you have that is supporting Trump? Can you get off your ass and start like organizing in your own country? Like, for example, if you're Canadian, can you get off your ass and like disrupt Mark Carney, who is a massive Zionist and is working overtime to help, neoliberalism spread throughout the world? Can you do anything? Most of the people I see online who are like trying to instruct Americans don't even know anything about America. You don't even understand. Like, if you can't even show me if you know nothing about American geography, let alone our structure of our government, can you like stop? Just like I wouldn't chauvinistically intervene in your political development. How about you like get your shit together and start forming an anti-imperialist axis instead of just sitting out as a spectator watching the American politics entertainment show? Do something. So many lefty people I know hate Ryan Grimm. Those people are not very good at this. And I don't mean that to be mean. Listen, Ryan Grimm has done stuff that I disagree with. He's probably a bit to my right politically, but he's one of the only major political reporters in America that has any sympathies at all for the left. And that he has broken, along with Jeremy Scahill, so many important stories for our narratives by doing actual reporting and journalism. If you're just someone who reacts to news, you need to shut the fuck up. You're like, you know what I mean? Unless you're actually on the ground doing reporting, shut the fuck up. If you just react to stuff that other people do, you're insane. Drop site news is incredibly important. It's the same way I feel about the way people go after Zateo. Again, Zateo is to my right. Mehdi Hassad is to my right. He says cringe shit about American perspectives on China and whatnot that I disagree with him about. But he's out there actually supporting and platforming the left. And this is one of the problems that we have is like a lot of people, they mistake commentary with journalism. Commentary and analysis like mine is important. I occasionally do journalism. About once every 2 or 3 months, I'll do a piece of journalism where I have original reporting, where I have something that, I'm putting out there that no one else knows about. I do that occasionally. I'm not a replacement for gumshoe journalism like Ryan Grimm does. And again, when Ryan Grimm made a mistake, for example, with his Grant Plattner reporting right after the sexual assault allegation came out, I criticized him harshly, and they deleted the post and apologized. Ryan Grimm might have a slightly different perspective on me on how to present intersectionality, or he might have some like cringe takes about, you know, being a white man. But the idea that Ryan Grimm is bad is actually incredibly damaging to our informational environment. And I gotta be honest, like when I see people going after important figures in a kind of shallow way like that for clout, I kind of disconnect for those people. I recognize that they're not on, they're in it for their own brand building. They're not in it for any kind of solidarity in the movement, not building up our forces, not looking at the structures long term. Because if, let's say Ryan Grimm got taken out and Drop Site News got taken out, who's taken their place? Who has built an alternative, journalistic, independent newsroom on that level? As a woman, I'm hesitant to wave away something like that. We have to be clear that it isn't okay. That's, I mean, we weren't. We said it wasn't okay. He clarified that he wasn't attacking the person, and then he realized it was a mistake in editorial judgment, and he deleted and apologized. At the end of the day, like, what are we doing here? Do you think that, again, when you're doing original reporting and putting shit out there, you're gonna make errors? That's why every newspaper and every newsroom from the beginning of time has had a correction section, because there's just no way to do it without making some mistakes. And it's like, Ryan Grimm has been on my show. He's been on Hassan's show. He has been building us up, building up this space. He has supported Zohran Mamdani. He's supported all DSA. He's supported all these organizations. He's made mistakes. We've all made mistakes. What are we doing here? What are we doing? You're not pure. You're just not in the game. You're watching it as an entertainment. You're not in the game, okay? Get your shit together. Lock the fuck in. Even if we had socialist news orgs, they're going to have mistakes. They're going to do things that are bad. They're going to say things that are misogynistic or racist or whatever, because we live in a misogynistic, racist society. Lock the fuck in. Lock the fuck in. It's so funny how people are not capable of recognizing the full humanity of others. Part of recognizing the full humanity of others is recognizing that mistakes are going to happen. You don't have to do all this to defend them. Actually, I do. Actually, I do, because there's too many grifters in our streaming space, and they put really bad ideas into your guys' heads that need to be corrected. I have to get you back on track, because there's a lot of grifters who don't do anything in politics who are making money from this space. And you need to recognize the difference between grifting, which is just standing back, reacting to politics, and then doing nothing, and actually tearing down the people that are actively doing it, versus worthwhile critique and criticism, versus grifting, you know, or versus like actually being part of it. And I have my critiques and criticism of Ryan. I am one of those people who immediately criticized him for the way he talked about the text messages from Graham Plattner's accuser. I was there right away telling him to delete it, and he did. Like, part of the reason why I hate TYT is I did the same thing to TYT and they doubled down. Remember the bonus hole story? When they posted the dumb shit about the bonus hole, and I went and criticized Anna Kasparian and TYT, they doubled down and tripled down, and they showed that they weren't willing to take criticism. Ryan Grimm is the opposite. He immediately said, you know what? I'm off track here. And he deleted it, and he apologized. See the difference between the people you have issue with, Ryan, like Caroline. I have never said Caroline is awesome. I would never call Caroline a grifter. Caroline is in the real shit, and I value Caroline's critiques and criticism. However, you're trying to put somebody who I am in complete alignment with in as if I'm criticizing her. No, there's 0% chance that I am. And I don't believe Caroline would tell you that we need to get rid of Ryan Grimm. So I think you're putting words into her mouth that she doesn't agree with. I think she would definitely agree that all white men have blind spots that should be criticized. But no one would say we should get, I doubt she would say that. So don't put words in her mouth. And I think one of the things is like, you know, I'm going to keep saying this stuff. If you don't like it, here's what's going to happen. In the long run, the same people that are going after Ryan Grimm now for grifting reasons, as opposed to like hardcore real criticism, they're going to be watching his content in a month or two, right? Or they're probably going to be watching it like next week. And I want to ask you, when they do that, are you going to call them out? Are you going to say, you said that this guy is really bad, but now you're reacting to his content again? What happened? And Kyle Kalitsky, the same thing. Again, I disagreed with Kyle. I thought we had to be a little bit more, we had to be more thoughtful of the way we engage with the Graham Plattner disaster. But you don't see me watching Grant Plattner for 5 hours at a time. You know what I mean? Or watching Kyle Kulinski for 5 hours at a time. You know, it's weird. It's weird. And again, we should, of course, not allow misogynistic shit in our space, which is why when it happened, I immediately went after Ryan and told him to delete, because I value Ryan and I know that he is a thoughtful guy. And I know that when his errors made apparent to him, he will correct himself, which he immediately did. Do you understand the difference? I think one of the problems that we have online is there is an incentive for hyperbolic, exclusionary posturing, and it creates a negative anti-solidaristic incentive within our movement to try to find like a reason to excommunicate people or throw them out or drag down their reputation or trash them or characterize them as bad. And I'm not in that game. If you're one of those people, you're not going to be welcome here. I'm not going to like it. And by the way, when I see people doing it, I disconnect from them. Like I say, those people in the long run are not worth promoting because, again, and this is a very important point, we have to build our own counter-hegemonic structures. And let me tell you, the New York Times, Washington Post, New York Post, all the mainstream media, all the Zionists, all the neoliberals, they're going to make sure to expose every negative piece of information that we have to the masses. They're going to do everything to discredit us. And if we can't build any institution without tearing each other down and having a non-forgiving, non-understanding, non-solidaristic, non-rehabilitative way of being, we're going to lose. And if you believe Ryan Grimm is one of those bad people, then you're beyond the pale. He's made mistakes. He has blind spots, as we all do. Get your shit together, man. Same thing with Majority Report. Same thing with Kyle Kulinski. Same thing with a lot of people. Like, get your shit together, guys. What are we doing here? Two different games. Social media money for attention versus political power. They are opposed to each other. And in some sense, this helped me understand why politicians kind of struggle on the internet besides being old. That's exactly right. There's a lot of people who talk about politics a lot, but don't actually engage in it. But they suck up the energy and attention that is in politics. Because right now, you got, like, my audience, you guys are a resource, right? You guys are a resource. And so you give me resources and your attention has value. And when I tell you things, if you go and take that into your own life and use it, I am influencing the way politics is being practiced in this country, right? That is the interchange that we're engaged in. Now, if I was now you notice that I feel a tremendous amount of weight on my soul because I have this platform. As small as my platform is, as irrelevant as I am, the fact that I have people that watch me on a regular basis and listen to what I say gives me anxiety if I don't use it to help the movement, which is why on Monday, I'm going to have Donovan McKinney from Detroit on the stream because he is a DSA endorsed candidate running for Congress. And we're going to help him because I wouldn't be able to sleep at night if I didn't do stuff like that. Do you understand? So yes, I have a very blessed life because you guys have given that to me. Hassan has a very blessed life because of what you have done. But we both feel a tremendous amount of anxiety that we're not going to do everything we could to make the world a better place. Not because we feel like we are the kings or anything, but because we see the danger that lies ahead for everybody. We've got to do something now. And we have to, I have this blessing of a secure life talking about politics, but because of that, I have an obligation to turn this into real action in the real world. And a lot of the grifters that talk a lot about politics, they don't do that. That's how you could tell the difference. That's how you could separate the wheat from the chaff. Is a person spend only their time building themselves up and they do nothing for others? Is all their content when describing other left-wingers tearing them down? Think about it, man. I'm asking you to think deeply. I'm not naming any names. If names come to your mind, that's your own analysis of that person. I'm not naming any names. I'm just asking you to challenge, like, examine things from that perspective. Imagine that you were being paid $100,000 to talk about politics online. What would you do with it? Would you never have a candidate on your stream? Would you never give any money to anybody? Would you only focus on yourself? Would you only spend it on yourself? Would you spend more time cosplaying than you do helping candidates? Would you be joining an organization? Would you be donating money? Ask yourself. I don't know. I'd spend the money to make sure I was right about my decisions. What does that mean? I'd spend the first 20K on yourself because I'm negative 10K. No, of course, I live a comfortable life, right? I got a couple kittens because they would make me happy. I buy myself a car. You know, I have a nice apartment. I go out to restaurants regularly. You know what I mean? I go to nice restaurants regularly as a hobby. I'm not saying I'm not living like a monk. All right. Like, you know, kids are high on Maslow's hierarchy. The only reason why I'm asking you guys is because somebody like Ryan Grimm, I have disagreements with. You know, I am to his left. I think he's made some mistakes that I don't like. But weighing the value that he has helped create for our space and the original reporting he does against a single instance or a couple instances where he made a mistake, and then trying to like cancel it all out so that you could do this big performative exclusionary act. Is that for anybody, or is that about, what is that for? What is that accomplishing? What is the goal here? Think about that for yourself. Do you want to live in a community like that? Can we form a community like that where no one could ever make a mistake? Nobody could ever do anything bad? Do you want to live in that kind of community? Do you think that's even possible to live in that kind of community? His reporting is valuable, but do not trust him. No, guys, trust the guys who only focus on their self-aggrandizement and money. Ryan Grimm is under constant pressure. He's being targeted by the federal government for his reporting. They have worked on projects that have involved leaking secrets of the American government, and their institutions have been targeted. Come on, guys. Like, what are you doing? Are you okay? I'm surprised I even have to say this, to be honest with you. And I want to give an example of what I'm talking about. Like this person, for example, they had created this is their first time chat. They followed me 20 hours ago, and they said Ryan Grimm is a rape apologist. Does this person seem like they are on the side of light, on the side of good? Do you think this is actually true? That's crazy. that's actually crazy. Oh, I don't like Ryan Grimm. Damn, that's you've gotten your brain worm attached to you, unfortunately. So this was from earlier this year. The radical left-wing drop site news is clearly carrying water for the Iranian terrorist regime, and reports like these, based on pure fiction and citing unnamed anonymous sources, should be discarded immediately. Iran feeds this fake news media outlet propaganda, and they publish it as a fact, which is abhorrent. America last behavior. Operation Epic Fury will continue unabated until President Trump, as commander-in-chief, determines that the goals of Operation Epic Fury, including for Iran to no longer pose a military threat, have been fully realized. I'm apathetic toward Ryan Grimm and just won't take him that serious now. And there's that's not a long you could do to change that, and it's honestly how most people handle it. So what happened to you is your brain was damaged by someone stupid, and you're too embarrassed to admit that maybe I'm making sense. And you're trying to shut down the conversation by saying, I'm irrational, and there's nothing you could do to change my mind because it's too much of an ego pit to admit that maybe I got bamboozled by some grifters, got me all up in my feels. And they made me target my frustration with patriarchy or whatever on a specific guy who does incredibly important journalism. And then when I came to Mike to keep spreading this dumb fucking meme idea, he poo-pooed it and told you it was stupid. And now the ego hit is too much. This is why people don't like me. And honestly, I like when people don't like me for shit like this, because I don't have to have them around me. Because you create a non-functional left. Like, you actually do create a non-functional left. So when you leave, you're kind of selecting yourself out. And like, I understand, like, I get it. Like, listen, we're all trying to navigate our ways through some very difficult decisions and political compromises. And sometimes we overlook a red flag and it ends up being a mistake. And sometimes you overlook a red flag and the person is actually a good person that has reformed. Right? I don't want to live in a world where everybody is always canceled at the first time they make any kind of mistake. And we all try to throw them in the dumpster without any kind of context. It's like, what are you doing? What are we saying? You're allowed to have hurt feelings. You're allowed to have been angry. I was angry. I had hurt feelings. But ask yourself, are you acting with a purpose? What's more important to you? Ryan Grimm helped form one of the most important independent newsrooms that is sympathetic to our politics, is in complete opposition to the mainstream media blackout that our politicians typically get, is publishing some of the most important anti-imperialist coverage in the world, not just in America, but in the world, is countering narratives of the American government, of the Israeli state. What are we doing here? What are we trying to do here? Get your shit together, guys. Norman Finkelstein is a transphobe, but as a trans person, I'm not going to smear him because his work in defense of the left is infinitely more important. He's a dumb boomer with a bad take, and I think it's bad. And by the way, if Norman Finkelstein tried to say something transphobic to me, I'd tell him to grow up, Norm. You're a fucking dinosaur fossil. You know what I mean? I wouldn't let him do it. If he was posting transphobic shit, I'd tell him to shut the fuck up. I wouldn't say Norm is dumb. He's dumb on trans issues because it's outside of his experience because he's a fucking old ass boomer. He's stupid. He doesn't understand it. A lot of people watch this stuff as content / entertainment and see it as discarding a character on the show, not a real person with a complex life. Yes, I know. I'm fighting against that. A lot of the people that I fight with in the greater Hasanabe universe are people that come from stan culture. They like Hassan as like a stan. They don't like Hassan as a political actor, right? They're intensely parasocial with Hassan, and they've adopted his politics so they could be closer to him. But they're not really, that's not why they're not for the shit, right? And, I end up going against a lot of these people because they approach, the reason why they're going after Ryan Grimm is because they think Ryan Grimm has done something terrible, and Hassan's reputation will be damaged by association with Ryan Grimm. And so they are going maximum against Ryan to try to push him away from the community, make it socially painful. Be like, actually, I think Ryan is not that bad. And I think he made a mistake. And I think he apologized. He deleted the post. And, obviously he's got blind spots. He's a work in progress. But I think Drop Site News is incredibly valuable. And I think we should all take a breath. That's what I'm saying. And the thing about it is a lot of these people that get a lot of attention by doing the really extreme over-the-top attacks, they force people to respond to them, thereby putting them at the top of the discourse heap, thereby giving them attention. The thing about that is it's not sustainable. It's not real work. It's not real analysis. You're just forcing yourself to the front of the room because you yelled the loudest. But eventually, everybody just wants to get back to work. Mike, I think we should kiss on the lips. Hey, Joshua, how you doing, brother? I would give you an affectionate peck, but I don't really feel the same kind of... Part of my autism is that I believe that we should be able to express love in a platonic... We should bring platonic love back. Platonic love is great. You should be able to love your bros without it being sexual in any way and without people making it weird. I think we live in such a sexually repressed society that anytime people see affection, they have to sexualize it because they don't have a healthy outlet and they don't understand sex and they don't understand themselves. Am I a Sixers fan? Honestly, this is my most cancelable take. I'm not much of a basketball fan. This is my most cancelable take. I'm not much of a basketball fan. I'm short. I never really got into it. Although I did watch when Allen Iverson was on the Sixers, I did watch that. I did watch it. I'm not anti-basketball, right? I'll watch basketball, near the finals or, March Madness or, if my local basketball team is doing well, I would go and watch. I'm not anti-basketball. I'm just not a basketball, super enjoyer. This is my worst take, by the way. This is without a doubt my worst take. I understand it as a bad take. Allen Iverson was awesome, though. So if there was any player that made me the most interested in basketball, it was AI. Because I could live vicariously through him. Mike likes AI, Allen Iverson, not artificial intelligence. And honestly, I saw game 1 of the Allen Iverson versus Kobe and Shaq in their prime when the Lakers had swept to the finals. And in game 1, they got beat. And I watched that game live, and it was one of the best games of basketball I've ever seen. And I'm so glad I got to see it. And watching the Lakers get bloodied, a bloody lip, was one of the best things of all time. One of my favorite games. And holy shit. Dikembe Mutombo standing up against Shaq was one of the most legendary games of all time. What game was that? What year was that? 2001, 2 NBA Finals? 2001? Yes. Oh my God. Game 2. Holy shit. Dikembe Mutombo, dude. 13 rebounds. Oh, man. What a fucking play. Oh, my God. What a team. What a team. And, of course, the Sixers win 5. Excuse me, the Lakers in 5. But the 2001, this is one of my favorite games of all time. Make the Lakers bleed. Because this team was insane. The 2001 Lakers were, unbelievably insane. How many, they've had a run in the playoffs where they swept to the finals. God, they were good. And of course, Kobe. Oh, fuck, man. Kobe and Shaq in their prime, dude. That was such a team. Two of like the best people to ever pick up a basketball on the same team in their prime. Oh, that was insane. Am I anti-Dallas Stars? Oh, of course. That fuck the Dallas Stars. The team I hate the most are the Florida Panthers. If we're talking about sport, fuck the Florida Panthers. Oh my God, this team is a dog shit. I hate this team. There was a very famous series when Mario Lemieux was in his prime. It's like the Rat season. It was like the Rat. I think it was a seven game Panthers, Penguins. I want to say it was the Eastern Conference Finals. Oh my God. This was probably the most aggravating, enraging, dog shit series of all time. And oh my God. And they were the dirtiest, scumbaggiest team of all time. Holy shit, was it bad. Honestly, I think like the NHL killed itself by allowing the dirty play that went on. And it was bad. Like hockey's always been kind of a dirty sport, but in the 90s, it got to be so fucking bad that like every talented player was like, I'm going to quit playing this sport. They will not defend people from being assaulted. Like the referees would not defend players from being assaulted. It was also dirty. Like the most dangerous, deadly hits were legal. Like people were committing premeditated murder on the ice. Let me show you some shit I'm talking about. Like some of these things are like, honestly, I don't even think this should have been a crime. Eric Lindros was one of the most talented players of all time, except for this was the way hockey was refereed. And so they would basically allow their best players to be murdered.
Off for Niedermeyer. Hey, he's bumping. Niedermeyer trying to get out of his own skate. Turnover at center. Here's 88. Lindros makes the move. And Lindros is hammered down to the ice by Scott Stevens. And Lindros remains down on the...
This is called the fencer's response. When you get brain damage, your body does this. And there's so many worse than these. There's so many worse than these. So basically, so they got up his leg, right? They put a stick between his leg. And then as he's vulnerable,
head is
comes and he aims his elbow at his forehead.
Down, and it's a shoulder right to the...
If you don't think this is bad, then you don't know human anatomy. Let me just tell you that. So... And that was legal, by the way. I mean, people would say maybe it's an elbow. Forsberg almost got killed. Mario Lemieux almost got killed. Lindros got killed. I mean, Wayne Gretzky was like permanently assaulted every day. Paul Correa was like killed. LeBron James is going to the Sixers. Wait a minute. I am a Sixers fan now. Why? Also, why is he so cheap? I get that he's old, but he's not that bad. He just really likes basketball, man. Damn. Okay, can we go back to politics now? I thought I was done when the season ended. I wasn't ready to announce it, and I knew I needed some time to really decide. But I was pretty sure I played my last game. I was honest at that last press conference when I said I need to look at myself and decide if I still love the game. I still truly love the game and have more to give. Pennsylvania just doesn't stop winning, does it? Pennsylvania just doesn't stop winning. Philadelphia is on a winning streak right now, folks. That reminds me, chat. I saw a report on the U.S. housing market and how it's like everything is blowing up except for one city. There was one city that's starting to like heat up, and it was Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, at the top of the heap. And I was like, you know what? That's kind of not. I'm surprised it took this long. Great walkable city, super lots of value, lots of culture. I don't know, man. Punches well above its weight. Philly and Pittsburgh are going to be popping off. Like if there are two cities that I think are going to be popping off in the next 20 years, it's going to be Pittsburgh and Philly. Wait, LeBron James just retired? No, he's not retiring. He's going to Philadelphia. All right, on to politics. Laura Ingraham, can I just say this? Am I going to be canceled? Laura Ingraham is the most obvious bisexual sociopath I've ever seen in my entire life. Am I canceled now? Am I canceled? And if you're like, yes, you are, well, then watch this.
Got to give her credit. She didn't know much, still won. But the fact is, AOC is an attractive millennial with a powerful surface appeal. With her long, sleek raven hair and red lipstick, She's at times played dual roles, kind of the earnest activist, both up from her bootstraps, who wants to stick it to the man. And then at times, she's kind of played the girly girl who shares her favorite recipe on TikTok. Got to give her credit. She didn't know much, still won.
The thing is, like, describing AOC as a beautiful millennial with raven black hair and the red lipstick, bro. The thing is, like, AOC is honestly, America would vote for a beautiful woman president. We would. I feel like, you know, like, Kamala Harris, what did her in was the fact that her policies were that bad. I think Kamala Harris could have won. I actually think America would do fine with a female president. I think it's completely, I think if Kamala had come out and done some good policy talk, she would have won. I'm completely on the opposite side. I think that America is like actually kind of woke. Indiana would vote for Barack Hussein Obama. We can win with a woman. The problem with America is the average American is pretty woke, but America's racists are the most advanced racists in the world. And like, it's hard for people to understand this. It's like America's racists ran like plantations, you know, they ran a like racial hierarchic system that's on like a whole nother level. Not India. Oh, India is, I'm not talking about India. We're not talking about India. We're not talking about India. I'm not talking about India. White people don't know enough about India for me to just talk about India without you guys, like, without everybody just going insane. You don't know enough about India for me to talk about India with you. I apologize, but that's just the way it is. I'm not going to try to explain caste oppression to white Americans. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about, and it's not gonna work. It's not gonna go off. We're not doing India. America, by the way. So when people think of American racism, they are right that we have the most advanced technology. We also have the most advanced woke technology. There is no other country in the world that has done multiculturalism as well as America has. That's also a thing that a lot of lefty, like if I say that, some lefties will like mauled, but it happens to be true. So Brazil, unfortunately, has been, that used to be true with Brazil, but unfortunately they're being colonized by American evangelical Protestantism and they're falling off. I'm so sorry, Brazil. I wish I could give you that title, but unfortunately you're falling off because for some reason, weird Brazilian like Protestant shit is being spread and it's really ruining the country. And I'm so sorry. I mean, the CIA did it, but like, I think Los Angeles, California has done multiculturalism better than like any other city. There's no other city in the world that has done it to the level that Los Angeles or New York has done it. Now, it doesn't mean there's not racism. It doesn't mean there's not problems. I'm just saying that as far as the kind of default expectation of the normie, they're like leading the world in multiculturalism. Toronto, bro, you guys are electing Ford. Like, what is his name? The Ford guys, aren't they Toronto? Or am I? Yeah, like, come on. Get out of here. Get out of here. You got fucking the Doug Ford, the Ford brothers. Like, come on. Get the hell out of here. The third way guys won. The DNC Rules and Bylaws Committee chooses South Carolina as the states to go early in the 2028 primary calendar over Georgia, North Carolina, Tennessee, and Virginia. I mean, this doesn't surprise me. New Hampshire and Nevada have been selected as the East and West states. So basically, AOC has 3 out of the 4 states are going to be big favorites for her. She's going to be the prohibitive favorite in Nevada. She's going to be the favorite in New Hampshire. She's going to be the prohibitive favorite in Michigan. And it's going to be like, what, only South Carolina? South Carolina's probably going to vote for what? Who do you think they're voting for? How dare you slander this prime hog?
Pardon me. None of your so what if I did smoke crack? It's none of your, pardon me, none of your freaking business in the first place. You're just jealous nobody wants to do stuff like that with you because you're boring. You're lame. Write that down. End of story. So
I unironically do think we should learn this technology. Obviously, Doug Ford is a disgusting, racist, right-wing piece of shit, but I do feel like we should learn this technology. Speaking of advanced racism, check out this perfect YouTube video about Latino voters in South Texas regretting the candidate that's running. Returning Texas Blue. I think Talrico is going to win. I do think Talrico is going to win, to be honest with you. And the reason why I think Talrico is going to win is because of the way that the centrists are trying to cook up this like racial dynamic. What's her name? The person that I've always sniffed out as a fraud, Jasmine Crockett, who I've always disliked. Jasmine Crockett, the fact that she's trying to cook up this like, Black Democrats are feeling offended by James Talrico. That's how I know he's going to win, because that's CIA technology. And the CIA is worried about if Texas goes blue, then the Republican Party is cooked. The Republican Party relies on Texas as a backbone for their national power. They lose Texas and it got gerrymandered, say, for the Democrats. Republicans could never win. Like, they could never win a trifecta again. Texas, that's the thing about the right wing. They're very fragile.
Olivia Gondak, it says that I wanted to eat her pussy. Olivia Gondak. I've never said that in my life to her. I would never do that. I'm happily married. I've got more than enough to eat at home. Thank you very much.
Anything that
This is why he won, by the way. This is bars. This is bars. If I smoke crack, it's none of your business. You're just mad that nobody wants to do anything like that with you because you're lame, you're boring. And she said, I want to eat her pussy. No, I'm happily married and I've got plenty to eat at home. My wife has a fat pussy. Like, that's bars. Hockey mentioned Hassan never talks about hockey. Maybe I'll switch over to your stream permanently. I can't believe the white man from Pennsylvania likes ice hockey. I can't believe the white man from Pennsylvania likes ice hockey. This is the most surprising fact. Important reminder, you guys. Just a quick reminder that Hassan Piker isn't that popular in the grand scheme of things. Just a dumb thing I saw of Fungi coping about Hassan not having motion, unlike their wonderful pedo troll Ethan Klein. I mean, this stuff's from last over a year ago, bro. Like, that poll would almost certainly be different. And again, you guys are making us more relevant. One of the things I love about these fights is, like, I'm not going anywhere. As long as you guys don't cancel me, there's nothing the outside world can do to me. You guys are the source of my power. You guys are the source of Hassan's power, not my approval from, like, outside, right? As long as you guys are with me, they can't get rid of me. Because we could bring on a candidate, raise them 5 figures, get 100 volunteers to sign up. That's real power. They don't have that ability. They cannot build grassroots movements. And that's the reality. So again, they can maul all they want, but they're not leading anything. All right, let's talk about something real. We've been rambling about bullshit for 2 hours.
Joining me now to break all of this down, I have MS Now contributor Inzamam Rashid, who's just off the Strait of Hormuz for us right now, and retired Colonel.
Actually, I'd like to see the explosions, please. Al Jazeera, do you have any explosions you can show me? I know that apparently Trump is threatening to have the biggest attack. God, my God, the settler violence. Jesus Christ. The China-Philippines Coast Guard clash. Guys, ships collided and water hose was sprayed. The biggest nightmare for the establishment in the horizon is an open communist winning a significant seat of power somewhere. It would open the floodgates of communism becoming popular. Let's get some socialists in before we start talking about before we start getting ahead of ourselves, okay? Let's not get ahead of ourselves. This will be and has been the influencer socialist beginnings, real shit. The way I'm pretty bad determinist if things keep going like this. What? Things are going great. What do you mean? This is what people are like. I hate American imperialism, but I also hate Chinese imperialism. This is what they think Chinese imperialism is. 4 guys in a a dinghy with shorts on. This is Chinese imperialism. They swung at him with the canoe. He swung first. Now they're hitting at each other. They're swinging at each other with pole. This is the definition of Chinese imperialism. Guys swinging canoes at each other. I can't take it seriously. A lot of groundwork will need to be laid by socialists, including overturning a century worth of anti-communist Red Scare laws. One of the things that I want to do is convince people that the thing that we need to do less of right now is navel-gazing bullshit about socialism not being perfect. You know, like, I know there's a really big incentive to do navel-gazing bullshit all day and be like, you know, guys, we still are internalizing a lot of really hateful ideologies. I don't think that's why more people are not socialist, if I'm being completely honest with you. It's not because we haven't made the safe place safe enough, all right? I'm not saying ignore oppression or anything. I'm not saying ignore intersectionality. I just think less navel-gazing, more external organizing. But inside socialist spaces, there's such an incentive for navel-gaze maxing that I don't know how to fix it. All right, let's keep going.
Boy, oh boy, y'all. Boy, oh boy. It happened again.
It happened again. When is the government going to listen? Mike, improve your mind with this beautiful graph. Oh, did Tesla have another bad? Ooh. Wow. So people made some money that day. Some millionaires got made. God damn. Imagine buying like options that were just about to expire and then it drops fucking 50 points. Some people had some lotto tickets pay. Woo. And I've, if you've been a long time Mike from PA Head, I've been a Tesla hater. I've been a SpaceX hater for a long time. I don't think these companies are worth anything. I think they have negative value and they've been surviving off of Reddit hype. And it's all bullshit and easy financial speculation. Pakistan pushing for new peace talks. I knew it. I fucking knew it. This happens every time. As soon as oil hits $100 a barrel, all of a sudden there's a rumor of an imminent peace deal. It happens every time. Every fucking time. It usually happens on Friday. And then the next day, on Saturday, there's some sort of big attack, but the markets are closed. And then there's a bunch of fighting. And then on Monday, it's like, I don't know. We're getting close to the peace deal. This happens every fucking time. You could set your watch to it. NVIDIA, Microsoft, and Meta warn against premature restrictions of open weight models. AKA, by the way, so the Chinese models are like just as competitive as the like American proprietary models. And so Trump and the kind of like nationalists were like, we need to restrict people from being able to use the Chinese models. And all the big companies are like, maybe don't do that. You can see this kind of like whipsaw, like, oh, it starts rising. And then, oh yeah, we're going to have a ceasefire any day now. Then it rises. Oh, we're having a ceasefire any day. Okay. Oh, it doesn't look like we're having a ceasefire. Oh, wait, we are having a ceasefire. Oh, it looks like that was not true. Oh, it's rising again. So every time it dings off of $100 a barrel, there's rumors of a ceasefire. You can see it happening. How many times? 1, 2, 3, 4 times. Every time it's around $100 a barrel, suddenly there's rumors of a fucking ceasefire again. And if you look at the markets are now at an all-time high. I believe we are at an all-time high, chat. Except the Dow is almost at 50,000. The S&P 500 52,000 now. The bubble that we were looking at is like cray. The only thing that happens because Iran doesn't just say officially that they're suspending any talks until the U.S. completely halts military activities. They continue to play the game with the U.S. rules, which is, I mean, listen, I'm not gonna second guess the Iranians. I'm a fucking, who the fuck am I? Sometimes the plutocrats are remarkably honest. Here, an OpenAI executive describes his horror at the Chinese idea of treating AI as a public good, provided free to all as digital public infrastructure. This is ultimately why they want to stop Chinese AI. Profits would shrivel. One probable outcome of an open weight model dominant world is full AI communism, which is precisely what China proposes. Rather than a market product, AI is a public good, which will ultimately be provided by the state as a kind of digital public infrastructure. Dean Ball, OpenAI's head of strategic futures, said in an ex post Friday. Ball, a former Trump administration official, called such a scenario a dystopian hellscape and said he expected the Trump administration to take steps to reduce the usage of open source models. Ball later clarified that he wasn't advocating for the U.S. government to discourage Chinese AI. Can you imagine if we just had really good models that were being designed in public and were trying to seek truth and become a resource to help humanity advance itself and eliminate drudgery and eliminate like boring data entry jobs or other worthless, like meaningless tasks, so we could focus more on self-actualization and learning and creativity and entertainment and leisure? God, that would be terrible. All right, chat. Time to bring up one of my favorite shows, The Majority Report, because they had some coverage of an event that took place, which made me very happy, which is I have always hated Meghan McCain. I'm a legendary hater.
Still podcasting. She's a part.
Who does her hair now? This is very important. Remember when she would rock with like the wildest hairstyles on The View?
I don't remember.
Is she off? It looks like Kid Rock is doing her hair now.
I want Star Trek computer, where I could be like, computer, can you make me a hot fudge sundae with peanuts? No. Candied walnuts. And then the 500 cigarettes, please. Computer.
Is she off the View now?
Yes, yeah. She left because she couldn't get along with anybody.
Okay.
Yeah, and they still have
Meghan
conservatives
McCain is so fucking weird, dude.
on there, and they're all able to get along.
Yeah, the politics suck.
Meghan's just like uniquely loathsome.
Mike, the choices are tea, Earl Grey, hot, or 500 cigarettes. There are no in between. What about Gok? And then you're mad because the Gok is dead, and you're like, oh, this is so inauthentic. I need real Gok. It has to be wiggling. These are all the like Star Trek tropes around the replicator, which is actually really insightful. One of the things I really love about Star Trek is how insightful they are, because like the idea of an MP3 actually comes from Star Trek. The guy who came up with the MP3 watched Data on Star Trek say, computer, play me a Beethoven symphony, and it played it. And the guy who invented the MP3 was like, oh my, that's a good idea. We need to create a digital file format for music. So like Star Trek literally inspired the technology. That's a good example. But one of the things that I love in Star Trek is not only do they come up with these ideas, they start understanding the kind of like reaction to the ideas, right? So let's imagine we had a replicator. If you don't know anything about Star Trek, a replicator is a technology that basically is like a miniature, instantaneous 3D printer factory device. You could just go up to it and say, hey, can I get an engagement ring, diamond engagement ring? And the computer could just go, and then bam, you have a diamond engagement ring. Or you could be like, can I have catfish with French fries? Deep fried, breaded, and it pops out. So basically, it can produce any commodity, right? Instantaneously, high quality. Food, clothing, medical equipment, medicine, like you name it, it can make it, right? And one of the things about Star Trek, though, is they have that idea, and it creates, a post-scarcity society. Right? When you have this technology that could like produce anything people need, then you no longer have a society where people are competing over, scarce resources. You can go up there and be like 80 Zin tins, and then bam, you got 80 Zin tins. But the thing that they understood about that is artisans would actually be encouraged by the replicator. By having the replicator, stuff that was handmade, alienation was eliminated. Because people would they always had the replicator to fall back on, but they started to seek out and treasure artisans and handcrafted things and authenticity and like having a personal connection to an object as opposed to just having that object in a kind of capitalist fetishist way. And so like the Star Trek was like sophisticated enough where they started having this dialogue between like a mass-produced replicator technology, removing want and poverty, but at the same time that would then de-alienate people, because then people would pursue like the craft of creation in a non-alienated fashion. Where like if I made you say a violin by hand and I gave you that violin, it would have so much meaning because of our relationship, because of the time I spent, and it would be like so much more valuable. Even if you could go to the replicator and say violin please, and it would pop out, right? A really nice violin would pop out. It was like a dialogue of actually existing socialism and how it would operate in a post-scarcity society, and how actually people would be more creative, not less, without having to worry about like dying. Using this to promote GeoTV for Fran this week, and come hang out with me on the south side of Milwaukee. Yeah, I'm gonna come out. I'm gonna come out to Milwaukee. Hassan's suit is a bit like that. He went to a country with infinite manufacturing capacity and chose a suit because of the artisan's history. Oh, of course. What are your thoughts on the Odyssey? I haven't seen it yet. I'm trying to get a ticket to the 70mm, but they're always sold out. Impossible to get a 70mm ticket.
Although Sonny's pretty good.
It is funny when you read political history sometimes.
This is what people would actually do with the holodeck in Star Trek. No, that's what you would do because you're a capitalist. You're a capitalist misogynist with all sorts of internalized fetishes. So you are imagining yourself encountering a holodeck. You're not imagining what a holodeck would be like if you came from a socialist society and you were a socialist subject who had not been raised in a horrifying, depraved society like ours.
You think things that used to be ideological like splits, and you realize like, oh, this might just be these people's personalities not working together.
Right.
It's also just like you've been on television.
Actually, before we continue talking about Meghan McCain, you guys brought up something really funny about the holodeck, which is Barkley creating holodeck clones of his crewmates and then running like programs or he would like simulate relationships with them. And everybody who came in, they either had, what if they became disgusted and horrified. And like, there's another episode in Deep Space Nine where one of the Ferengi is trying to scan one of the Star Trek, one of the crew, so they can put them in a holodeck like sex fantasy app program. And everybody recognizes that as like an invasion of bodily autonomy, right? Like, oh, it was Kira. Yeah, exactly. Quark was scanning Kira. Thank you. And that's what I'm talking about with Star Trek. Like, they're able to like imagine this technology and then have a dialogue about what that would mean for people's rights. And like, what do you think about if there was a holodeck? What if somebody said, create so-and-so of the holodeck, and they did stuff to that holodeck version of you? Is that a violation of your rights? And we can see that today with like AI porn, right? Like, is the creation of AI porn a violation of someone's rights? Computer, create Mike from PA with Hassan's body. That would be a great request. Holodeck Mike. Computer, make Mike have 15 more pounds of muscle in his upper body. Computer, lengthen Mike from PA's femur by 2 inches. Computer,
for 30 years and you're rich. Like, Sonny is a really interesting example because like, when they had JD Vance on recently, Whoopi Goldberg's trying to like articulate, you know, talking about racial injustice and racialized gerrymandering, and she physically cannot do it. Why? Because Whoopi Goldberg's been rich for 50 years. Like, she is been famous and rich for, and then Sonny's able to come in. I'm just be honest and be like, yeah, all the people on television, I mean, your Bill Maher's, whatever, they're all just like rich centric.
Make an exact replica of Hassan Pica, but make his head 10% larger.
They've lost touch with everything, so I'm glad Megan's left that.
What is this accent? That's my computer accent. That's my asking the computer for stuff accent.
Place.
I know, so toxic. Now she can finally be herself. This was a moment of some interesting honesty from her and her co-host, where they express how they are worried about Zoran Mamdani's rise. They admit that he's a generational talent, and they want the Republicans to take him more seriously. And so they listen to how they also catch themselves praising him on more substantive or points that might approach more of the substance about what he's delivering for people, and then they'll retreat from that very quickly.
He's a generational talent. He's like Obama. Like, we should all thank God he can't run for president, because he would be a formidable candidate in about 10 years. I don't think Republicans are taking this seriously enough. I don't think Republicans realize that he's really the best messenger. Even if he doesn't run, if there are any candidates running in 28 who can somehow imitate or be inspired in the same way that he was inspired by AOC, we have a real problem. Republicans have a real problem.
He's always coming up with very interesting ways to incorporate the community. Like, he jumps in the pool in his suit when the pool's opened for the summer, and he had kids instead of cutting a ribbon at some opening for whatever, you know, like they do the big scissors and cut a ribbon for an opening. He had kids run through it like it was a football game. And it's like he always finds like very cutesy, like you said, folksy ways to do things that make him look like I'm just a regular man of the people.
If Democrats can somehow find a version of him that is like funny and kind and charming, socialism is going to be
not crazy. Like,
we're going to have like a DSA 28 candidate, and it's not that I'm saying it's going to happen. It's I think people will be into it.
Wow, I wonder who that would be. There's a certain type of woman who is like even more viciously misogynist than even the average guy, where they like tear down other women so fucking hard. And it's like, we already know who it is. The name is Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. You know, the person who inspired Zoran, the person who endorsed Zoran, the person who works with him hand in hand, the person who he said could do anything and he's her fan. AOC, it's going to be the AOC Zoran campaign. He's going to be running around the entire country as her surrogate. She's going to have him anywhere she needs him. She's going to have Bernie Sanders. She's going to have Zoran Mamdani. They're going to be crisscrossing the country. Like, it is what it is. Like, what do you mean? We're going to have mega rallies. It's going to be like, that's the thing that's kind of frustrating for me. I wish you guys could see the future that I see. Why I get so frustrated is I struggle with how you guys don't see this. Why can't you see this? The future that's imminent. Why are you trying to tear her down? Why are you trying to imagine a world where things go bad? When we can already tell you what it's going to be. It's already going to be great. Like, I can see the future and it's going to rule. Why are you so dedicated to not believing? Are you scared to hope? Are you scared to believe? What is it? Why are you trying to push us off that path? Look at the results of Who is Mike under web search versus local LLM. Mike from PA is a controversial political commentator who operates on Twitch as a central committee based in Pennsylvania, gained notoriety for his unfiltered, often right-wing commentary that frequently pushes the... true. His content aligns with anti-woke, right-wing, and sometimes alt-right perspective. True. Anti-Semitism controversies, the Destiny incident, and that's good. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chinese Gwen, for saying I'm alt-right. That's very good. Labor organizing, socialist theory, anti-fascism, and critiques of capitalism in mainstream media. His content generally includes live commentary on current events, worker disputes and unit campaigns, educational segments on Marxist, democratic, socialist, and labor history, Q&A sessions, an open discussion with viewers, guests, and organizers, resource for sharing mutual aid, strike funds, and grassroots organizing, occasional gameplay or chill streams that double as community building. Very occasional. I used to do that more. Working class solidarity, unionization efforts, radical left-wing political theory. Most visible leftist voices on Twitch. True. I mean, I would agree with this one. I would agree with this one. Also, it's very funny that they're like, he's alt-right. That's true. I'm anti-woke.
Not just that they're going to propose it. I think like average Americans who are...
I was an AOC skeptical and never chirped, but I had my doubts. Your stream, along with your analysis and predictions, have completely swung me over. I now tell everyone to get ready for AOC president. LMAO, and they think I'm being silly. That's because they can't see what I see, which is what will happen is right now we don't have a campaign. So there is nothing that's happening to organize your thinking. You are just kind of swirling around in this miasma and you're not sharpening your thought, and you're not trying to like say, okay, you're not taking the like pattern recognition of my autism. Well, let me explain to you what happens. AOC runs for president. What does that look like? What will the reactions be? Who will support her? What will she run on? Who will be the opponents of her? Who will flock to her? Who will she trust? And once you start realizing this, you're going to be like, oh, she's going to be running on the left flank. She's going to be running on all the good things we like. She's going to be arguing for Medicare for all. She's going to be arguing for stripping weapons for Israel. She's going to be arguing for all these good policies we align with. And everybody's going to be attacking her and tearing her down. So even the people that are currently kind of AOC skeptical, you're going to be drawn into defending her because they're going to be attacking her for her ideas that you agree with. And she's going to be defending those ideas publicly. And she's going to have Zoran endorsing her, and Bernie endorsing her, and Abdul endorsing her, and Chris Rabb endorsing her, and Rashida Tlaib endorsing her, and Summer Lee endorsing her. Everybody you like that's a politician or political influencer who's on the left is going to be drawn into her defense. And the people that double down on being anti-AOC, you're going to be irrelevant. I'm just telling you. The energy is going to be behind her. The vibes are going to be behind her. The interest is going to be behind her. The clout is going to be behind her, which is why I'm calling these people out now who are against her, because later when they try to like grift her, which they will, just like they did with Zoran, I don't want you to let them. I want you to take those receipts. I want you to, anytime someone's shitting on AOC right now, screenshot that, put that in your cringe compilation, because that's what's going to be in the future. And that's what's going to happen. Right. And I'm not telling you this because it requires like, this is not hypothetical. It's not magic. It's not anything. It's just what will happen, because that's what's going to happen. And there's never been anybody who's ever been vetted as much as AOC. She's been vetted since day one. So there are no skeletons in her closet. She has been, you know, she has the same boyfriend she has in college. She plays League all day in her apartment. You called it? And she'll be like, we shouldn't give any money to Israel. No more money for wars. Blah, blah, blah. People will be like, yeah, based. Yeah, based. Oh my God, AOC became based. What happened? Like, that's what's going to happen. Because, again, they'll be able to react to viral clips and get likes and followers, etc., etc. But now the only way to get likes and followers from AOC is dogging on her. So they're doing that. So I'm just going to wait for the material conditions to change. And I'm going to tell, and by the way, this is another certified Mike prediction that you'll be able to test and see if it's true or not. I guess we'll have to see. This is how NBC covers her. Lawrence on the lesson of the Plattner campaign. Always wait for the vetting. I mean, that's just the way it goes. Why are the shorts so broken? Why do shorts break the, I'm sorry, I tried to watch your lessons from Plattner, but it didn't work. She plays League? Yeah, she plays League. You got to get AOC to play League with VO.
J.D. Vance just said in an interview that he thinks you are going to be the leading Democratic candidate for president in 2028. What's your response to that?
I mean,
That's crazy. That's crazy. Why are you cheesing like that? That's crazy. That's actually crazy. You might as well say, yeah, I am. That's crazy,
The other thing about AOC is, like, she has such a, like, good face for caricature and cartoon. And I mean that as a compliment. Like, the structure of her face is, like, very expressive. Yeah, exactly. You know? And she's got a big smile with big teeth. She's very unique looking, you know? She's not like a girl that's become too obsessed with, like, Korean beauty standards and they have the exact same, you know what I mean? You guys, you know what I mean? Where it's like the very unhealthy influencer culture face. Everything is fucking injected. Everything is, you know, glassed. Everything is like, it is a very authentic, expressive face. What do you think AOC will come around to calling for a ban on direct commercial sales of weapons to Israel and not just government aid sales? Basically, she's always going to be on the left flank. So whatever the consensus consolidates around a position, AOC will move the Overton window left. So like if everybody agrees to like, oh, we should not sell Israel any weapons, AOC will be like, well, I don't think we should, or we should not give them any aid. AOC would say, oh no, we will also not sell them any weapons, right? Like she could always move the Overton window left. And she will always be on the left flank. And if she's not, she's fucking up. So she'll clear out the left flank. VOC. AOC.
See, that is wild. That's all but a confirmation. That's more than a confirmation. I trust her word less if she said yes rather than smile like this.
You know,
it's too early. You can't say it now. One, it would be a distraction. You know, two, you need to be ready. And the fact that she might not run is also protecting her because people don't want to trash her because she might not run. And if she doesn't run, then they could get her endorsement. So by not running yet, she's avoiding, like the moment she announces, everybody else who wants to run for president is going to go on the attack. So this ambiguity actually helps her because nobody wants to fight with AOC until they have to. When is the best time for her to announce? After the midterms. So probably, usually what happens with politics is you have the midterms. Then they have like a couple weeks vacation. Then you do the lame duck session, and the Republicans are going to try to jam a whole bunch of shit through in the lame duck, and there will be a bunch of outrage. And then it goes into January. You know, we get like Christmas, we get the holidays, right? Then we get into the new year. Nobody's paying attention to any politics. And then somewhere in January, after everybody's back at work, snow on the ground, then she'll probably announce. Somewhere in there. So early next year, I would suggest it's going to happen. Earlier than that, you're just, you know, you're not going to immediately, you're going to let the energy dissipate. So I would feel like January is when you could really start doing the shit because like earlier than that, people are distracted by like life. And they're also tired of politics, right? Because we just had the midterms. So that's about what I would expect it to happen. Silly political theater. Are you disagreeing with my analysis or are you just commenting on how long the presidential elections are? The past few years, people have learned that you don't lose much by getting into a crowded primary and staying in longer than you should. Kamala is going to make the case that she is the head of the left lane. Pete will too. Roe will as well. They'll all say they're further left than Biden and thus are progressive enough to deserve your primary vote. That is absolutely not what's going to happen. That's absolutely not what's going to happen. They're going to be pulled apart by their contradictions of their coalition. And they're going to do the thing that they always do, which is like, well, progressives can't win and I'm electable. Why are they going to do that? Because the people on the right are incompetent. And that's all they know how to do. And it's worked before. Did you see that Haley Stevens, Cobb's director, was exposed for secretly working for Palantir? I did. We haven't talked about it on stream yet.
I hope he is. That's what I'll say. So he's the Republican nominee?
Damn, she walked away too.
JD Vance just said in an interview that
Now, like, obviously, I think that what everybody doesn't understand is that obviously there's going to be some sort of right-wing coalescing around some candidate, but the problem is they're all fatally flawed. Gavin Newsom is a slimy used car salesman and was a failure as governor. And he steps on the toes of Kamala Harris because they both are from California, which is their base, which is where most of their big donors are. And they're going to be competing for each other's votes. So they're going to have to go after each other. And that contradiction is the problem. And that's going to force them to go dirty against each other. And that's going to ruin the vibe. Hi, Abdul volunteer. AOC addressed us after the rally at Grand Rapids, praising us for volunteering. I shouted out, run in 28, and I'll do it for you too. Hell yeah. Why is everything running like shit?
Israel, 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 Israel. Retirement, union jobs, education, boring. Let's get back to Israel, guys, the thing that really matters. I know that what you think matters is everybody in Michigan working together and caring about Michigan, from the smallest municipality up to the largest city, all of us working together. But really, we all need to be focused on Israel in the entire United States as a whole, and all of your money should be lost before you even know where it went, okay? What's up? You're in Flint? Don't really give a fuck about that. I don't give a fuck about you guys. That's obvious. This is how this works. This is how this has been working. It's just more yeah. Detroit in the water, utility. Hey, guys, who gives a fuck? Don't hold people like me accountable, okay? I was a loser my entire life and I still am. Now I've got a little bit of power. Feels good. I'm making a shit ton of money. All I have to do is completely disobey everything I'm supposed to be doing and ignore you guys. Israel, 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 Israel. Retirement, union.
All right, chat. We haven't really talked about this, but I saw that Kyle Kalitsky put out a video about this like terrorism list. The beginning of their attempts to cook up a Red Scare.
All right, y'all. So we got to talk about this. This is wild. This is wild.
For some reason, your channel wasn't showing up in my following. Shadow banned or my issue. Were you following me? You have it. Here's what you should do. Sort it by most viewed. Sort your list by most viewed instead of like whatever their weird recommendation algorithm they have. That way I'll always be on top. I hate to put it so straightforwardly, but I mean, not at the very top because Northern Line might be live, but you get my point.
Bro, Trump is targeting Hassan Piker, DSA, Democracy Now!, a whole bunch of people who are left of center, and he's putting them on a new terror blacklist. So first, let me show you this.
Also, the idea that Cuba is the capital of communism, like, isn't it China? Like, aren't you guys trying to cook up some, like, hatred of China? Like, you're going to say Cuba's the capital of it? Cuba? The tiny island? That's the capital of communism, not the gigantic 1.4 billion population run by the Communist Party, global superpower China. That's not the capital of it. And the thing is, like, why aren't they saying that? Well, because China is too important. What's really funny about China is they did the thing. They did the thing that capitalists would always say, which is like, capitalism does innovation. And that's not really what happens. What happens is a capitalist makes some money and then he captures the government and he starts collecting corrupt rent. That is what has happened in capitalist countries around the world, right? Somebody gets a lot of money and then they capture the government and they start collecting rent. Well, in China, ironically, that has not happened because the communists don't let that happen. So the capitalists are in kind of like the Thunderdome. And you have Xi Jinping looking down and he's like, you said capitalism was good at competition. Compete. And they prevent all the rent seeking, like financial capital, all that rent seeking shit, infrastructure, that's all owned by the Communist Party and the state. And the only thing capitalists could do is like viciously compete with each other on price. So they're constantly investing on like more and more productivity, more and more automation, lower costs. And they're just sitting there. And that's a problem called involution because the capitalists cannot get rents. They can only compete on price. So the rate of profit is falling and the productivity is rising massively. And you just have the Communist Party going like, we will use that. Oh, build 600 cities. I said the capitalists are living in like hell, where all they can do is compete on price. So unironically, the most pure version of competition that's supposedly the reason why capitalism is a superior system, it can only really exist under the watchful control of a communist party, because the capitalists are just not allowed to do the rent-seeking behavior they normally would. And what way do capitalists in America rent seek? Land speculation, overly expansive intellectual property regimes, special government granted monopolies and rights, and financial control of the financial system. So like returns on financial capital. That's how the capitalists in America are like they're basically sucking the blood out of the system and making it shit. In China, banks are owned by the government, infrastructure is owned by the government, land is owned by the government, financial speculators are under control. So there's really no way for rent-seeking behavior to take place. And that's why they're all scared shitless of China, because they recognize that. They see that. They're like, oh, fuck. Capitalists can't do what they normally do. And that's why China's been able to develop and grow their economy so fast, because all that dead weight is out of the system and being used in a rational way to advance the interests of Chinese people. And like, we've never had a system like this before. We've never, ever seen this kind of system operate, because it couldn't operate any other place, because there hasn't been a dedicated socialist party that had firm control of a society where capitalists could not suddenly take power and start, organizing the state around their oligarchic interests. Can Chinese capitalists buy land in other countries? Yes, and they do.
The Department of State says Cuba's assault on the United States was never at root a quarrel over economic policy or sovereignty or even ownership of a particular territory. It was a revolution against Western civilization itself. Spare me. All right, this is incredible, but Daniel DePetra says the following. This report actually states, in all seriousness, that Cuba's main goal is to conquer the United States. It's about as dumb as it gets. Don't be fooled. This is the State Department trying to build a foundational case for U.S. military action should Trump decide to do it. That's fucking terrifying. They're actually arguing with a straight face. We need this terror blacklist that includes Hassan Piker and Amy Goodman, because Cuba's going to conquer us or try to conquer. I'm sorry, even MAGA can't believe this. Even Republicans can't believe this. Are they the ones starving us, or are we the ones starving them? Are they the one embargoing us, or are we the one embargoing them? What are we talking about? Like, the lies, there's like lie inflation happening under the Trump regime, where they get bigger, bolder, more psychotic, more crazy, more unbelievable, and like somehow just keep skating by as if this shit is normal. This shit is so far from normal, dog. This shit is so far from normal. Nobody believes Cuba is a threat to the United States of America. It's like a dinky little island with a population that's like, what, the same population as one of our cities? Like, what are you talking about? All right, more. Marco Rubio says, for more than 6 decades, the Cuban regime has been the leading sponsor of radical leftism and third worldism in the United States. The State Department is exposing the full history of Cuban espionage and subversion in our country. The American people deserve to know. David Adler says, this document is a bone-chilling signal that the new McCarthy era has already begun. But it is all the more bone-chilling to see that the entire report was 100% written by Claude. We are asked to prepare for a lethal LLM-powered Red Scare. What a dreadful time to be alive. So here's Ken Klippenstein. He says, after political terrorism summit, U.S. names 43 Americans plus groups. Rubio report on Cuban subversion names Zoran Mamdani, the mayor of New York City, Amy Goodman of Democracy Now!, Hassan Piker, and organizations like DSA and the Amazon Labor Union. This is new McCarthyism. This is a new Red Scare. And they're saying you're a terrorist if you are these people or affiliated with these people.
So I think AOC would drop sanctions on Cuba day one. I think that the first thing that they would do is begin the process of normalizing relations. Yes.
And the whole point is to snuff out.
I don't know if that's like a day one issue, but it certainly could be. I mean, that's more of a question for 2028. Like, how could we get, like, when AOC takes power, how can we get the ball running? Like, what executive orders should be prepared? Obviously, if AOC, when she gets into the White House, she should just spend the next, she should do like one of those sit downs where she just signs executive orders for 8 hours, right? And like, what should those executive orders be? Like that's a 2028 discussion without a doubt. Do you think AOC would cut ties with DSA if it was a condition for avoiding repression? Why the fuck would she cut ties with her base?
Resistance to the Trump regime. The whole point is to snuff out everybody who dissents and everybody who stands up for our dissent against our.
She literally said that people can be communist if they want. It's a free country. Like yesterday, she was like walking around and somebody was like, "Do you think there's communists in DSA? What do you think about them?" She's like, "I don't give a fuck. I don't care. Let them be a fucking communist."
When your platform has also getting rid of the Supreme Court and getting rid of the presidency and restructuring
They're
the
having
government.
a party, aren't they, over there? They're having a blast. They're having a good time.
What do you think about the Supreme Court reform?
Sorry.
One of your colleagues tells me DSA is a communist organization. What do you make of that? How those words are used interchangeably on the right?
Just don't care. I think these folks call everyone they don't like a communist. I think that America is a free country. They're out here palling around with whoever they want to pal around with. So what? People can do what they want. I'm not here to be the belief police around here. But isn't there mention of everything?
Which is literally the best way to handle it. There's a lot of nerds that want to be like, actually, communism is a good end goal of socialism where we achieve a classless, moneyless, stateless society, and then we eliminate unjust hierarchies, and we abolish the distinction between labor and leisure, and we enter, blah, blah, blah. Like, listen, I get what you're saying, nerd. I'm one of those nerds. Just say, I don't care. I'm focused on making your life better. This shit is weird. I don't give a fuck. I'm not the belief police. I don't agree with everything that somebody else in DSA believes, just like you don't believe everything that somebody else who is a Democrat believes. We're allowed to disagree while working for the same project. Shut the fuck up. That's nonsense. Where are her bodyguards? Oh, you guys are worried about AOC? Listen, I'm not going to tell you not to be worried about AOC. You should definitely be worried about AOC. That's like why. It's not something that I can do. It's not something I could do about. I can't do anything about it. Hopefully nothing happens. How I feel about Zoran, it's how I feel about AOC. It's how I feel about all of us. What do you want me to do?
Again, it happened again, man. They came at me. So Fox News has come at me, what was it, like 2 times recently? But it was like sort of in passing. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was like they played a clip that was 7 seconds of me and nobody said my name, and then they react. Whatever it was, you guys can go look at the video we covered at the time. Well, now they're writing full articles, homie. They're writing full articles on what your boy says. Yummy. Come to Papa, okay? I've been looking forward for this. In fact, how many times have you heard me say? I told Joy Reid last week, I was like, bro, what is it? What do I have to do to get on their radar? I don't understand. Is it the fact that I'm white, that like I largely get a pass? I'm a white male, right? With the fucking Deminem bleach blonde hair. Is that why? Like, what is it? Because they go after Joy Reid like crazy. They go after Jennifer Welch like crazy. Obviously, Hassan to them is public enemy number 1. And part of that is because his name is Hassan, right? But what do I have to do? Is it because my name is Kyle? Is it like the fucking, the least threatening name to old white people imaginable is Kyle? But it took them a while. But we're finally here where they're coming after me aggressively. Okay, so I'm going to get to that in just a second. But first, let me show you. The other day, I'm scrolling through Twitter, and this pops up on the timeline. And I'm going, oh, shit, that's what's up. So one of these so-called anti-Semitism monitor groups, which is not really that, like the whole purpose of this group called the Canary Mission, it's one of those groups that's like, if you say, hey, I think the Israel lobby is kind of bad. I'm not sure they should be able to spend this much money in politics and like bias our Congress people. They go, anti-Semitism. It's one of those groups, right? It's like a fake anti-Semitism monitor. If I'm not mistaken,
Actually, it's even more than that. It's a doxing and harassing platform to identify anti-Israel people in general. There's a few of them out there. I don't normally talk about them because I don't want to scare you people, but there are a few like anti-leftist organizations and lists Nary Mishit is one of them. There's another one called did I even bring it up? KeyWiki, yeah. That's it. Chatter got it right. KeyWiki is another one. I mean, there's a few more of them. But the point is that, yeah, I mean, you're not allowed to criticize Israel. The only position that they have, they call Kyle Kulinski far left. Kyle, come on. He's barely left. If I don't call him center left, I'm being nice. I would call him I think he's I call him left because he is socialist sympathetic. He doesn't punch left a lot. So if you don't punch left, I will generally consider you to be left wing. If you punch left and you're constantly whining about the left, then you're not on the left. If that's your primary thing, is like, oh my God, I can't believe DSA is saying abolish the Senate. Oh, that's so unrealistic. Then you're not on the left. That's just insane. I swear I remember him and Crystal being anti-Hassan liberals. I don't know what changed. I don't think that's true. Crystal and Kyle have always been like TYT adjacent populist sock dems, where they were like, well, you know, capitalism is like not all bad, but it's really broken. It's really broken right now. We got to do a lot of reforms. Like that was always their kind of position. A very Cenk Uygur position, which was, you know, that was the realm of leftism for a long time in America. That was the Elizabeth Warren frontier. And it's only recently that kind of explicit anti-capitalism has become the most prominent position on the left. Social democracy used to be the frontier. And so they're shifting. They're coming in our direction. But that's kind of where they are.
Mentioned, didn't they do some shit with ICE? I think they were involved with ICE. Like they tried to get people deported or some shit. Like, they're bad news. They're bad news. But they decided in order to go after DSA candidates, they found a way.
Did you see the wrecker Lefty Winter deleted a tweet you replied to yesterday, the coward? Yeah, embarrassing. Kyle is coming in our direction, right? I think Kyle can see the writing on the wall and he's coming in our direction. I think Kyle is one of those people who is like, I agree with DSA and AOC on the immediate goals, and they're charismatic and they're thoughtful and they're leading an organization. And so I'm joining in with that. And he's engaged in solidarity. One of the worst flaws a person could have, and I know this because I have it, is rolling to the level of disagreement, right? This is like, I think it might be an ADHD trait or an autistic trait where like, instead of us engaging in a thoughtful conversation about what we agree on and how we can work together, we kind of like try to quickly go through each other's thoughts and beliefs till we find one where we disagree. And then we have a knockdown, drag out fight over that disagreement. That is the narcissism of small differences. That is, as I said, rolling to the level of disagreement. Kyle is the type of person who does not do that. Kyle is a vibe king. He's like, I want to find what we agree on. Now, I think that that could be taken too far, right? Which is why I don't agree with the breaking points idea of like populist right, populist left. We can work together on what we agree. I don't think that's real. I think that's bullshit. I think the populist right is 100% a grift and it's not real. However, I do think trying to be constructive and solidaristic most of the time is far better than trying to find whatever you disagree about and then make that the locus of your relationship. That makes sense? So like, I'm trying to improve myself by asking myself, is this disagreement relevant to the world right now? And I struggle because sometimes it's hard to tell, you know? I can't stand Breaking Point. It's an obvious grift. I don't think it's an obvious grift. I think that they have a show. I think the show is useful. I think they have good politics, but I do think the construction doesn't make sense. I don't see the value of Sagar. I don't see the value of the right wingers. I don't think they, you know, bring anything. And I think they actually make it dumber whenever they're talking. I mean, maybe you're kind of using that as they have a, you know, as an entry point for normies. Normies like the debate. This is something that I think a lot of us don't recognize. Like, I've done all the debates, but once upon a time, I was interested in the debate too, right? When I came into when I was 16, 15, 14, 20, 25, I was interested in the debate. I was interested in the disagreement. I was interested in thought. and learning and kind of like becoming aware of the way the world operates and the divisions and the ideas. And so I don't want to completely step on that as an idea. And I think that overall Breaking Points is one of those debate spaces that we control, which is very rare. So even though I think Saagar is fucking worthless, and I don't agree with the thesis behind Breaking Points, having a place where debate is taking place, where normies can go in, and it's, you know, biased in our direction, is probably a good thing, even if I wouldn't personally find value in it. Does that make sense? One of the things that I think is a really bad tendency among our spaces is for people to try to make every space the exact same. It's the tendency that gets people to think that the best way to help the left is yell at me and Hassan about how we're white men. You know, like, obviously I'm a white man. You see it when you come in. You're not surprised. But I can't change that identity about myself, right? Like, I you know, that's just who I am. I am what I am. So if you're going to like try to have a conversation with me to make me improve, let's have it be about something that I can change. Let's have it be about ideas or my presentation or you know, even a blind spot that's specific. It doesn't require me to, you know, that's not just about my identity. I'm worried that GOP's plan to help Mike Rogers by indicting Hassan with bullshit charges that will eventually be struck down by the courts but last long enough to be used against El Sayed. What's the plan for the Trump DOJ does such a tactic? I don't think that stuff works, man. I don't think people trust Trump. You know, I don't think that shit works. I don't think people are like, oh my God, the DOJ under Trump is so honest and forthright. I don't think that shit works.
That they thought they could do that, right? They took this live stream that we did with Progressive Victory. Shout out to the people of Progressive Victory. We did this live stream where myself and Hassan and Crystal and a bunch of like, you know, media people. I think Vosh was on the stream. A bunch of like new media, independent media, left-wing people.
I went to it too.
You know, we
so
just
I can't go too hard.
lent whatever sort of name recognition we have, credibility we have, audiences we have. We did a stream and we had on like one candidate after the next, after the next, after the next, after the next. And, you know, everybody said their piece. And so what they did is they took my commentary from it, which was about the war in Iran and like why we're in it and what's going on. It was more of an analysis than anything else. And they thought I said some spicy ass things. You'll see in a second. And so they tried to use that to, by proxy, tar everybody else who was on the stream. By the way, literally none of those people were even on the stream when I was talking. And I know that because I had pre-recorded a video and sent it in and they ran it. I wasn't actually physically on the stream with other people at the same time, right? So think about it right off the jump. Think about how weak this is. This is weak sauce, y'all. Say, oh, he said this an hour and 53 minutes before this other person came on for 5 minutes and didn't even know Kyle was on the fucking stream, okay? Now, having said that, there's nothing they gotta fear, bro. This is one of those things where it's like they think they're attacking you, but really they're posting your W's. All right, so here we go. First, let me show you the video that sparked all of this, because I think what happened is Fox News saw this clip, and they were like, ooh, we could definitely write an attack article over this. Right, so here it is. This is what the Canary Mission posted. My favorite part of this, as you're going to see, is the scary music in the background to try to make it feel nefarious, even though I'm just spitting facts. But here we go. Listen. The U.S. government and the Israeli government, they're in the midst of creating the Fourth Reich. And it is absolutely accurate to compare these people to Mussolini, to Adolf Hitler. They're doing freeze frames of them. This is amazing. We're governed by dead-eyed psychopaths and sociopaths and bloodthirsty imperialists. The U.S. government and the Israeli government, they are the terrorists. They are the terrorists. They are doing terrorism. If Iran's off the table as a regional power, that means Hezbollah can't be funded, Hamas can't be funded, the Houthis can't be funded, like the Shia Crescent falls, and then you have nothing but regional domination for Israel. There's a reason why I call Israel and the U.S. the axis of Epstein, okay? There's a reason why I've said repeatedly that they're in the midst of creating the Fourth Reich, because that sincerely is what they're doing. These are genuinely repulsive, disgusting, wretched, depraved human beings. And it is absolutely accurate to compare these people to the worst criminals in history, to Mussolini, to Adolf Hitler. It says DSA spreads hatred of America and advocates for its enemies. Come on, son. And they are only getting more extreme. Canary mission is coming to save the day. Oh, my days. Oh, yes. Injected in my veins. My favorite reaction was Crystal. When I showed Crystal this, she was like, you're just doing like analysis. You're not even like, that's nothing. You think that was edgy? You think that was...
Well, that's the thing. They don't want you to analyze politics. See, they're authoritarian personalities, and they don't believe in democracy. So if you're analyzing what's going on, and it's inducing people not to agree with the interests of Israel, they don't want to, like, debate you. They want to shut you up and put you in prison so they can enforce an outcome. Because they don't care about rights. They don't care about democracy. They don't care about consent. It's about the exercise of power. So you're like, you don't even understand that mentality. It's so outside of what you think is like a reasonable way to be that you can't even imagine it, which is you got to learn about these type of mentalities quickly. You need to wake up about, there are some people that don't share any values with you and they just want to control you.
Spicy, bitch, tune into my show on any given Tuesday, and I'll give you a hell of a lot more than that. That was just analysis. Like, that was just objectively describing what is. Like, what are we even talking about here? So let's go through it. First of all, my reaction to this is, you know, it's funny. In the moment when I'm doing shows or I'm doing commentary or whatever, you know, sometimes right when I'm done, I'll be like, that was mid. Like, I don't know if I did a good job that show. Whenever you watch shit back, I'm like, damn, I'm good, bro. I'm like, damn, I was spitting. That was on point. I like all that shit. Fourth Reich, facts. I love that. That's such a great way of describing this current moment that we're in. Comparing them to Mussolini and Hitler, I mean, that shit is obvious. How many innocent civilians do we have to massacre on a regular basis? I mean, look at what Israel did to Gaza. You're telling me there's not a comparison there? Of course. They live streamed a genocide in 4K. Are you kidding me? They destroyed like 90% of the buildings in Gaza. 90%! And we're gonna say, oh, how dare you compare him to Hitler? Are you fucking kidding me? It's the most obvious comparison of all time. There's normies who've made that comparison to me. Not even political people. They go, yeah, it's like some fucking Hitler shit. Of course. Dead-eyed psychopaths and bloodthirsty imperialists, again, is just objective. Calling us the terrorists. Yes, when you purposefully attack civilians, that's what that is. Like, that's the definition of that. You're attacking civilians for a political reason. That's the definition of terrorism. When I pointed out that Hezbollah and Hamas wouldn't be funded if Iran fell, yes, that's why Israel is all in, and they wanted this war. They wanted this war more than anybody because they want to take Iran off the table as a regional player so they can create a greater Israel and dominate the region. That's obvious. Again, that's just analysis, bro. That's all that is. And then, of course, Axis of Epstein. I was fucking... the hand of God fucking blessed me when I came up with that turn of phrase. Okay, Axis of Epstein. Are you kidding me? I should use it more often than I do. And then all the little descriptors that repulsive, disgusting, wretched, depraved human beings. So this was awesome. Shout out to Canary Mission. I know they were trying to come after me, but again, they're just highlighting my W's. So here's Fox News. Ready? America bashed as disgusting fascist regime during progressive call with Abdul el-Sayed and Cori Bush. Let me just say.
Again, notice that the only strategy they have, and this is true of both centrists and the right, is to try to appeal to people's lizard brain, right? They want you to only think of America like a child thinks of Santa Claus. I love Santa Claus. I love America. How dare you say anything mean about Santa Claus? I won't get my present. They don't want you to have complicated adult opinions. That sounds stressful. I'm allowed to love America, but also criticize the evil parts of it. Just like you're allowed to love your children, but also discipline them when they act in an antisocial manner, or they steal a piece of candy from their sister, or they have a temper tantrum in the middle of the grocery store. You have to have both love, and you need to have an open and clear eye when something that you love is fucking up. And America right now is out of control and committing evil acts. The government is. Not the people. The people hate it, which is exactly why I'm here. If I thought Americans supported Donald Trump's wars in Iran, if I thought Americans loved imperialism, if I thought Americans loved the Gaza genocide, then I wouldn't want to be an American. But I know in my soul that Americans are a loving people, an open-hearted people that want to do good. And there's never been a doubt in my mind, even when they've been misled or traumatized. And I believe that the America that's in my heart can also be represented by the American power. And so that is the reality. They want you to believe that we have to do evil in order to have good. I believe that in order to have good, we must do good. And the good that we have in our lives is because of the wars and the battles that were fought in the past against the forces of evil that today are represented by Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli government, military-industrial complex, prison-industrial complex, and the oligarchic billionaires that are trying to, install flock cameras to cover your every move and have drones over your head.
I hope Abdul El Sayed knows, and I hope Cori Bush knows, this isn't going to hurt you, right? Like, just everybody understand that, like, if you're worried, this part of the problem, unfortunately, with many of the people on our side is like oftentimes they're scared of their own shadow. God forbid you make news. God forbid you say something interesting and spicy. They feel like, oh, am I going to offend somebody? Like, no, you need to be honest. You need to tell the truth, okay? And sometimes when you tell the truth, the takes are going to be spicy. And so there's nothing here to be afraid of. There's nothing here to be worried about. Okay, so I would just caution people that up front. Again, shout out to Progressive Victory, because they actually, I think they released a statement. They were like, no, we're not fucking condemning anything. Shut the fuck up, which is like, okay, awesome, based. And by the way, look at the dishonest framing too. They frame it as like, I was saying America, full stop, is disgusting and fascist. No, I very clearly was saying the American government and the Israeli government. But of course, they got to try to find a way to like, how can I make this wrong even though it's 100% accurate? All right, here we go. Several prominent Democrats were caught on camera participating in a progressive political video call, which began with one speaker comparing America to a Nazi regime ruled by, quote, dead-eyed psychopaths and bloodthirsty imperialists. You know the other side is cooked when they can't even muster up a counter argument. They can't even, well, here's why it's not true that they're bloodthirsty imperialists. It's the thing, it's that meme where it's like that fat guy who's just like, they don't even try to make an argument anymore. They just look at you like this. Don't say that thing that's obviously accurate. Normies in today's day and age hear this and go, yep, I mean, I get it. I see it. I mean, that's how they're going to react when Israel does a genocide in Gaza. They do pogroms in the West Bank every 7 fucking minutes. And the U.S. is bombing girls' schools in Iran, like elementary schools. What do you expect people to do? Go to sleep going, well, gosh, golly gee, we sure are the good guys around the world. We love this, don't we, fellas? That's not going to happen, okay? Participants in the call, which was hosted by Progressive Victory in March, included Representative Ro Khanna, whose name has been floated as a potential presidential contender, and several Democratic Socialists of America endorsed candidates, including Abdul El Sayed, Cori Bush, and Daria Liza Avila Chevalier. A spokesperson for Khanna has since disavowed the speaker's comments and said Khanna was not on the call at the time the remarks were made. Literally none of them were on the call when the remarks were made. It was just me. I was doing a monologue. He wasn't even there at the time. Again, don't be afraid of your own shadow. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. If any people are going to read this and go, damn, that dude's spitting fire. All right, more. The virtual event, which also featured controversial streamer Hassan Piker, was titled Choose Your Fighter and was meant to highlight progressive politicians opposing the ongoing conflict in Iran. At the start of the call, organizers introduced left-wing podcaster Kyle Kalinske, who they called an up-and-comer in the movement. This is how you know whatever boomer wrote this has no fucking idea what they're talking about. Peter Pinedo, an up-and-comer. Bro, I've been doing this shit since 2012. What are we talking about? I'm like the OGest of the OG in this bitch. Up and comer. I'm 38 years old. My back hurts sometimes. What the fuck are we babbling about? Kalinske launched into a diatribe in which he accused the U.S. and Israel of creating the Fourth Reich. These are genuinely repulsive, disgusting, wretched, depraved human beings, okay? They enjoy the pain and the violence and the suffering and the death and the destruction that they inflict on the rest of the world, Kalinske railed, adding, it is absolutely accurate to compare these people to the worst criminals in history, to Mussolini, to Adolf Hitler. Kalinske claimed that we have descended into fascism and that the U.S. is governed by dead-eyed psychopaths and sociopaths and bloodthirsty imperialists. I have to say, bro, This is my favorite genre of attack piece. It really is. Because again, they think it stands on its own, that just quoting me back to people is going to be like, oh, they're going to hate this. But let's be serious. That's not going to happen. First of all, everybody on the left agrees with me. Like there's not a single person, liberal or leftist, who looks at this and doesn't go, yeah, of course. Like what we're doing right now is fucking unconscionable. But then also, if we're being honest, Trump's approval rating is at 30%. There are so many people who say, like, oh yeah, I supported Trump or I voted for Trump, and the main thing was no new wars. I like the no new wars thing. And then Trump goes, well, how about I start a war with Venezuela? How about I start bombing fucking Ecuador? How about I bomb
DNC chose South Carolina as the first primary. I mean, are you surprised? It's Joe Biden's guys.
Nigeria. How about I bomb Somalia? How about I threaten Greenland? How about I threaten Cuba? How about I do a regime change war in Iran that turns into a fucking forever war? And everybody's looking at it and thinking the same thing. Everybody's looking at it going, well, what the fuck? This is crazy. It's almost like, where are the baddies? So they act like, you know, like, oh, this is out of left field. Like, the fuck it is. This is what everybody's thinking. Are you kidding me? But again, hat tip to them, shout out to them, because I'll ask you, you guys tell me. It almost feels like the dude who wrote it, low-key, he might be a fan. Because again, there's at no point is there an argument. At no point is there like, here's why this is wrong. It's just like, here's some of the greatest hits. And you can all giggle and enjoy it and realize how objectively true it is. It's incredible, bro. It's absolutely incredible. They say, he asserted that people need to come to terms with the fact that in this instance, the U.S. government and the Israeli government, they are the terrorists. They are doing terrorism. If Iran is off the table as regional power, that means Hezbollah can't be funded, Hamas can't be funded, the Houthis can't be funded, like the Shia Crescent falls, and then you have nothing but regional domination for Israel. Now, this is the first part. This is the first, like, objectively misleading thing that they do. They try to frame this as if embedded in my commentary was me saying, oh, this is a bad thing. But that wasn't what I was saying. I was just objectively describing the situation, that this is why Israel wants war with Iran, wants the U.S. to fight a war with Iran. Israel wants the U.S. to fight the war with Iran.
By the way, it's delusional. Can we just stop this for a second? This is delusional. Like, Iran is not going to fall and then Israel will be dominant. This is not going to happen. It's not a real belief. It's not an actual reality.
To do their dirty work, specifically because if Iran's gone, then there's no regional pushback to their domination of the region. And that's both because Iran pushes back against them, but also their proxies push back against them, Hezbollah and Hamas, right? That was the point. That's literally just like basic 101, barely college level analysis of the political situation. That's not at all like, I'm not saying anything prescriptive there, like, oh, it should be this way or the other way. I'm not saying that. I'm just describing what is. But they try to trick people into thinking I was, right? Klinsky also referred to the Make America Great Again movement as an imperialist fascist death cult. And it's time to take them down. In response, a spokesperson for Canary Mission, an anti-Semitism watchdog, warned that Klinsky's rhetoric evidences the growth of self-hatred for the U.S. on the part of the left. How about it's a factual analysis based in reality and anybody who disagrees is just wrong? How about that? How about it is people finally being honest, finally telling the truth, and finally not, desperately huffing American exceptionalism and pretending like it's real life. Like, that's the thing that's so weird about this, is everybody knows it on some level, bro. Everybody knows it. It's just I'm actually putting it into words for people. Right? That's why people watch the show. It's like, oh yeah, that makes sense. And I didn't think about it quite like that. Yeah, that's the point. Is like, let's actually be honest about what's going on right now. Okay? When you have ICE shooting people in the face on a regular basis and shoving people into concentration camps, and we get horror stories like people being sent to CCOT in El Salvador, another concentration camp, and they get tortured and they get graped, and then we have to learn all about it. Ladies and gentlemen, that is fascism. That is fascism. Now, I know it might hurt the feelings of right-wingers to have that told to them, but it's just, get over it. Nobody cares about your feelings. Fuck your feelings. Nobody cares. The truth has to override how you feel about it. And this is what they're doing. This is like boomers desperately trying to struggle with the nature of reality, and they can't quite grasp it because they were raised on mother's knee to be told that, like, we're always the good guys and we always do the right thing. And then meanwhile, what's happening now is literally the exact opposite of that. Okay? Kyle Klinsky's speech at Progressive Victory's online rally attended by prominent DSA and Democratic politicians indicates the hateful and anti-American ideas proliferating on the left. See, this is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Anti-American ideas. How many times have I told you guys this, right? If you're a parent and you see your kid, using crystal meth behind a dumpster in the back of an Arby's and sucking dick for drugs, is the way you love your kid to go, I support you in anything and everything you do. Here's more crystal meth and here's my friend Dave's dick to suck. No, you go, we're going to get you help. We're going to fix this. Okay, we're going to get you off the drugs. We're going to get you into rehab. You're going to, stay at the house, and we'll give you the meals, and we'll work out, and we'll get you a therapist, and we'll figure it out. That's what you do. These people are looking at the functional equivalent of the drug addict kid, and they're going, I love you just the way you are when you bomb little schoolgirls in Iran. No, bitch. The highest form of patriotism is dissent. You have to dissent to fix it. So when we look at this, we go, hey, the best way to fix this.
The most dark. See, this is what people are talking about with dark woke. And like, what they mean by like not liking dark woke, it's really a class thing. I think as somebody who has spent a lot of time in all sorts of different class like conditions, like being with like the brokest, like blue collar, work with their hands people, all the way up to like the highest elites. That's the course of like in my life, I've spent a lot of time in all those conditions. And I've realized that a lot of the pushback against like dark woke, it comes from a class position, which is like, this is not how a graduate student would talk. You know, they wouldn't make an analogy about, you know, somebody being on meth and sucking dick for drugs. That is, you know, looking down on addiction. That is a, you know, kind of low-key problematic, and it's vulgar, and it's, you know, kind of tasteless. And it's a sign of a lack of empathy, but not like actual empathy, performative empathy. It is a sign of being, you know, somebody who is base. Not that the analogy is wrong, it's just base humor, right? It is classless. It is lower class humor. So when people push back against this, it's because they don't want to be associated with people in a lower socioeconomic class, even if they think their politics are about uplifting workers or whatever, right? So being dark woke just means being like willing to exist in spaces with people that don't have the social graces of an upper middle class grad student. So I think a lot of the times the people that you'll see pushing back the hardest tend to come from academia. The like academia, the left-wing ghetto of academia, upper middle class academic leftists. They're the ones who hate this kind of like dark woke shit the most because, you know, that's associating with people who they think they're better than.
Is to stop bombing innocent people, stop waging illegal wars, stop building concentration camps, stop shooting people in the face. Let's actually try to live up to the promise of this country, okay? That's what we're saying. But like, oh, you just hate America. Thank you for your fucking zero IQ bonobo ass take. It's very welcomed in this conversation. I mean, Jesus Christ, what in the special needs garbage ass point is that? Oh my days. Support for terrorist regimes and historical revisionism has no place in American politics. Great. So what you're saying is you have no place in American politics because you're the one who's supporting a terrorist regime, the axis of Epstein. You're the one who's doing that. Donald Trump is a terrorist. Benjamin Netanyahu is a terrorist. If you support them, you're the one that's fucking doing that. You have no fucking place in American politics. And also, all these people are fucking Israel lobby pricks. You literally should be registered as a foreign agent and shouldn't be able to donate to politicians. You're a foreign entity taking over the U.S. government. And you're lecturing me, a fucking American who's born here, who has every right to say these things because I have a motherfucking First Amendment in my country? Fuck you. Fuck you. The spokesperson continued adding, this level of extremism must be distanced from the Democratic Party. No, bitch. You need to be distanced from not just the Republican Party, from the entire fucking country. That's the reality. Who are you? So anti-Semitism watch group. Who fucking funds you? Is it Netanyahu? Is it the Israel lobby? Who fucking funds you? And you're finger wagging at Americans for telling the truth? Get the fuck out of here. And the Democratic Party needs it. Democratic Party didn't say fucking shit, right? I support left-flank Democrats. I don't care if they accept me or don't accept me. I'm going to support left-flank Democrats because they're good and they're better on the policies, right? They didn't fucking take me under their wing or anything. The fuck are you doing here? Meanwhile, Benjamin Gilbert Liff, Deputy Executive Director of Progressive Victory, told Fox News Digital that, quote, we stand by the comments made by Kyle Kalinske. Gangster ass shit. Yo, shout out to Benjamin Gilbert Liff, bro. That is some gangster shit. We stand by the comments. Because you didn't, I wouldn't have been mad if they were like, look, he said it, it's his opinion, we believe in free speech. Could have said that, but nah, he took it gangster with it and confirmed that they reflect the views of our community and of the many Jewish members of our national leadership. Oh, would you look at that? Oh, the anti-Semitism watchdog ran into the little problem that the majority of Jews in this country agree with me. We also question why anyone would consider the idea of a Jewish state to be anything other than an explicit desire for an ethno-state, Gilbert Liff added. Progressive Voice stands against all ethno-states, and at Choose Your Fighter sought to uplift voices that would push for the region to peacefully transfer to a secular one-state democracy where Israelis and Palestinians can coexist without artificially imposed borders or legal preferences toward one ethnicity dividing them.
Oh my God, that's practically not. Guys, can you hear the Nazis? Can you hear the Wagner playing in the background? A secular one-state democracy. Oh my God!
Sarah Drury, a spokesperson for Kana, told Fox News Digital, Ro Khanna has always believed America is an exceptional country and was not on at the time these remarks were made. She said the congressman joined for 5 minutes to speak and left, and that he obviously disagrees with him. Okay, bro. All right. Fox News Digital reached out to...
By the way, what does he disagree with? God, I don't like Ro Khanna. Like, liking Ro Khanna is embarrassing. I mean, and we know why it is happening. Like, obviously, listen, I want AOC to come on my stream. I would love for AOC to come on my stream. She's probably not going to come on my stream. Okay? I would love for her to come on my stream. Maybe I could get her to do it. But, like, the idea that that would change my analysis based on who will come on my stream, that is opportunism of the highest order. In fact, I'll be honest with you. A lot of the time, I don't want politicians to come on my stream because they ruin the vibes. 20% of my viewers leave. You know, I mean, AOC is the one exception where she's like so clouded that it would be good for me. But you know what I mean? Like, it's very, very unlikely to happen, right? But my analysis is not based on how someone is like, whether or not they're going to help my stream grow. That's insane. That's opportunism.
Bush, Syed, Chevalier, and Piker for comment. Oliver Larkin, a progressive Democrat running for Congress in Florida, whose campaign helped to organize the call, told Fox News Digital that the virtual event raised $40,000 for 20 progressive anti-war candidates nationwide. That's what's up, bro. $40,000 for 20 progressive anti-war candidates nationwide. He also charged that Congress must reassert its constitutional war powers and bring accountability to this dangerous, lawless Trump administration. Asked whether he stands by Klinsky's statement, Larkin remarked, the crimes of the Epstein class are depraved. Based. He accused the Trump administration of, rather than enforcing U.S. and international law, continuing to fund an ongoing genocide. Fox News Digital also reached out to the White House and DSA for comment. They asked the White House for comment? Oh, no! Oh, my days! It's over for your boy, y'all. It is over. My ass will be in CCOP before the end of the year. God damn, yo. This is not good. It was all fun and games until the White House got involved, and Stephen Miller's fucking micro penis Goebbels looking ass is probably going to put me in a dungeon somewhere. Damn, this ended on a sour note. I was having fun and being all happy. Now I'm on the White House's radar. Goddamn. Anyway, come to Papa. I can take all the smoke. Fuck you, Fox News. Fuck you, Canary Mission. You guys think you're serious. You guys think you're like, that's the thing. They think of themselves as like serious people doing a serious thing. You are the biggest jokes in the country. Okay. And not just you guys. Also, Fox News. You are the biggest jokes in the country. Your whole existence is to poison the minds of boomers and make them think up is down and left is right and right is left, right? Like, your whole existence is pathetic. Propaganda is dick riding for a fat pedophile, war criminal, rapist, con man, terrorist. None of you people who work at Fox News should be able to fucking sleep at night. What is wrong with you? It is literally state regime media. It is worse than fucking Pravda. And you have the nerve to come after me for telling the fucking truth and objectively describing what's happening with Israel and the U.S. and this illegal war against Iran and the genocide in Gaza? Go fuck yourselves. The people are with me. They are not with you.
Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop. And watch that video on screen right now. You know you want to.
Very nice. Very nice, Gwen. Did you see this AOC clip from last week where she talks about the Lincoln book she's reading? We already watched that. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, everyone is so obsessed with Hassan. It's great.
He is quite a fan of modern China. Take a look at this.
Why you talk positive about China so much in your live streams?
Uplifting 800 million people out of extreme poverty is an incredibly impressive feat.
70% of the population lives on less than 2,000 yuan a month, which is about, I think, $260 or so.
I also want high-speed rail.
First of all, let's leave this aside for a second. Purchasing power parity is significantly lower cost of living in China, significantly lower cost of living in China. Obviously, there is still a lot of uplift to be done in China. And I want to see continued economic success. I mean, wages are growing 5%, which is faster than anywhere else in the world. But notice that they try to compare China to the United States as opposed to like a pure country like, for example, India, right? India and China got independence roughly about the same time. How is each country doing? India was more closely aligned with capitalism, more closely aligned with the West. How come they're doing so much worse?
in America.
China has a high-speed railway, which is indebted to the tune of $900 billion US dollars. Where does the $900 billion US dollars actually come from? It comes from the savings of those very ordinary people who cannot afford to take the high-speed train.
So what he means is a high-speed rail company owned by the government, by the way, borrowed $900 billion from the state bank, owned by the government, by the way, to pay back for the infrastructure that was built. So it did require any taxes, and it's being paid back. Now, is that happening with, for example, the highway system in the US? Was that tax-free? Is it paying itself back? In fact, they're paying the debt with revenue. Like, that's what's happening. And like the idea, like, oh no, the government went into debt to build all this amazing infrastructure.
Tickets are too expensive for the so-called ordinary people. It will never make a profit. Now, one might say, well, it doesn't really matter whether there's a profit or not. Means of production belong to the state. Capital belongs to the state. Banks belong to the state. Ordinary people are compelled to save as much as possible for next to nothing in terms of returns. And that money is used by the state to accomplish its own goals, regardless of the needs of these very ordinary people. Wealth flows to the state, not to ordinary people. Ordinary people have one of the lowest shares of GDP in the history of the modern world.
China's overall wage growth has slowed amid economic transition, with its per capita disposable income from wages growing 5.3% year on year. U.S. annual wage growth is hovering 3.5 to 3%, led by job switchers outpacing job stayers and modest real purchasing power gains. Now, when they say controlled for inflation, adjusted for inflation, American wage growth has been flat. China doesn't have any inflation. How wages compare with inflation since 2020? It feels like stagflation because it is. You can literally see, like, so in China, they're seeing 5.3% wage growth with 0% inflation. America sees 0% wage growth because inflation eats it all up. And that, just keep compounding that. So when they say this shit, it's just nonsense. And again, of course, if you're going to compare China to the United States has been the global superpower since 1945. And we were not bombed and we didn't have to fight a civil war. Of course, we have higher wealth. But there's only one country in the world that's catching up. And it's China. Comfort means constraint in China's most livable city. High income, low pressure existence is not all it's cracked up to be. You have to understand something about these people, is that for them, the only thing that matters is dominance and hierarchy. If a capitalist is not dominating people, that's what they're arguing against. And here's a story that, like, we should talk about. A Chinese AI model stopped OpenAI's unprecedented cyber attack. Startup Hugging Face came under attack last week from a rogue OpenAI system where the AI lab called an unprecedented security incident. When leading frontier models were unable to defend against the attack, Hugging Face turned to an open-weight Chinese-built alternative. When OpenAI's rogue models initiated a cyber attack against startup Hugging Face last week, the company fought fire with fire using another AI model to defend against it. It's a sci-fi-esque tale of an autonomous hacking. It's been one of the most talked about tech stories of the week. But the origin of the model Hugging Face used to combat the rogue AI is turning heads. Startup used GLM 5.2, an open weight system created by a Chinese company, Z.AI. Ultimately, it succeeded where leading U.S. rivals failed. In case you missed it, on Tuesday, OpenAI said a combination of its most powerful model and a more capable model that has not yet been released escaped a sandbox testing environment, accessed the internet, and exploited a vulnerability to gain access to Hugging Face's systems. The model was trying to find information that it could use to cheat on an evaluation, and it succeeded, OpenAI said. The source of the attack was initially a mystery to Hugging Face. But days after the incident, the company was collaborating with the AI lab. We spent the past 24 hours working closely with the OpenAI team. Thanks. We strongly believe there was no malicious intent on their part. Hugging Face CEO Clement DeLong wrote in a post on X. It's quite mind-blowing that it all happened autonomously. This is not all bad, chat. Let's imagine that they're telling the truth and that this is not fake. What if the OpenAI, what if it decided to hack, say, for example, NORAD? and decided to put a false image of incoming strategic nuclear strike. Shock swept through the AI industry as the news broke that an OpenAI rogue model was behind the attack. The company called the security incident unprecedented. Hugging Face initially looked to frontier models, including Anthropic's Fable 5, to analyze the attack. It didn't work because the guardrails couldn't determine what we were trying to defend versus attacking, he said. Requests to the models were blocked by providers' safety guardrails, which couldn't determine the incident responder from the attacker. So Hugging Face quickly switched to using ZAI's GLM 5.2 as a way to analyze the attack, and we were able to contain it very quickly using this model. GLM 5.2 was released to much fanfare in June and saw a major uptake by developers. It's an open weight model companies can download, modify, commercially deploy, and critically in this case, self-host it. This had a second benefit. No attacker data and none of the credentials referenced left our environment. All of this comes as U.S. lawmakers are increasingly considering how to curb the rising adoption of Chinese AI models by homegrown companies as the U.S.-China AI arms race heats up. So in other words, the Chinese open weight models are superior, and so the United States is trying to force you all into these proprietary pay-to-play models so that American capitalists can make money. So we're going to damage the development of this technology to make sure that Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk get richer. But the OpenAI Hugging Face incident highlights the challenges of restricting access to the most capable open source and open weight models, regardless of where they are created. The attacker was bound by no uses policy, while our forensic work was blocked by guardrails of the hosted models we first tried. The practical lesson for defenders: have a capable model you can run on your own infrastructure, vetted and ready before an incident. For a company other than the one building AI models itself, that typically means trying to open source or open weight, the most capable of which right now are Chinese made. If the U.S. does move to restrict access to models developed in China, there are big questions around how it bolsters homegrown open source AI to make up the slack. In a world edging toward an age of AI cyber attacks, access to capable and crucially reliable models will be essential. So again and again, we see ourselves in a situation where the United States of America is trying to create rentier capitalism, cloud feudalism, and we have got to do everything we can to fight against this. All right, I've been told that there's some more stuff happening. Here's AOC calling for Mitch McConnell to resign.
Should he resign? I mean, if Senator McConnell is not capable of as basic a task as answering a letter to Governor Bashir, I think that that conveys a very disturbing inability to fulfill his duties. The governor has asked the senator a very simple question and request weeks ago to simply provide an update on his health. And Senator McConnell nor his staff have provided that. And I think that at a certain point we have to be asking where he is. I understand that people have a right to medical privacy and to deal with their issues, but we do not have the right to disappear from our jobs without explanation. I don't think any American has ever experienced the ability to just leave your job for over a month with no explanation to your employer. And we are accountable to the public. And we sign up for, while there's some measure of privacy, we also sign up to give up a small measure and some measure of privacy because we sign up to be accountable to the American people. And I think that the inability to be transparent is disturbing to everyone, regardless of your party or background.
We have not seen Senator McConnell in more than 5 weeks. We don't know when he'll be.
I mean, it seems pretty obvious. Assad versus Assad. Oh, wait. Okay.
If you had to pick between two for 2028, a Democrat, who would you pick between Gavin Newsom and Rahm Emanuel?
Oh, God. Oh, shoot me. Oh, I have no idea.
You have to pick one. That's the game. It's the
You know
rules.
what's crazy? Rahm Emanuel is better on foreign policy than Gavin Newsom.
He's been criticizing Israel recently. You buy that?
Yeah, I mean, I don't buy it.
But at least he's doing it.
His dad was in Irgun, I think, which is wild.
All right, so Rahm Emanuel, Gavin Newsom is Rahm.
I don't know, but because Gavin is an empty suit, so are we capable of pushing him?
It's your call.
But he's also
I'm
an
not doing
empty
the game.
suit.
You are.
Yeah, I know. This is the
Rahm Emanuel or Gavin Newsom.
Here's what I would say. I would only do this game if there was a third option, which is how do I phrase the third option as to not get in trouble? We just have a big picture of public of this. This just pops up.
Hi, I'm Trevor Moore. Did you know that it's illegal to say I want to kill the President of the United States of America? It's illegal. It's a federal offense. It's one of the only sentences that you're not allowed to say. Now, it was okay for me to say it right then because I was just telling you that it's illegal to say,
legal,
I want to kill the President of the United States of America. I'm not actually saying it. I'm just letting you know that it's illegal to say that. It's kind of like a public service. I'm letting you know so that you don't accidentally go out and say something like that. But what's interesting is that it's very illegal to say, I really, really think someone out there should kill the President of the United States of America. That's illegal, extremely illegal, very, very illegal, but not illegal to say with a mortar launcher. Because that's its own sentence. It's an incomplete sentence, but it may have nothing to do with the sentence before that. So that's perfectly fine, perfectly legal. I also found out that it's incredibly illegal, extremely illegal, to go on television and say something like the best place to fire a mortar launcher at the White House would be from the roof of the Rockefeller Hewitt building because of minimal security and you'd have a clear line of sight to the president's bedroom. Insanely illegal. Ridiculously, recklessly, insanely illegal. Yet even more illegal to show an illustrated diagram.
Oh.
Insanely illegal, ridiculously, horribly felonious, because they will come to your house in the middle of the night and they will lock you up. Extremely against the law. One thing that is technically legal to say is that we have a group that meets Fridays at midnight under the Brooklyn Bridge, and the password is Sic Semper Tyrannis.
So as long as I have a button that I can push that pops up, it just shows you that PSA, then I'll do the game.
Oh, I don't know. Gavin Newsom, probably?
Gavin Newsom or Pete Buttigieg?
Pete Buttigieg. This game sucks.
Pete Buttigieg or Kamala Harris?
Ooh.
Kamala Harris.
I don't know.
Kamala Harris.
I'm now thinking like who's more malleable, who's more susceptible.
Whatever reasoning you have, I'm just asking you to give it
to influence.
Pete Buttigieg is one of the most evil people on the planet. He would cut your head off and wear it like a fucking. He would be like one of those raiders from Fallout, where he would put your head on a spike over his head if he thought it would give him one more vote.
I don't know. I mean, Kamala Harris, I guess she has more name recognition.
Kamala Harris or John Ossoff?
Oh, John Ossoff.
John Ossoff or J.B. Pritzker?
J.B. Pritzker.
Thank God.
I think J.B. Pritzker, despite being a billionaire, is again more responsive, whereas John Ossoff has a more interesting background. And
what background? Don't you start with me. Being a rich kid? What do you mean more interesting background? All right, motherfucker, we're stopping and we're doing a John Ossoff rant. His father is an attorney who owns Stratford Publications, a specialist publishing company. He previously held dual Australian citizenship through his mother. He attended the Pasadena School. Oh, I'm sorry, the Pasadena School. In November 1970, when there was a rush among Southern communities to open segregation academies to fight federally mandated integration of public schools, a group got together to found a less segregated private school. Guys, this is the interesting background. Very wealthy kid who went to our school. Let's see here. Parental faculty, staff communications, MS athletics. I'm just trying to. Oh, the application. Oh, there it is. Okay, I found it. High school is $35,000 for seniors and $34,563 for freshman through junior. Cool. He only went to a segregation academy that costs $35,000 a year. What do you mean? Very interesting background. While in high school, he interned for civil rights leader John Lewis. I wonder how he got that internship. He attended classes taught by former U.S. Secretary of State Madeleine Albright and former Israeli ambassador to the United States, Michael Oren. And then I mean, I'm sorry, guys. If you like John Ossoff, there's something wrong with you. This is the definition of a blob, rich kid, CIA linked. What the fuck are we talking about? He previously received an inheritance of an unknown amount from his grandfather, a former co-owner of a Massachusetts leather factory, alongside company founder, former BBC reporter Ron McCullough, who first met Ossoff when he was 16 years old during a family vacation to France. You know, when I was 16, I was doing a lot of family vacations to France and then meeting BBC reporters. So I could use my inheritance from my grandfather to form my CIA propaganda documentary company. Guys, I legitimately, are you okay? Famously great working conditions and leather making. Guys, he only owned some factories. Come on. He only went to a segregation academy. That was $35,000 and then immediately got hired as an intern in like congressional offices in high school. What do you mean? He's a bootstrap kind of guy. He's not at all a member of the capitalist class. The best part of this is that he got handpicked to run for office. Why? Because he's rich. Dumb fucks. Because he's rich. He raised a bunch of money and then he lost. Then he ran for Senate. Why did he run for Senate? Because he raised a lot of money and DC consultants said, oh, he's a capitalist with a big fat bank account. Let him run. He raised more than $100 million for his campaign, making him the best funded Senate candidate in U.S. history. And the only reason he won is he got carried by Raphael Warnock. He almost lost anyway, but he got carried by Raphael Warnock. In any other state, he would have lost. But because Georgia had a runoff, they were able to like win the runoff. All in all, I think Jon Ossoff has to be by far and away the most overrated rich kid who's ever lived. And I actually find it inexplicable and it drives me insane. I don't know how to explain it. Why do people like this guy? Help me. Help me. Help me understand.
Is like, I think, secretly closer to, you know, my worldview than JB Pritzker is even.
You can push Pritzker more.
But I think Pritzker has this this ability to read the room, the left side of the room, whereas Jon Ossoff is always reading the right side of the room, if you know what I mean.
I do.
Like one is posturing to the left, the other is posturing to the right more than they should be.
You prefer the posturing of the billionaire to the left.
Yeah.
JB Pritzker or Chris Van Hollen?
Chris Van Hollen.
Chris Van Hollen or Ro Khanna?
Ro Khanna.
Ro Khanna or AOC?
AOC. It's not even a question.
How the fuck are you going to cut that off at AOC? And force me to listen to a minute about Rahm Emanuel. Jesus Christ. How dare you? Dude, do I process what he said about Ossoff? No. I need to listen again.
Jon Ossoff or JB Pritzker?
JB Pritzker.
Why?
I think JB Pritzker, despite being a billionaire, is, again, more responsive, whereas Jon Ossoff has a more interesting background and is, like, I think, secretly closer to, you know, my worldview than JB Pritzker is even.
You can push Pritzker more.
But I think Pritzker has this this ability to read the room, the left side of the room, whereas Jon Ossoff is.
This is actually the first time that I've thought Jon Ossoff is Hassan's Barack Obama. If you were around when Barack Obama was running, this is what he did to people. People just started saying, oh yeah, Obama agrees with me. And you'd be like, what are you talking about? He hasn't said anything like that. No, I think he agrees with me. He's kind of like hiding his power level. I had so many knockdown, drag out fights about how he was like an atheist. And I'd be like, I don't give a shit if he's secretly an atheist. If he's walking around shucking and jiving for like right-wing anti-gay shit and going, I don't believe in gay marriage because it's in the Bible. That's fucking that's his position. That's his position. And like, it's the same thing with Jon Ossoff. He's secretly left-wing. A rich kid, leather factory inheritance kid who went to a segregation academy and was making CIA documentaries with a BBC reporter he met during a family vacation to France is secretly more left-wing? You have got to be kidding me.
Always reading the right side of the room, if you know what I mean.
I do.
Like one is posturing to the left, the other is
somebody said continue the clip. Where's this clip? Where's the clip? Continue. And here's the thing. I don't give a shit if he's had a secret conversation with Jon Ossoff. I don't care. This is what I tell politicians. I'll straight up say to them, I don't care what you tell me. I want to know what you're going to say publicly. You can tell me all sorts of shit behind closed doors. I don't give a fuck. What are you going to stand on? Are you going to stand on business on this? I don't give a shit what you privately tell yourself. I don't care. I feel like Adri had a clip I retweeted. Maybe I'm misremembering. God, I hate John Ossoff so fucking much. I do the optics of saying a black man and a white dude is not good. Please don't do that. Oh, you're right. You're totally right. You're right. Apologies for that. I'm not trying to cross any kind of line. You're right. I totally forgot the background on that.
A Democrat.
Sorry about that.
Who would you pick between Gavin Newsom and Rahm Emanuel?
Oh, God. Oh, shoot me.
That's too many.
Oh, I have no idea.
I try not to do any kind of like, you should never say anything that has to do with racial domination when you're talking about black people. Even black people you strongly and firmly disagree with politically. Like, you won't see me say that even about like Candace Owens. So you're totally right. I apologize for using that.
The game.
You know what's crazy?
Should do
Rahm
that.
Emanuel is better on foreign policy than Gavin Newsom.
He's criticizing Israel recently.
I avoid saying stuff like minstrel show, or you'll never hear me say like UT. You'll never hear me say that, because that's not what white people should be doing ever. So even like discussing like those kind of backgrounds or those kind of environments like minstrel shows or whatever, to talk about black politicians you disagree with, even liberals, you should not do that as a white person. You shouldn't do that. So sorry if I was like implying that. Oh, it is what it is. It's just we should just, in the future, we always try to be aware of that. Sometimes we slip up because things get decontextualized. It happens. Ossoff is that friend of your friend they keep bringing around, even though everyone in the friend group hates them. That's not even what's happening. I'm that friend. I'm that friend. That's not what's happening. I'm that friend. John Ossoff is the guy who is obviously a sociopath, but he's very charismatic. I'm the friend with the charismatic friend who's a good person, and they can see through my gruff exterior and my abrasive personality to see the heart of gold, right? That's who I am. John Ossoff is the narcissistic sociopath who's breaking into your friend group by love bombing everybody. That's what it is. S&J is a Southern expression. It's a Southern expression because it's relating to minstrel shows, man. Don't even disagree with me on this. The chatter was right. I was wrong. The chatter is right. And that's my standard UT. If you don't know what that means, it's fine. You don't need to know. You can't figure it out. You can't figure it out. It's the same as saying cotton picking. Exactly. Was just Googling the expression. Yeah, of course. Don't talk to Southern white people. They do a lot of that shit. Are you aware of how racist the South is? The South is extremely racist.
Buy that?
Yeah, I mean, I don't buy it.
But at least he's doing it.
His dad was in Irgun, I think, which is wild.
All right, so Rahm Emanuel, Gavin Newsom is Rahm.
I don't know, but because Gavin is an empty suit, so are we capable of pushing him?
But
he's also
I'm not
an
doing
empty
the game.
suit.
You are.
Yeah, I know. This is the
Rahm Emanuel.
Okay, we already did this.
Pritzker.
Yeah,
misogynistic, racist country.
Yes.
Ro Khanna or AOC?
AOC. It's not even a question. AOC is, out of all of the people that you mentioned, like AOC is the only one that I would like.
And you think she could win general election?
Yeah,
in a misogynistic, racist country.
Yes,
where
I do.
people are.
Yes,
a lot of misogynists and racists in this country.
100%. Absolutely. America was built on the foundations of white supremacy and elected a black man whose middle name was Hussein.
But you know that the position of Barack Obama.
I want you to understand something, chat. Anybody telling you that people won't support AOC because it's a racist, sexist country, they are confusing some of very important issues. One, a country can be a racist, sexist country, but also elect someone who is a woman or a progressive woman. I can't tell you how many times people that had racially insensitive views that I know voted for Obama. A vote is not just like, I only vote for a woman if I have no misogynistic beliefs whatsoever. And how do women win all over the place as a Republican politician? Clearly, that doesn't stop. People but there are, you know what I mean? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? People will vote for someone if they believe that that vote is going to accomplish the objectives they believe in. And they are willing to, they may even be misogynistic. They may be racist. But nonetheless, they'll vote for people. How do I know this? Barack Hussein Obama happened. He won Indiana. He won Iowa. Are you telling me that the majority of people in Indiana and Iowa don't have any problematic racial beliefs against a black man or Muslims? It's a nonsensical point. So what you're really trying to say is that AOC's identity will be more damaging than the other positive things about her. And I completely disagree. I think that the other positive things about her are going to fully outweigh any negativity that comes from her being a woman. And in fact, I actually think it might be an advantage because people that would never vote for a woman, I have to warn you guys, they're already voting Republican. They're already voting Republican. There are very few people that are like, you know, I'm a swing voter, but if they nominate a woman, I'm voting Republican. That's not a thing. I'm like, okay, that's just not a fucking thing. Maybe there are people who will go like, you know, I'm not sure a woman could be president, but I could be convinced. And that's unsatisfying. Like, it's unsatisfying for me to say that, for me to go like, yeah, there might be some people that have problematic takes. But the reality is AOC is a very interesting individual. And that's what matters more. Just like Barack Obama was a very interesting individual. That matters more than just some identity category. It's nonsense. All right, let's move on to something a little bit more interesting. Oh, fuck me.
So here we go. The U.S. launching a 13th night of strikes on targets across the country of Iran, hitting military command centers, drone storage facilities, and communication networks.
And President Trump is now weighing a massive new attack.
Steve Harrigan is live in Tel Aviv with the details. Good morning, Steve.
Good morning. Those attacks by U.S. forces over military targets in Iran began at about 2 a.m. local time. The strikes lasted for more than 2 hours. This was the 13th night in a row that the U.S. targeted military targets inside of Iran. It comes as President Trump is warning.
I don't know if you guys heard, but Europe has, like many European countries, have pulled out their embassy staff and they're telling their citizens to evacuate Iran. So it's a done deal.
Something possibly much
Mike, you forgot my tier 3 sub. Oh, hey, Cap Forever. Thank you for the tier 3. You're the best.
Bigger on the horizon.
And Mad Cats, thank you for the 5 gifties.
There could be a massive attack on Iran, that the president is close to a decision, but a decision has not been made yet. One thing the president has been firm on over and over again, the fact that he says Iran will never have a nuclear weapon.
It's Becca says, damn, it's a lot of months. You're regularly in my ear while I carry the mail. I still remember the earliest days of this stream when it was more of a committee. It's only gotten better over the years. I live a block from the corner where Corey Ruiz was killed. I don't know what coverage of another execution will do, but I hope everyone can put some thought today into how they can fight the system of policing that kills our neighbors. Oh, 100,000%. Thank you so much, Becca, for the resub. Am I Order of Romeo yet? You're getting there. And Paralyzed Pendant Plug. Thank you for the 10 gifties. Going through and thanking people. Wildman Willie, thank you for the 5. Thank you guys for the sweet messages.
Here's President Trump.
Doing very well against the Islamic Republic of Iran. We're doing extremely well. They would like to do something, but I say they're not ready yet. They got some evil intentions. We cannot let them have a nuclear weapon. If we did all this that I'm talking about your data centers, isn't that important? When they start blowing away communities one by one, we cannot let them ever even think about having a nuclear weapon, and that's exactly what's happening. They'll never have a nuclear weapon.
President Trump has also said he intends to hold Iran responsible for attacks by Houthi terrorists on Saudi shipping inside the Red Sea. Attacks by the Houthis on 2 Saudi tankers with missiles and drones set one tanker alight and really helped to spike oil prices briefly above $100 a barrel. The president is vowing major military punishment if the Houthi attacks continue. Guys, back to you.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. Thanks so much, Steve. So the big question is, I mean, the other question is, are they going to come in with a massive acquiescence and fear that they're going to get hit so hard they're never going to be able to recover? Or does Iran say, hey, we put up with 13 straight days. I'm still able to attack ships. How bad can this massive hit be? General Jack Keane joined us earlier and talked about what the president's likely to do.
The choice going forward is, do we fix this regime and shut down their behavior once and for all, go back to major combat operations? That is a much better choice. If we continue with negotiations, they've already demonstrated, even if we get a deal, they will not comply with it. What would that mean? That would mean strategic failure. People are not going to remember 5 years from now that we had to pay higher gas prices, and I'm not minimizing the impact that has.
So This is the neoconservative brain also wearing an Israeli flag. Is Israel first? The idea like there's any alternative. Like if we invade Iran, it's going to destroy the economy. They're not going to allow their resources to be stolen by whatever, you know what I mean? That'll result in Iran becoming a basket case, and there will be a horrifying insurgency, and American troops will be coming back to the United States by the bucket load. It's just not a plausible plan. There's no plan. Iran is obviously way too hardened to be destroyed from the air. Just not a plan that can work.
On families and working class families who are meeting pay bills every month. Certainly it has an impact on them. But what they will remember is a regime that is recovered, that has rebuilt itself, that is a predator in the region again, and yes, killing Americans and our allies and partners and the Israelis once again. They will remember that. And that is something we can avoid right now. And I'm absolutely convinced the president is not going to go down that path. He's going to go down the path to fix the behavior of this regime forcibly once and for all.
And he also mentioned Israel at the end of your interview. 13 nights in a row of attacks, and Israel has not been involved. But what did he say to you?
The massive plan that's on the table involves the IDF in a big way. And it has to if you want to win. Why? Nobody has been infiltrated Iran like they have. They have the intelligence. That's the reason they don't have a nuclear program right now. They've been alleged to have assassinated scientists, leaders in that country, because Iran lives on a daily basis to destroy Iran, to destroy Israel. That's what Hezbollah is about. That's what the Houthis are about. That's what Hamas is about. That's what Islamic Jihad's about. What's the commonality? Finance, the strategies, everything, including October 7th. October 7th is strategized by Iran. So that's why they know all there is to know. And if you want to finish off, we are the great Satan. Unless the great Satan, America, wants to be victimized, for the first time after 7 presidents, we have someone who says, I'm not going to leave it to the next guy, like everyone left this problem with me.
The really alarming part of all of this is that after, months after all of this started, and we have been bombing their nuclear facilities, obviously, and bombing their missile capacities, their missile stockpiles, they're still able.
All right, let's pause this. I've seen this exact B-roll before. What do we think this is supposed to be? What is this thing supposed to be?
Missile stockpiles. I
can't even really tell. It looks like a tractor to me. It looks like a bulldozer. Oh, it's a backhoe. It's a backhoe. It's literally a backhoe. They bombed a backhoe and they're playing that as the highlight? You bombed farm equipment? You bombed construction equipment? You could see it, chat. You could see the front skid, right? Then you could see the cab, and then you could kind of see the bucket in the back. Am I right or am I right? It's a backhoe. It's 100% a backhoe. If you guys don't know anything about here we go. This is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. It's this. The reason why it looks the way it is, because remember, so like we are looking down on it. So we have this angle like this, right? Like this is where the thing is, and the camera position is up here, right? So we're looking down. So the angle makes the backhoe, we're not looking at it from the side like this. We're looking at it from above. It's a backhoe. Why are they playing the same clip of bombing a backhoe on a dirt road? I mean, like legitimately, I guess it's because it's that black and white thing, and they clip it so much you can't see. Like look at how hard they clip this thing.
Stockpiles, they're still able to deliver pretty successful, pretty targeted attacks on their neighbors after
at our bases,
on our bases, injuring our and killing our soldiers. And part of this, you always assume, you always figure,
guys, they got themselves a speedboat. Guys, they bombed a 25-foot speedboat. Wow, they're really laying into the Iranians.
Figure that your adversary
is
a
just
rational
a waste
actor
of
at
money.
some level.
They played the backhoe again?
The problem with Iran has always been
you gotta be fucking kidding me, man. Like, We're beating Iran. Look, we bombed this 25-foot speedboat. Here's a backhoe on a dirt road. A grounded speedboat.
And that it's kind of like there seems to be something different there where they're not really a rational actor, and their willingness to keep throwing things at President Trump, willing to die, willing to get their country absolutely pulverized for whatever it is that they believe. It does make you wonder.
Do you think that maybe you shouldn't be talking about foreign policy if you can't understand your opposition? And maybe the idea that they don't want to be dominated, that they want sovereignty, that they believe in their own status as a nation. Like, we are like I understand that most conservatives are cowards. I get that fear dominates you, but many of us have things we would fight for and even die for. And that there are people out there that'll never submit. I know that you practice submission as your daily experience, you fucking worm, but there are people out there that won't. So the Iranian nation is one of the proudest nations in the world. They're not going to bend the knee to Israel and the United States because you drop some bombs on a beached boat or a backhoe.
To which Iran has misjudged this president, thinking that it's an election year. This president, that he wants peace, and he doesn't want. He really does want peace. He doesn't want to do this, and they figured that with the election coming up, he'll be afraid to continue this. They picked the wrong guy because obviously President Trump believes he's not doing this for political purposes. He's doing this because he actually believes that Iran poses this threat and that this actually has to be done in order to bring about peace. And whether it's in an election year or not is irrelevant to him because he believes it's the right thing.
Tim Sheehy, he's a senator, Republican, Montana, is a Navy SEAL veteran. He had a very powerful speech. If you get a chance, go watch it. It's about 5 minutes. He spoke to lawmakers. But he was saying that they're lunatics. It's a radical lunatic band of terrorists. They took over that country 47 years ago. And he says he love or hate Donald Trump, no matter what. There's never been a single president who has stood up to Iran and hit back. He says for 47 years, our troops and our families have been absorbing attack after attack after attack all over the world. We did not start this war. We did not. But we will finish it.
Right. And the Wall Street Journal does say one thing has surprised is Iran is quickly rebuilding. They use the ceasefire as an opportunity to rebuild. They cannot believe how much they've rearmed, rebuilt, and reconstructed even the bridges that we've blown up. So it's
let this be a lesson to the world. If you want independence, you got to build a nuke. Meanwhile, North Korea is just chilling, right? North Korea is chilling. They're building new apartment buildings. They got new cities they're constructing. The economy is growing. They got their nuke. They got their missiles. They got some, artillery aimed at Seoul. And they're just like, we have a credible deterrent. Anyway, back to living our lives. The fact that Iran did get a nuke 20 years ago is insane. When the United States invaded Iraq, Iran should have immediately been like, all right, obviously the U.S. is insane. Let's get a nuke. They should have had a nuke by 2005. Just like North Korea did.
a resilient enemy that we're dealing with.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox.
One of the things that's like really funny, people wanted me to talk about American intelligence agencies believe that Iran's new supreme leader Ayatollah Khomeini is far more interested than his father and predecessor pursuing a nuclear weapon. You don't say. Wow, you killed the guy who was against nuclear weapons, and his son wants to get a nuke. Bro is suffering from peace. No sign of threat, sir. Refresh that page again. Okay, I wanted to talk about, obviously this breaking, the breakthrough news shit is fucking weird. The Asmongold leaks are hilarious. Well, what I meant was anyone who already has a negative or positive opinion of him probably won't change it. But yeah, I did see the Twitch/Hamas bits of the video. I guess they were talking about the content nuke. Very odd. Yeah, but it will make him look like a lot worse. It damaged his mainstream reputation. It did not, which is why I watched it. I was fine not being aggro to Hassan, but recently he's farmed a lot of negative stuff about me. And it's not odd. He just supports it, LOL. He has a lot of schizo opinions. Like, he's rich and his family is rich, but he likes when bad things happen to rich people. Asmongold is just a fucking moron, dude. He's just not very intelligent. What do you want me to say? All right. So the DNC has set up the early primaries, and they have chosen South Carolina as the South's early state. Now, let me just set. Oh, and Michigan has been selected over Iowa, New Hampshire over Delaware, and I believe it's Nevada over New Mexico. All right. So AOC is the odds-on favor in Nevada and New Hampshire. Michigan will almost certainly be hers to lose. So the question is, how bad does South Carolina going first matter? Let me just say something to you, chat. I'm glad. I wanted this to be the outcome. I'm glad. I'm also glad that Iowa got knocked out because AOC is actually popular with people of color, and there's more people of color in Michigan. Iowa is probably not going to be as pro AOC as it was pro Bernie, and Iowa's always been a disappointment. So now that we have Michigan voted for Bernie Sanders in 2016, and it was the largest polling error in history. Bernie Sanders overperformed the polling average by 19 points. And when Abdul El-Sayed is the senator, and you've got Sean Fain running UAW, they're going to endorse AOC. So by having South Carolina go first, AOC was always not likely to win. Think about the narrative, right? South Carolina, all the establishment Dems are going to be going to war with each other. They're going to be viciously doing it. But it also kills Pete Buttigieg's momentum. It kills Pete Buttigieg's momentum. So Pete Buttigieg does horrible in South Carolina, which means he'll fall off in New Hampshire because all the white people in New Hampshire are going to see how bad he does, and they're going to probably go to someone else. So Pete Buttigieg was always overperforming in New Hampshire. He's going to be coming off a big loss, right? And it's going to be like, Pete Buttigieg, black people don't like him. That'll knock out his campaign, right? And then AOC will benefit because the left is not going to be deterred by South Carolina. We know it's a conservative state. Like, we're not confused. And so then South Carolina is likely to pick someone like Kamala Harris, who is unpopular and a bad campaigner. And I can tell you right now, the media is not going to let the presidential primary end after one state. They're going to want to drag this out for a little bit longer. And then we're going to be going right into AOC's territory. So it's going to be the comeback story. South Carolina is going to be irrelevant. Once it happened, and then you move on to the next thing. So there won't be a South Carolina comeback. There won't be like a narrative of AOC can't consolidate support among black people. Like, that story will be going away. And it'll be about, wow, she's doing really well with black voters in Detroit. She's doing really well with black voters in Las Vegas. She's doing, you know what I mean? It'll be in the rear view mirror. And here's the thing. Black people in South Carolina are not like black people in Detroit. They're not a monolith. The southern states are more conservative. So black voters in South Carolina are more conservative. It's just, that's the truth. Like, if you say black people in Los Angeles vote the same way as black people in South Carolina, you're a racist. They don't. It's a different culture. The West is different than the South, which is different than the Northeast, which is different than the Midwest. Like, that's just not true. Southern, black voters are different. Nobody is a monolith because of their race. That's a racist belief. But in reality, when you think about how these campaigns actually run, AOC will be gaining momentum. And instead of having like what happened to Bernie, which is he was gaining momentum, but then he had a really bad stumbling block in South Carolina, it's going to be the opposite. The right-wing Democrats are going to be at each other's throats in South Carolina, and then AOC is going to be gaining momentum going forward by winning in New Hampshire, Michigan, and Nevada. All these swing states, right? AOC will win all the swing state primaries, and South Carolina is going to be well in the rearview mirror. So honestly, I'm glad. Have it be first. I actually think South Carolina being third or fourth was what was fucking us up. So, and here's the other thing. I think AOC might do well in South Carolina. I think people are underestimating her. Imagine she comes out of South Carolina with a strong second, right? She comes out of South Carolina with a strong second, and then people go, AOC did pretty well with black voters. And so, you know, it kind of diffuses that argument. New Hampshire Democrats respond to the DNC presidential primary calendar. They say per state law, New Hampshire will still hold its primary first. Today's vote shows that many party insiders have learned nothing from 2024. New Hampshire has a proven track record of testing our candidates with rigorous, fair, efficient process, yet those qualities did not prevail. This committee's vote does not change the realities governing New Hampshire's primary, which are beyond the control of both this committee and our state party. Democrats' guiding North Star should be winning general elections. The New Hampshire Democrats will get back to work focusing on 2026 elections. and addressing the significant challenges facing America's overwhelmed working class. My guess is they'll try to strip New Hampshire of their delegates. South Carolina, Nevada, New Hampshire, Michigan, New Mexico, Virginia, ideal for AOC. This is near ideal for AOC. New Mexico, Nevada, huge. New Hampshire, huge. Michigan, huge. Virginia, huge. I think honestly it'll be over by Virginia, to be honest with you. I think Caroline should have a civil war. What does that mean? Former CENTCOM chief calls for more aggression.
Come out to the bigger focus here, all right? You've got this area here in the Strait of Hormuz, a major focus, and then you've got the area down here at the bottom of the Red Sea that leads into the Gulf of Aden, and that fired up about 3 days ago. This is what we can tell you, okay? I'll put this in yellow to give a better idea here. The red area is controlled by the Houthis, and no small matter. This is a 100-mile stretch of shoreline. So if there are vessels moving through the Red Sea, the Houthis have made their threats, and we had one area that was hit that belonged to Saudi Arabia just the other day. Meanwhile, there's a pipeline here in Saudi Arabia that goes north of the area where the Houthis control. That pipeline is being used more and more by the week to try and steer clear of this area that's operated by the Houthis, and we'll see how that goes. In the meantime, I'll show you back in the area, the campaign against Iran. Here again on the board, Strait of Hormuz that leads in the Gulf of Oman. 13 consecutive nights of strikes. What's CENTCOM going after? They are trying to cripple the military command centers, the drone storage facilities that are still a problem today, the communication networks, and a lot of this coastal surveillance now that the IRGC can use against international shipping and can use potentially against U.S. forces. So over the past week, give or take, all right, the blockade's still in effect from the tip of Oman down here, straight across roughly to the border with Iran and Pakistan. We are told over the past week we've had at least 12 vessels that have been redirected on behalf of the U.S. military, and one of those has been disabled. With all that as a backdrop, let's go ahead and bring in our guest to go ahead and talk about this. Former CENTCOM Commander General Joseph Votel. Sir, thank you. Welcome to our coverage.
Hate Kshama Savant?
What are we missing?
I hate everybody who's anti-solidaristic and a Trotskyite. I think that in general, if somebody was, the first thing that I look at is competence, right? Which is, if you're elected to office, do you quit your position and then start a podcast that fails to go anywhere? And then instead of running in the Democratic primary, you've put out this like negativity around running in Democratic primaries. And so you decide that you have to run as an independent, and then it becomes clear that you're not going to win because you avoided running as an independent, because you made it an ideological point that running in the Democratic primary is somehow a sign of being a sellout rather than the most effective tactical decision in order to win the seat. Then you make yourself a nuisance in every left-wing commentator's chats because your fucking no chance campaign is a giant grift. Good luck. I don't want any of my audience to put their hard-earned money towards a no chance campaign of an anti-social personality that does nothing but rip down other socialist candidates and organizations. Eat my entire ass and lick it clean. Why did oil prices go down? Rumors of a ceasefire.
What happens next?
There was an MR raid? Wait, what? There was? Majority Reporters, welcome in. Someone was asking me why I don't like Kshama Savant, who I used to be a big fan of, but then she quit her job to start a podcast, and that was the last straw for me. I don't think that anybody who's been elected to political office as a socialist and then quits it to make a podcast should then be trusted to run for office ever again. She won the recall. She won the recall. She won her recall election by a margin of 310 votes. In January 2023, she announced she would not seek re-election and would instead promote the Socialist Alternative Campaign Workers Strike Back. In 2024, she announced she had left Socialist Alternative and formed her own party, Revolutionary Workers. So, like most Trotskyites, she split from a split and spent most of her time attacking AOC, Zoran Mamdani, TSA, and every other organization that it actually has any success. It's a shame that she decided to take that perspective and that strat. And by the way, like, I'll be honest with you guys, I don't like promoting grifters. It's why I'm very slow to recognize candidates. right? If you know me, part of the problem that I see on the left is and in the Democratic Party as a whole, is what people grift off campaigns that have no chance. I don't like it. And I usually avoid anybody who I feel like has absolutely no chance. And I want you to understand that, like, that's how regular people think too. Running a quixotic campaign that loses does not get any attention from the masses. Only campaigns that have a chance at seizing power are taken seriously by regular people because they don't have they're not viewing politics as a vocation. They're not viewing politics as entertainment. They engage with politics out of a sense of civic duty because they understand that politics is relevant to their lives, but they don't particularly like it. So if you don't have a chance to win, they cognitively save the time and effort of thinking about you by ignoring you. That's why we run in primaries. We run in Democratic primaries because if we can win the Democratic primary, we have a chance of winning the whole goddamn thing. And so regular people then start paying attention to us and our ideas, and they start taking them seriously. And it has been proven correct in New York City. The New York City DSA has proven that correct. Whether you like the Democratic Party or you're like me and you don't like the establishment Democratic Party, is a path to power. And that is it. Now, if we get into a situation where the Democratic Party should rupture a la the Whig Party, and we have a chance to start our own socialist party, working class party, and a bunch of AOC and Zoran and Bernie and everybody who is starting a new working families party, or some sort of other organization, a socialist party, whatever, and they're leaving the Democratic Party, and the Democratic Party's rupturing like the Whig Party did to form the Republican Party. That's what happened back in the 1840s. Then fine. I'm 100% behind that, and I would join such a party. But I'm not going to start another party of 500 people and get mad that everybody else isn't coming along. I have to actually look at reality and make a decision based off of reality, not just what I morally think should happen. Being morally correct doesn't matter if you're powerless. There's a speech that Martin Luther King Jr. made that you guys need to understand. It's about love. I think this is it. You guys need to understand, this is my framework.
Showing mad love. Want to let me pay for a meal? They don't.
God, I hate this.
Philosophers got off base. And one of the great problems of history is that the concepts of love and power have usually been contrasted as opposites, polar opposites. So that love is identified with a resignation of power, and power with a denial of love. It was this misinterpretation that caused the philosopher Nietzsche, who was the philosopher of the will to power, to reject the Christian concept of love. It was the same misinterpretation which induced Christian theologians to reject Nietzsche's philosophy of the will to power in the name of the Christian idea of love. Now, we got to get this thing right. What is needed is a realization that power without love is reckless and abusive, and that love without power is sentimental and anemic. Power at its best. Power at its best is love, implementing the demands of justice, and justice at its best is love correcting everything that stands against love.
I'm sorry the editing was slightly weird, but it was from the King Center. What do you want me to say? I didn't make the edit. The point that I'm trying to make to you is if your political program is not about power, then it has no use. Running as a third party, no chance campaign is a waste of our fucking time. And we've showed you the method. We're going to fucking win. And there's another example that I always bring. If you're a fan of Michael Brooks or the Majority Report, listen up, because this is actually someone from the greater Michael Brooks universe. His name is Jabari Brisport. Jabari Brisport right now is a New York state senator, DSA member, and he originally ran as a Green Party candidate. He ran as a Green Party candidate for city council in New York in 2017 against Lori Cumbo, the incumbent. And he put together one of the best campaigns I've ever seen by a third party candidate. He got himself 28.8% of the vote. He ran under the Green Party and the Socialist Party. got 28.8% of the vote and lost to the 67.2% of the incumbent, Lori Cumbo. But then people came to him and said, you are an incredible political talent. We believe in you. Can you run in the Democratic primary? And so he said, all right, I'll give this a shot. He ran in the Democratic primary, same guy, for the New York State Senate 2020, and he fucking won 57.7%. And guess what, chat? Now he's a New York State senator. He holds the exact same positions, the exact same policies, but instead of getting fucking beaten by 40 points, he won by 55 points. So what matters more? The label of Democrat versus Green, or being in power versus not being in power? And when he might be he might be the guy who primaries Chuck Schumer. He might run for Congress. And what matters to me is power, not, ooh, well, I hate the Democrats, so I wouldn't run in the primary because I hate the establishment Democrats. I hate them so much I want to beat them. Your hate of centrist Democrats is so weak, it's so unfocused, that you don't understand that beating them is more important than posturing and speaking against them. I want them fired. I want them unemployed. I want them in a retirement home. And if that means run as a third party, I'll do that. If it means run as a Democrat, I'll do that. Is your hate pure, or is this all about presenting your own, just your own goodness or whatever the fuck? And sometimes it's a good idea to run as a third party. If the Democratic Party's reputation is so bad that it hurts you more than it helps you, run as an independent. If the structure of the system incentivized running outside of the two parties, like in Philadelphia, DSA has run people, Philadelphia, it's like Working Families Party, Philadelphia City Council. In the Philadelphia City Council, running as a third party works. So we did that. Okay, do you understand? So they ran as Working Families. They didn't run as a Democrat, and they won. You know, like, that is the way that we do it. It's not just like there's a right answer and there's a wrong answer. There isn't an answer. The answer is whatever tactics demand at the time is the right answer. What is the surest route to power for our ideas is the answer. It is not running as a Democrat is always bad or running as a Democrat is always right. Sometimes, most of the time, running as a Democrat is the wise way to do it because of the way our system is set up. But sometimes it's not. And so you have to ask yourself, what is more important? Both of these, the Working Families council members are on the DSA, SIO, Socialist in Office. Exactly. Why does running as a Democrat normally make them more likely to succeed? What's the situation in the system or environment? Oh, okay, that's a great question. I've explained this before, but I'll explain it again. In America, a lot of people identify with a party as an identity, and they cognitively offload their political organizing to the party itself, even though that is a mistake. And so what that means is if you have the Democratic Party nomination, you get millions of votes automatically. People will vote for you no matter what because you have the Democratic Party nomination. We're talking about millions of votes nationwide, thousands of votes in individual districts. And it goes the other way as well. Sometimes people will vote for you because you're nominated as a Republican. They don't even care. They just always vote Democrat up and down the ballot thoughtlessly. The Democrat's the better choice, and they just do that. So when you win the Democratic nomination, you get those votes. So by running as a Democrat, you get those votes. The other thing is you have what's known as major party status. What does that mean? It means that the Republican and the Democratic Party in almost every state of the country have special status, which puts them above everyone else running in every other party. They have different requirements to be on the ballot. Sometimes they get funding. Sometimes there's, matching funds for campaigns. Sometimes there is like preferential positions on the ballot itself. There's all sorts of structural things that make running for office easier. And then the third and last final reason, if you win as a Democrat, the liberals are stricken from the ballot. There is no choice to vote for a liberal. You force people to make the decision between socialist or the Republican. And you force the liberal in a subordinate position in the coalition. Sort of like they do it the other way to us. Hey, Yagobnik, how you doing, brother? Why is my man not covered in oil? I'm always covered in oil. Oil this man. Thank you so much. I'm always covered in oil. Oh, and my sub count dropped a bit. Feels bad, man. So anyway, that's the long story short. Does that make sense? Most of the time, it is tactically advantageous for you to run in the primary because it makes your odds of winning go much higher. And there's all sorts of structural advantages that go along with it. Don't worry, Mike. I always forget I'm subbed. Thank you very much. If the DNC somehow kicked DSA off the ballot line, how would that practically look? There is no way to do it. There is no mechanism to do that. They would have to invent something new. He's back to stalking. Hassan is in the Socialist Conference Instagram post. Join Hassan Piker at Socialism 2026. Oh, okay. Well, interesting. The answer is show up. Punish Slug, thank you. Chat, if you enjoy this content, please consider supporting the stream by subscribing. A tier 1, tier 2, or tier 3 sub. If you have Amazon Prime, you can attach that to your Twitch account. You get 1 free sub a month. That's your Twitch Prime sub. Costs you absolutely nothing. Again, if you have Amazon Prime, or you have access to somebody who has Amazon Prime, you can attach that to your Twitch account. You get free money every month that you can give to a creator. Listen to the words coming out of my mouth. Take that money from Jeff Bezos and give it to me. You can also support the stream by subscribing or gifting sub or giving bits. Check and see if you have any bits on your account. That's money in Jeff Bezos' pockets that you're letting generate interest for Amazon. If you have bits in your account, give them to me. Stop giving interest to Jeff Bezos. Hammond Fist, thank you for the 20 bomb. Allied Trades, thank you for the bits. Dr. Bong, thank you for the bits. Am Gauntlet, thank you for the 5. Guys, I swear I'm so good at this more. Chat, do you guys want Yugopnik to feel like he's good at this? Do you want Yugopnik to feel like he's the best hype man? You want him to like have one over on me where he can like say, oh, Mike, I'm so good at fanning the flames for you. All right, I gotta pee. I'll be right back.
How do you see it?
Yeah, thanks. It's great to be with you, Bill. Well, I think the main issue that we are continuing to focus on here is the Strait of Hormuz and Iran's ability to control that. And I think that is, when you look at some of the targeting you just talked about, a lot of that is focused on trying to reduce the capabilities that that Iran is using to exercise that influence, and of course broaden the conflict to 6 or 7 different countries around the region. The current U.S. campaign is certainly doing some damage, but as we've now seen the 13th night, almost 2 weeks of it, it's not yet brought us to a point of decision here where Iran has said enough and they're ready to move back to negotiations. So something more aggressive is going to have to happen. And of course, you've alluded to that, and the president has as well, that there might be something more coming. I would just highlight that while the military will continue to play a critical role going forward in this, we'll also need to make sure that we are being equally aggressive in our diplomatic, economic, and informational tools to make sure we're putting the maximum amount of pressure onto Iran as we try to bring this conflict to a conclusion.
General, since this conflict started, we have been polling about how long people thought that it would last, asking them, was it weeks or months, a year or more? Folks were evenly split when we started asking that question back in March. Now, brand new polling shows only 35% think this is a matter of weeks or months. 64% think it's going to be a year or more. Given what we've seen play out so far, what do you think the timeline is, realistic?
Yeah, I'm always reticent to give timelines, especially in public here, but I think we're talking months here to resolve this.
Level 10 before he gets back. Okay, I had to pee. More oil. Thank you so much. I appreciate all of you. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. You guys are the best. Thank you for all the biddies. Yagopnik, do you think we're gonna die? I know you're oiling, but I like to talk about politics. Do you think we're all gonna die? Do you think we're gonna invade Iran, like militarily on the ground, or are we just gonna bomb? I have said I think the U.S. will invade. The reason why I think the U.S. will invade is because of ego. Hassan clean shaved again? This is not what clean shaved looks like. Do you know what clean shaved means? It's probably so he has better mask seal. It's so he can have better mask seal. More Trump ego. Donald Trump threatens EU with substantial tariff for robbing U.S. tech. All right, what did Yagopnik say about America invading Iran? My analysis is very good, by the way. Oh, I don't think they will. Ego is big, not that big. See, you're making the same mistake we made you're making the same mistake we made with the Russian invasion of Ukraine. You thought to yourself, that would be crazy. That makes no sense. That would be so stupid. You're not thinking like they think. See, Donald Trump got us into this mess because he was able to successfully kidnap Maduro and the Venezuelan government was willing to basically capitulate so that they could grift off of fucking have some bits. Thank you, brother. So that they, you know, and so Donald Trump started bombing Iran because he thought, oh, all these enemies are actually paper tigers, just like Venezuela. And now he's been humiliated because the Iranian regime is a little bit more robust than the Venezuelan one. And so, in fact, everything is getting worse. S&P 500 turns late Friday. Oh, wait, it's that it went back up? What is going on today? What's going on with oil? Okay, so oil is down a little bit today. Build up over 100 Strato tankers, radar jamming planes, and the B-1s in Israel. I think it's going to bomb. The invasion is going to be a follow-up. I mean, first of all, B-1s are much more likely to get shot down than other forms of heavy bombers. So I think this is an incredibly stupid plan. Fair, but they're not riding that high anymore since the closing of the Strait. Iran's new leader is more open to pursuing a nuclear weapon, U.S. intelligence says. You don't say. Why are you sending me this? What the fuck is wrong with you? What is this? Should I ban this chatter for being a bot? What is this? We should talk about the settler pogroms in the West Bank. True. Signs emerging that China is taking a more active role in mediating to end the conflict in the Middle East. That's because China saved our ass by having $1 billion of oil saved. Mike, you need to inject Austinox with hopium. There's no way Michigan is narrowly going. There's no way this is not, bro. Kamala is a total dud. You are insane. Did you not remember 2020? She's going to fold horribly. Pete, and by the way, Pete's not even gonna make it to New Hampshire. Did I say dude? Oh fuck, I meant dud. God damn it. Here, dud. There's no way it was like Kamala Harris. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Kamala Harris didn't even make it to Iowa. What is wrong with you guys? Do you not remember how bad of a candidate she was? The only reason that people were going behind her is they had no choice. She'll do fucking terrible. I want Kamala to run. Thank you so much for the hype train, by the way, guys. You guys are the best. Can you explain how the Dem nomination process works? No, it's fucking 2026. I will not explain how the nomination process works. No. All right. We got to find something interesting to watch.
We will have to have a sustained military campaign that will do some real damage to the regime before they are likely to capitulate or to come back to the table. And of course, those other things I'm talking about, the diplomacy, the economic action, that has to have time to work as well. So I do think it'll probably be measured in months.
Wow. Wall Street Journal, great reporting today by Josh Dulcie. They're saying the president's fed up. That's the lead line in the piece. If he's fed up, what do we do about it?
Well, as I think the president has indicated most recently.
Put FD's latest video on your radar. Candace Owens, 2 hours, 37 minutes. No, thank you. That's insane.
It looks like we're planning something big, and as you just highlighted
movies over here.
There is a little bit of a buildup of some resources in the.
That would take me 8 hours to watch.
There's a couple of reasons for that. One, it's a messaging opportunity against Iran to let them know we have more. But importantly, the movement of medics, the movement of additional aircraft, the movement of troops, other things into the region, is also a way of providing maximum flexibility for our civilian leaders. So I think that's what we're doing. So
your audience knows enough about Candace. It's very introductory. By the way, if you want to know more about Candace Owens, check out the Reaction podcast, which I make with Yogopnik. Everybody go check that out. Hit the subscribe button. Our most recent podcast is about the Tradcaths. I took this week off, so you're going to have a mic for PA. It's going to be Yogopnik and Freda without me. I'm being held hostage until you guys subscribe to the Patreon. I'm being held hostage. Can we watch Richard Wolff do materialist analysis and nuclear speculation?
The president has the maximum amount of options to address the situation.
FD's video is stop watching content 24/7 and go out and organize. That's my line. That's what I've been saying since 2019. That's my line.
General, thank you. We'll see what comes next. Appreciate you coming on today. Yeah, you bet. 25 minutes past the hour. Be sure to like and subscribe.
I love Reaction Pod. So glad I sub. Everyone should sign up for the Patreon. Thank you. It's about time. Somebody said it. I don't even have a reaction to this. This is just like silly. It's fucking silly. Oh yeah, guys, if we just bomb them harder, they're definitely gonna capitulate. Like, how can you look at the Middle East over the last 25 years and go, you know, guys, if we just bomb them from the sky, everything will be fine. Don't link me Red Star Caucus shit, guys. Don't link me that shit. Alex Jones declares war on Sneeko. Oh no, is Israel's favorite fake alt-right guy attacking their other alt-right guy?
And I am sick of being run over, and everybody that's declared war on us, I'm saying, okay then.
You think I declared war on you?
And you want to declare war? I don't care if you're Israel. I don't care if you're a Muslim. I don't care if you're a Chi-Com. I don't care who you are. Well, you want to fight? You fucking got one.
Okay, so your
fucking games are over.
You can't stop me. I'm coming.
I know. Then tell me.
Coming.
I'm coming. Durka Durka Muhammad.
Allahu Akbar.
Takbir. Assalamu alaikum. Marry your cousin. It's so much fun.
You really have, like...
You are the bad Islami. Bad, bad, bad Abraham say. You are not the chosen. No good. No good, Sneaky. Bye-bye, Sneaky. I love you.
Hey,
I'll see you tomorrow.
Stop killing white kids. No more abortions, huh?
Dude, I agree.
No more
I
abortions.
apologize for it.
All right, so we have Alex Jones going to war with Sneeko. I guess this is what a religious war in America looks like.
This is who we're losing to, by the way. This is legitimately who we're losing to politically. This is like, I don't even need to see anything more than that. What? Who the fuck is Stickman Talks? Who is Stickman Talks? Is he good? The Houthis have effectually sanctioned the United States according to Chinese movies. That's interesting. How about Richard Wolff?
Welcome, friends, to another Wolf Responds. I call this one
This just feels like I'm waiting.
Silly
I'm waiting
about
for life to
China.
happen right now.
We all know, you know, and I know, that China is now, if not the enemy or adversary of the United States, it is that part of the world about which Americans are becoming increasingly anxious. This program is called Being Silly About China, because anxious can, if you're not careful, lead you to become silly about anything. And we have become silly about China. Not a nice silly, not an impressive silly, a kind of pathetic silly, but one that needs to be talked about. What do I mean? Here we go. Over recent weeks, there have been headlines, perhaps you've seen them, indicating that the annual growth rate of the economy in the People's Republic of China is at one of its lowest levels in years, namely an increase scheduled for this year, and they know enough about what's going on to get a good estimate of this year. It'll be very close to what it turns out to be, 4.3%. What that measures is the growth of the Chinese economy. It literally adds up all of the goods and services they produce. It's called the Gross Domestic Product, GDP, and it's
what's this old man doing on your screen? Teaching you leftism.
Growing at 4.3% in the year 2026. And all of the headlines I read, and I read at least a dozen, all said smallest in a long time. Some of them embellished that by saying China's having difficulties or problems. Or
sometimes when people get a little older, they start speaking a little bit slower, just a little subtly slower. It is something that happens with people as they get older. So when you do I learned this technique during the Biden admin, where as soon as somebody gets above the age of 60, for every year, they go up 1% faster. And it actually makes them much more comprehensible.
Something else like that. The impression being left for a casual reader who either doesn't know much or doesn't read much, that the Chinese economy is not in good shape or...
By the way, this is at 1.25 speed. This is 25% faster than his normal speech pattern. I have hacked the code. You can't even tell. It just sounds like he's normally speaking. And if you're like, that's not true, playback speed, 1.25. I did it.
having serious difficulties or maybe falling apart.
Steve, 1.5 is just a little overcooked, but we could do it.
However they interpret the overwhelmingly negative tone of the article. You'd think 4.3% was a disaster. All right, here's now why it's silly. If the United States could get 4.3%, Mr. Trump would be yelling it from the rooftops. He'd be saying, as he loves to say, how great he is for having brought that to the United States. 4.3% is way better than what the United States can do, has done, or will do this year. The United States government and most international agencies have the following number for the growth of the GDP of the United States this year, 2026, 2.1%, less than half the rate of China. So if China is in trouble with 4.3, what in the world would you say about the United States? Well, to listen to Mr. Trump, he doesn't mention anything like that. He tells you that the stock market is up. Well, as any student of the stock market can tell you, the stock market can be up and the economy can be in the toilet. He tells you about the stock market because it's one of the few up statistics around. All the rest of them are like this one. We're growing at half the rate, not even, of the People's Republic of China. But it's actually even sillier because that's been the story for the last 30 or 40 years. On average, the United States has been growing at 2 to 3% per year, and the Chinese government at 5 to 9%. Way more. That's why the Chinese economy has caught up to the American. That's why China is the other superpower in the economic world we live in. That's why Americans are anxious about China, because they figured out how to grow faster than anybody else has ever done, including the United States. So it's just silly to focus on the fact that it's 4.3. It's technically true. That is lower than they usually get.
Edigermentum! Hey, Edigermentum! Gretchen Whitmer has endorsed Haley Stevens.
As governor, I've had one strategy: get things done. And that strategy informs.
Now, if you're surprised by this, you may have Edigermentum brain. Gretchen Whitmer entered the governor's race to stop Abdul El-Sayed. She was recruited by the Blue Cross Blue Shield CEO, which was her mentor. But he was not her. Her father was also a former Blue Cross Blue Shield CEO. She's in politics because of Blue Cross Blue Shield was trying to prevent Abdul El-Sayed from pushing for single-payer healthcare as a governor. If you ever liked Gretchen Whitmer, you bought into the Edigermentum psyop. And that is a 24-year-old son of two prominent Zionists who knows fucking nothing. Mike, that was a nothing burger tweet. You have to say more. No one gives a shit.
Everything that I do. And that's why I'm endorsing Haley Stevens for the U.S. Senate. Just like me, Haley will do whatever it takes.
She'll get things done.
And we need her now more than ever. Republican, your life harder and more expensive. Tariffs, cuts to Medicaid, soaring gas prices. It's all piling. Luckily, Haley is taking them.
La 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 la. Mike was right again. Ooh. That's why I don't think we should ever lend any leftist cred to liberals. They are our enemy, and they will always stab you in the back. Stop being stupid and saying nice things about these fucking right-wing ghouls who grew up in private schools, who inherited their wealth. Stop thinking they're good because they made one viral speech. Get a fucking clue. Ooh. La 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 la.
She helped President Obama save the auto, brought billions home to rebuild, took on big pharma to lower the cost of, led the fight to block Republicans. She's standing up to Republicans right now as they jack gas, groceries, and health care. She grew up in a middle-class household. Her parents ran us out of their Ford F-150, and she'll tell anyone, listen, about her first. She knows what, and that's how I always put Michigan first. Join me in voting on or before August.
Edigermentum. The DNC is keeping us from the Newsom. Whitmer looks max ticket. Whitmer Moggs. Whitmer would have 401% approval. I'd pick Whitmer. After seeing Kelly Shapiro Bashir speak, Walls was the most correct choice. It was Whitmer, actually. Whitmer's voicemail be like, roughly how I feel about now seeing these polls. But President Whitmer wins in a 2028 landslide and inherits Obama's 08 margins, but the entire federal government is destroyed and the Supreme Court is now 7-2. Whitmer 2024, acid, amnesty, and abortion. Whitmer would be up by 3 in Missouri, by the way. Whitmer would also be smart. Was thinking of a potential tickets, and I got stun-locked by Whitmer Booker. No matter what happens next, I will always be a by-and-age truther. If he wins by 5, I'll say Whitmer would have won by 10. If he wins all 50 states, I will say she would have invented new ones and won those. To be clear, Whitmer could very well run in 2028 and win. This would be one of the better outcomes out of all the ones that should be available by then. It's just not certain that she would fit the spirit of the times in the way she does now. Again, this was like a year ago. You know, like at a certain point, like, what do you want me to say? Right? Like, I have to pretend this guy's got a fucking clue. Be nice, man. He's just a kid. Except he's getting put in front of like literally hundreds of thousands of people as if he knows anything. Our movement is full of 20 and 30-year-olds who are not stupid. So how about we promote those instead? Like, you know what I mean? Stop putting him in front of people. It's not like he knows anything. And by the way, you know, I saw this coming. Posted about it a few days ago. I've been preparing for this day. Detroit News, Gretchen Whitmer appeared to open a door on endorsing a candidate in the Michigan Democratic Senate primary. I said, I don't know how she can manage to watch it play out from behind the folder. Keep hiding. Because I wasn't confused about the fact that this was going to happen. Governor Gretchen Whitmer of Michigan found herself in the Oval Office this week. So I want you guys to take in the feeling that you have right now as Gretchen Whitmer endorses Haley Stevens, who gotten $60 million from AIPAC. I want you to take this in. I want you to learn the lesson. This is what John Ossoff will do. This is what Andy Bashir will do. This is what JB Pritzker will do. I need you all to take it in. I need you to understand it. I need you to feel this and go, oh, these people hate us and are opposed to our every move. And then never, ever, ever have one feeling of kindness or allegiance to these people. I need you to get it. This is why you have to join DSA, because that's it. It's AOC or bust. It's DSA or bust. We work with these people. If we're in office and they're in office and we have to work together to vote for some shit, fine. Cindy McCain, the daughter of John McCain, endorses Francesca Hogg for Wisconsin governor. I don't know what this means. The fact that Gretchen Whitmer doesn't give a fuck about $60 million, from right-wing billionaires should tell you everything you need to know. They're at best cowardly. They're not cowardly. They're against you. Rep Jim Clyburn is set to host a rally for Haley Stevens in Detroit, Michigan later tonight. These people are our enemies. Lock the fuck in. Why would the private insurance Nepo baby care about right-wing money? Obviously she doesn't. That's my point. That's why I was able to call it years and years ago. How do I feel about Brad Lander? You know how I feel about Brad Lander. He's another dagger aimed at our back. Rep Ilhan Omar leads 10 progressive caucus members in condemning the Trump State Department's McCarthyite attack on free speech, saying that they'll use their full oversight power to stop the persecution of Trump's perceived political enemies. That's why we need to win. Where's Hassan out? He's on vacation. I'm glad he's on vacation because he won't be here to see this. Easiest thing to call in my entire history of all time. I'm always right because I'm not stupid and I don't trust liberals. Wow. Whitmer is the personal politician of the health insurance industry. Her political mentor that got her to run for governor is the current Blue Cross Blue Shield CEO. Health insurance execs were her biggest donors. Why did you ever like her? Editor Momentum. Quote tweet. This is why he blocked me, by the way. I've been banging the anti-Whitmer drum for a while. Why? Because she's corrupt. Anyone who told you that the daughter of a health insurance CEO was some sort of potential leader of the left in America has terrible political instincts. Here she is, pledging to surrender. Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer, a potential 2028 candidate, wants to find common ground with Trump. You can't say the neoliberal era is over while you post fan cams of Gretchen Whitmer and Mayo Pete. Another Michigan Senate seat is opening up. Who should run on the D side? I think Pete or Whitmer could actually lose it. Thank God she didn't run. When El Sayed is asked about his misogyny, would it be a good tactic for him to ask why they think gender has anything to do with one's ability to govern? No, the strategy is to try to drive women to vote for a woman. and kind of base identity politics, which was always the risk. Meanwhile, again, this is something else to mention, that Gretchen Whitmer is endorsing her right after it was discovered that a Palantir employee was Haley Stevens' comms director. She's doing this right when it was exposed. Stevens' campaign parts ways with consultant after Palantir work comes to light. So Gretchen Whitmer is stepping on this story to endorse. Campaign consultant advising Haley Stevens in her bid for U.S. Senate was recently let go from the campaign due to her side work consulting for big tech and surveillance company Palantir, co-founded by controversial technologist Peter Thiel. Kaylin Legacki of Legacki Consultants, and formerly one of Stevens' key spokespeople during her 2026 primary run, had her contract terminated recently after Stevens' campaign learned of her work with Palantir. Ryan admits he never asked me for comment. Kaylin Legacki has been terminated from the Haley Stevens campaign after my inquiry to them about her dual role as a consultant from Palantir. Statement from Stevens drops that Haley believes ICE is out of control, putting Michiganders in danger and needs an immediate overhaul. That's why she voted against giving them another cent without serious reforms, including prosecuting any ICE agents who commit crimes and abuse their power, forcing ICE agents to wear proper ID, and prohibiting them from wearing masks to conceal their identities, and taking away their $75 billion slush fund. Ryan never reached out for me to comment, which is journalistic choice. If he had, I would have asked why he's more interested in my sources of income than Abdul El-Sayed's, the actual candidate in this race, who hasn't filed his personal financial disclosure. I reached out to the campaign where you were a communication consultant and gotten comment. Ryan admits he never asked me for comment. I got comment from the campaign where you worked. Also reached out to Palantir, which didn't respond. Your rationale for why you work for Palantir is not the newsworthy part. If you'd like to share why you work there and what your favorite parts of their business are, please do share. There's no real news value in that. The news is that Haley Stevens' comm strategy was being set by somebody who was secretly working for Palantir, a company complicit in the very thing Stevens is running in opposition to. Why he decided to do that is perhaps interesting to some, but again, not newsworthy. So once I had comment from the campaign, that was enough. But again, go ahead. Why did you secretly work for Palantir while also working for Haley Stevens? Caitlin, I got okay. Yes. So there you go. Jim Clyburn set to host a rally for Haley Stevens. Guys, here's what I would need you to understand. This exact same shit happened to Zohran Mamdani. This is exactly the anti-DSA crew. It's the same old, same old. It just surprises me that you took so long to figure out. This is why I get mad when Hassan speaks highly of John Ossoff. When Hassan puts out into the ether that John Ossoff is some sort of secret progressive, there's no evidence of it, right? That's why it pisses me off. That's why I push back against it. Like I don't like it. It's why, when people were boosting Whitmer in his chat, I was going against them. Why I'm so anti-editamentum. Because this makes us dumber. It makes us weaker. Because her approval ratings go up. Oh, Whitmer is popular with the left and the center. Wow, she could be really a good candidate. And then what happens is this. People should pay a price for not being on the left. They should be forced to reckon with us as a organized and intelligent political mass. And the fact that we're throwing positive vibes out to John Ossoff for no fucking gain is insane. Corpus Christi is ready to run out of water? Damn. Why does Whitmer look like this? Okay, she doesn't look like that. I don't want you to look, listen. Gretchen Whitmer is you don't need to comment on her looks, okay? It's fine. Like, we're gonna get the misogynist allegations, the Bernie bro allegations, as it is, okay? Like, we don't need that. Did you hear about Wesley Bell's campaign manager? Yeah, she was at the Veiled Prophet KKK debutante ball. Yeah, I know. Wow, right-wing Democrats are all racist? Who knew? Did you guys see that Zelensky met with Laura Loomer?
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky telling top Trump ally Laura Loomer during a one-on-one interview in Ukraine that his relationship with Donald Trump has improved.
You are right that the tone has changed, absolutely. We had first changing moment in Rome, in Vatican. Yeah. Yes, it was not long meeting, but I always said that is, I think, historic moment because we changed the relations during 15-20 minutes. I'm so happy because a lot of lives depends on such relations and dialogue.
So that clip emerging just hours after the MAGA podcaster posted a photo online revealing the interview and saying, quote, "I just interviewed President Zelensky at Mariinsky Palace in Ukraine. No questions were off limits, and I didn't pull any punches." Well, the post and sit down came just 2 days after Loomer had very publicly changed her stance on Ukraine after she saw Russian attacks on a historic monastery up close. And then she said, "I feel like such an expletive for minimizing the struggle of Ukrainians over the past 5 years. I often said, I don't care. Looking back, that wasn't very nice of me to say." Now, there's some self-awareness there, and that's obviously an understatement on the very nice comment, given some of Loomer's comments on Ukraine. She's said many things, some of which include Ukraine is a country full of Nazi apologists, and now it's clearly a country led by a jihadi apologist. And she's also, well, said a variety of things about the leader she just interviewed, like this.
Zelensky has morphed into more of a dictator than an elected leader at this point. He regularly likes to call Putin an authoritarian, when he himself is no better and is in fact in many ways even worse.
All right, everyone's here with me. So, Essie, how significant is it that Zelensky would agree to meet with her?
The whole thing's odd and interesting.
Why is it odd? What do you mean? You think Ukrainians have some sort of opposition to Trump or America in any way? They're an American puppet regime. They will accommodate themselves to whatever is happening in America because their entire system relies upon that patron relationship. Why are you surprised? Like what?
Look, if she's gonna do propaganda, I'd rather it be Zelensky's version of propaganda than Putin's. Okay, and she was.
Ukraine and Israel have done nothing wrong, and we must support them by any means possible. Only then can the world heal. Tim Pool. Tim Pool managed to get hundreds of thousands of dollars from Russia, and now he's tweeting that. Honestly, amazing.
Regurgitating all the Putin propaganda before. So was Tucker Carlson. All the far right was. That's crazy, and I'm glad that she went there. Right? Yeah. It's one thing to be keyboard warrior. It's easy to say things from the safety of the patio at Mar-a-Lago. It's much different when you go to a place. That's why we encourage journalists to get out of the newsroom. It's why we send members of Congress on codels to these places. Go see it. It might change your mind and inform your opinion. But I'm very curious, concerned about how this all came to be, right? I mean, I covered Tulsi Gabbard going to meet with Bashar al-Assad without approval from Congress. And she came back and regurgitated his propaganda and talking points. That was very alarming. I don't know how this came to be, and I'd be curious if she went as an envoy for Trump. Did she go as a podcaster? Did she go as a private citizen?
I mean, we don't know. And David, I mean, let's just be clear here. When you see her sitting with Zelensky, part of the reason your jaw is on the floor is not just because she had these opinions about Ukraine, which were based on propaganda and a lack of any kind of experience there, but were because she has said other things. I mean, she said, if Kamala Harris wins, the White House will smell like curry. And White House speeches will be facilitated via a call center. Yeah. She said, can't even watch a Super Bowl anymore because immigrants have literally ruined everything. And there's a lot more where that came from, right? The image of her sitting across from Ukrainian President Zelensky in that context is incredibly powerful.
It is, and all I could think of is, my goodness, the things one has to do to save their country. And I think he decided this is something he had to do to save his country because they call her an influencer, but the person she influences that he cares about is Donald Trump. Yeah. And if this is what it takes, then this is what he's going to do.
I mean, Estelle, what does this signal to other world leaders? I mean, if you're saying Vladimir Zelensky decided the best way to get to Donald Trump was to do what he just did.
I mean, I think it signals what world leaders have already known, which is Donald Trump cares about the folks in his proximity more than he cares about the kind of traditional channels of information or facts or a briefing or all the traditional ways leaders make decisions. Loomer, I do think it's shocking just to see her in this position. I think it speaks to the blurring of lines with journalists, influencer, like all of that kind of new media happening right now. This is someone whose anti-immigrant, anti-Muslim rhetoric has been so core to their politics. She was kicked off of social media platforms and has only been back, and influence has grown in the second Trump administration. But she's had a big fight with Tucker Carlson. I think this is partly about putting distance between her and him. And I think it kind of
because Israel and Ukraine are very close allies. So, obviously, he's going to move to support Ukraine if that's what Israel wants, that's what Donald Trump and Israel want to do, then she's going to do that. It's not like she gives a shit about being consistent.
Flex where kind of MAGA lane has transitioned, where they couldn't be against or they couldn't be against aid to Ukraine while also supporting other kind of U.S. role in intervention, particularly when we think about Israel's role in Middle East. I think you're seeing her represent the new wave in which they're willing to defend the U.S. on both fronts.
She's certainly a late adopter on this issue of Putin's brutality in Ukraine. There was
100%.
Plenty of evidence before.
All right, apparently Donald Trump is live right now, and he's doing a Q&A with the press. So let's hop on and cover that. We have elected this man to the highest office in the world twice. This is a thing that can happen when millions of adults exist in the country. I'm gonna go to YouTube itself on off of his shit fucking website.
Sir, in the world. My uncle was 41 years at MIT. We're talking about nuclear. It's a wave of the future. We have the most brilliant people in the world standing behind me that were big into the world of nuclear, like my uncle was at MIT. My uncle was very big into nuclear for 41 years at MIT, but they've advanced somewhat since those days, I think, I hope. So today we're celebrating a historic milestone for civilian nuclear energy and the incredible renaissance of nuclear power in America. I want to thank Secretary of Energy Chris Wright, Secretary of the Interior Doug Burgum, they're fantastic, two incredible people, Director of the Office of Science and Technology Policy, Michael Kratsios, Director of the National Energy Dominance Council, Jared Agin, U.S. Chief Technology Officer Ethan Klein, and Director of Idaho National Laboratory, John Wagner. Thank you very much for being here, everybody. It's a big day. I also want to recognize and congratulate CEO
They fired Kiram Khan. Amazing.
Antares Nuclear, Jordan Bramble, CEO of Valar Atomics, Isaiah Taylor, CEO of Deployable, not deplorable. Remember Hillary? Deplorable. Hopefully your company's going to work out a little bit better. Thank you. Good luck. Deployable Energy, Bobby Gallagher, and CEO of Allo Atomics, Matt Lozak. Thank you all for being with us. Last year I signed 4 historic executive orders to reignite a wave of progress in America's nuclear power production and promote this abundant, affordable, unlimited supply of energy for the American people. As part of this effort, I directed Secretary of Energy Chris Wright to establish a pilot program for advanced reactors and see at least 3 cutting-edge reactors started up safely by the 4th of July. And what we've done has been pretty much of a miracle. Most believe the goal was impossible. But I'm delighted to say that 4 companies succeeded in meeting that deadline for the greatest in the world at this subject. So these are the first new privately funded advanced reactors to turn on the United States in over 4 decades. Making sure that these groundbreaking designs were safe to build and test so quickly was a challenge that required a historic partnership between these innovative companies and our administration. We have brilliant nuclear people. We have a lot of brilliant people, but we have brilliant nuclear people on our staff. In the past, it often took 6 years or more to approve a reactor design. If they were ever approved at all, most of them didn't get approved, and maybe rightfully so. But now America is building again, America is dreaming again, and we're leading the world in pioneering the next generation of nuclear power. There's nobody even close. We've taken a lead over the last 2 years that has been, I hope, insurmountable. We'll see. But let me ask Director of the Office of Science and Technology Policy, Michael Kratsios, who's been absolutely fantastic in the administration, to say a few words, followed by a few of the people. Let's see, Chris Wright will go, and Jordan Bramble, and Isaiah Taylor, then Bobby Gallagher, and Matt
we're not
Lozak.
going to listen to these randos fucking blabbering.
Next generation, actually, we would not be here without stories.
You know, at some point, a problem, but
top of it, the whole thing blows up. So did he get out ahead of critical on our site, driven by the
people behind me? Please, go ahead.
Hi, Mr. President. I want to ask about the Saudi nuclear deal. This man over your shoulder announces a big deal after 18 months of negotiating with the Saudis. Seems like it's all done. It's signed. and then you come out, throw some new conditions on top of it, the whole thing blows up. So did he get out ahead of you, or what happened there?
No, nobody got out ahead. I mean, I just say that in order to do it, they have to be a member of the Abraham Accords, which have been very successful. But it's time now that they do it. They and others didn't want to do it because of the problem that they had with Iran. You don't have that problem anymore. You don't have a great power there anymore. You have a problem, but the problem is disappearing day by day. They were the bully of the Middle East. They were not going to be that much of a bully anymore. They'll probably, I think, instinctively want to be, but you don't have the same problem that you would have had 4 or 5 months ago before they had no navy, no military, no anti-aircraft, no leaders. I mean, their leaders are gone. A lot of things have changed with respect to that country. So, no, we want them to, it's a two-way street, and we think it's very important for the future of the Middle East. The Abraham Accords have been incredibly successful for the countries, as you know, for the countries in them. And I think it's very important. So, you know, at some point they'll join and they'll do their civil, it's really, I call it civil nuclear, but that's what it is. No enrichment, it's civil nuclear.
I have a question about Iran. You're talking about blowing up civilian power plants and bridges. Much of the civilized world would consider that a war crime. Do you?
I won't respond to that question. Who are you with?
The New York Times.
I figured so. Failing New York Times. Yeah, please.
So they accidentally let a real question get asked. So are you not going to attack civilian infrastructure, or are you going to attack civilian infrastructure and you're just not acknowledging that you're like, what is this?
I just came back from Venezuela, and people there are very happy with you,
right?
With Secretary Marco Rubio, with Secretary Wright.
Have good poll numbers in Venezuela. It's pretty amazing.
I know some use plans for there, and they are amazing. I want to give you thank you. I want to ask you one question, because some people there, they are asking you that. When will there be elections? Do you have a date in mind? Senator Bernie Moreno said that July 24, 2027 could be a good day in honor of Simon Bolivar. And my second question is, the football player who scored Spain's goal in the final at World Cup, Ferran Torres, celebrate the victory wearing a Make Spain Great Again cap. The communists are attacking him because they say that it's a friend of you, and also they are attacking Argentinian players because of Milei. What do you think about that?
Well, he's a great player, and he was wearing essentially a Make America Great Again cap. You know, so it was a nice tribute, and I think he meant that very nicely. We appreciate it. We've made America great. We have the greatest country in the world now. I will say this: we were a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, this country was in deep trouble. We had borders that were a disaster. We had everything you could possibly have, including men playing in women's sports. Even the Supreme Court's taken care of most of that problem. But we had a country that was in big trouble. It was being laughed at all over the world. We have the hottest country. This is the hottest country anywhere in the world. So I saw him wearing the essentially Make America Great Again hat. And I know that he meant it as a very great compliment, and we appreciate it. As far as the elections in Venezuela, they're not really ready for them yet, but boy, a lot of progress has been made. Delcy's been doing a fantastic job, as you know. The amount of oil coming out of Venezuela right now, even before the big companies, you know, Exxon, all the big companies are looking at it. They're going there.
Wow, I can't believe that Venezuela's economy is immediately recovering the moment that we just stopped sanctioning and blockading them. It's almost as if it had nothing to do with socialism and everything to do with the U.S. applying external pressure, destroying their economy. That's crazy.
Very fertile territory. But the amount of money being made by Venezuela now is more than they've ever made before. And we're taking a lot also for our efforts. And the money's being sent, and the oil's being sent to Houston and Louisiana to be refined.
By the way, a major intelligent technique for Trump to avoid the constraints coming out of the Middle East, open up Venezuela production. Wow. Almost like Joe Biden fucked up really badly by refusing to allow Venezuela to produce when inflation was out of control.
And we've paid for the war many times over. It's been an amazing fact. And as you say, you know, I'm very popular in Venezuela because we're bringing tremendous economics back to the country. And they were absolutely dying. They were in such trouble. And now Venezuela is becoming extremely successful. They're taking in billions of dollars, selling millions and millions of barrels of oil, and we're getting some, and they're getting some, and everybody's making a lot. And it was dead before we got there. So it's been an incredible relationship. They're not ready yet for the elections, but at some point they will be, and we're going to be standing right on top of it. And say hello. Say hello. I've known them for a long time. I've known that country, and I own the Miss Universe pageant, and Miss Venezuela always did very well in that pageant. So I know something about the country, but I've known it for a long time. They're great people. Say hello, okay?
Mr. President.
Peter?
About Iran, what is the exit strategy?
Well, I think there's a lot of them. There's a military exit where we just keep going just the way we are, and we can even make it a heavier dose, and it's knocking out everything they have. Or there's a smarter strategy, and that's you make a deal, and they want to make a deal. I just don't think they're ready yet, but they do want to make a deal. Sometimes they don't want to say they want to make a deal. They want to be the tough guys, but they do want to make a deal. There's two ways. I mean, it's you can just keep doing exactly what we're doing and take them apart piece by piece. We can do it in a more rapid fashion, which we might do, or we can negotiate with them, which we're also doing right now. I mean, as we speak, we're talking to them.
And you said today that Russia and China are not helping. Earlier this week, the War Secretary Hegseth said that they are enabling. So what is the difference?
Well, I don't know that they're enabling. I mean, I will tell you that President Xi said he will not partake, and President Putin said the same thing. I think, I trust them. They've had a long-term relationship. There could be some things they do.
So, we're fighting Russia in Ukraine, but we trust them to not interfere in Iran. First of all, if that's true, goddamn, they're dumb. Putin is fucking dumb as hell. If Putin is trying to win in Ukraine, he should be doing everything he can to make Iran as difficult as possible for the U.S. So either Trump is dumb as fuck or Putin is dumb as fuck. But I say it's Trump.
Thus far, at least, it has not been major. I don't think they'd want to have me disappointed.
A different story, not Iran. There's this nasty parasite that is giving people in 9 states explosive diarrhea. When is it going to be safe to eat lettuce again?
I don't know. I haven't thought about it. It's the first time I've been asked that question. Are you eating lettuce?
I don't eat lettuce. I eat Oreos.
Recently?
I should always have more lettuce.
You want to get the hell out of here, Peter. No, it's a very interesting question from you. I didn't think you'd ask that kind of a question. Nobody wants to.
I can't believe you'd ask me a question challenging me. I didn't think you would ever ask me a question that wasn't propaganda.
Ask that question, but it's very interesting. Well, it's exciting.
There's this food coming in, I guess, from Mexico. It's tainted. It's making a lot of people sick. That is the CDC's terminology.
Well, I think what we're going to do is we're going to put a major tariff on Mexico because of the lettuce, and we're going to put a big tariff on Canada because of the smoke. All right? We'll get a which would you have, the lettuce or the smoke?
We're going to have a big tariff on Mexico for the lettuce and a big Texas. I told you he was going to do this. I said this a couple days ago as a joke. It was in my title. I put, Trump is going to tariff Canada for the wildfire smoke. And here he is. A couple days later.
I think I'll take the smoke.
Yeah, the smoke wrecked my daughter's swim meet.
Well, it's closed up a lot of countries. I've told Canada they have to do something about it. We've never had this problem. All of a sudden we have this problem with Canada. So we'll have to talk
to climate change, you dumb fuck.
Them about that.
Mr. President, a follow-up on Iran. Thank you, sir. A follow-up on Iran. Have you made a decision about the major strikes that you were referring to? Okay. Should we expect to see major strikes?
Look, we're talking to them right now. I think they're getting more and more serious as the days go by, for maybe the obvious reason. But we are talking to them right now. Look, there are two ways. I consider that the smarter way, but the other's probably the easier way.
They're not going to tariff oil, King of Rome. They're not going to tariff oil. The United States of America is just, we don't have a policy that's making any sense. It's just random grab-ass bullshit. He's a fucking moron.
Doing what we're doing. And we can take that to a much higher level if we want to. We're prepared to do that, as you know. We're locked and loaded. We're locked and loaded and ready to go, but we're talking to them, so I think while we're talking, we'll see what comes of it.
And when you say just a
I
quick
believe,
follow-up.
I believe, Jeff, they're very serious. They should be.
And when you
We're
say
very
that
serious.
you're talking, is it Mr. Kushner or Mr. Witkoff, or who's involved in those talks?
Sort of everybody, JD and Marco, and a lot of people are talking to, a lot of people to talk to. It's a big deal. But really, when you get right down to it, it's not very complex. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. You know, very simple actually, but it's a big deal. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. If they have even a thought of a nuclear weapon, we will just continue to go at much higher levels. But we are talking right now, and we'll see what comes of it. I'm not, you know, despite what everyone says about the election, I'm not in a hurry. I'm not in a hurry. We have to do it right.
Is Trump the least
elections
serious
take care
president? I would say that, like, for me, you know, every time I watch Trump, my mind is just on a continuous loop of public service announcements. You know, it's just a continuous loop of People Smiles, is a continuous loop of public service announcements. You know, I think about Whitest Kids You Know, one of my favorite shows. There's not really like any analysis to do. He's just a subhuman blob, and his very existence is offensive to anybody who has any taste, which is exactly the point. The point of Donald Trump is to piss off you. So at a certain point, you just go like, this is boring. Hugely illegal, insanely illegal.
Themselves. When you know, when I went into Venezuela, everybody was against it. Oh, what are you doing going into Venezuela? And then 2 days later, they said, wow, that's fantastic. A lot of people are saying that with Iran already, because it would take them 25 years to rebuild already from what they have.
You remember what I said earlier, where I was like, it's because Venezuela, he thought he could do Iran, and that's why he's going to like get pulled into invading, because he cannot accept that he's a dumb piece of shit.
And again, as you know, no Navy, no Air Force, no anti-aircraft, no radar, no nothing. I mean, and we, as you know, we just reinstituted the I guess you could go, I call it the iron wall on the water. Nothing gets through. Nothing. Blockade. Nothing gets through. And they sort of have to make a deal. But we are talking to them. I think they're being serious. I think they are being by far the most serious that we've seen them. But that doesn't mean we get there. We'll see what happens. But I always prefer that alternative.
Mr. President, I have an energy question. So, Burgum, you might be able to help with this. So you have criticized windmills for quite a long time. They're very ugly. They tend to use more energy than they actually produce.
That's true.
A lot of people
You've done your homework.
A lot of people in Middle America, they are so tired of seeing them continue to go up on farmland and stuff like that. Is there any way to? Is our federal government still funding in any way putting these up?
We have. I can speak for Doug, and then I'm going to let Doug speak because he knows the subject. I really do know that subject well. We have not approved anything having to do with windmills. They are horrible. They are unsightly. They ruin housing values of people. If you're looking at a windmill or hearing a windmill because they're noisy, you know, they kill all the birds. They kill all the eagles. You know, if you shoot an eagle, you go to jail for 2 years. If you kill an eagle with a windmill, you don't go to jail, and they have hundreds of them laying on the ground. You know, it's terrible. And they're very expensive energy. And they're all made in China, but China has very few windmills. You know, they're made in China, but China doesn't use them for the most part. China actually uses coal, oil and gas. They use nuclear, by the way. They're getting very big in nuclear, I want to tell you, this little group. But they don't use wind. Wind is inconsistent. It's unattractive. It's very expensive. It's probably the most expensive form of energy. So I've been talking about it. We essentially, unless it's
that's not even true.
Unless there's a trick reason, we will have hopefully no wind farms approved. We're doing more than anybody ever in history having to do with energy. But I've restricted wind farms, windmills. Take a look at Palm Springs, California, where they have.
He just lies like he breathes. He lies like he breathes. There's just nothing more to say.
A wind farm as you enter beautiful Palm Springs, California. It looks like a junkyard. You have old ones, rotted ones. They're falling down all over the place. They don't want to bury it because they say the fiber that the blades are made out of should not go in the ground because it's going to poison the ground. Now, I don't know if that's true or not, but if it's not going to go in the ground, what do you do with it? Put it up in the air?
Yeah.
So, good. I see you're not a fan of windmills.
No, I'm not a fan of windmills.
Then
Mr.
you happen to be
President, I'm
very
very
smart.
passionate about this.
Doug, do you want to speak about that?
Oh my God! Like they obviously like. I don't feel angry. Have you guys ever gone like? I don't want to go off on a psychotic rant. So I'm gonna stop what I was about to say. That's a good way of explaining. I don't feel like there's a way I can explain the way I feel right now out loud. I don't think there's a way I can explain it. I don't actually think there's a way. I'm pretty good at finding analogies, but I can't find one. I can't find a good analogy. Oh, I know. Okay. So, you know have you guys ever done like yard work? We had a weed whacker and there's like a bunch of like really high weeds and you're just kind of like weed whacking, like, yeah. And it's like very Zen-like almost. Like you just get lost in each stroke and you're just kind of like zipping around and you're locked in and you're just like cutting down all the weeds. And then before you know it, you look back and everything is just cut down and it's like zen and calm. And you're just like, job well done. Get that dopamine release, you know, maybe you wash your hands, you know, you don't want to make sure the carburetor doesn't get all mucked up. That's how I'm feeling right now. Like a mindfulness cleanse.
Well, no, but I would say, yes, President Trump has wisely understood that wind was unreliable, intermittent, dependent on the weather, only existed particularly offshore because of massive subsidies. So not only was it expensive to generate electricity on the grid, it was also expensive for taxpayers because of the subsidies. And so again, President Trump shifting the policy towards energy dominance, which is reliable, affordable, 7x24 energy that's not dependent on the weather. And that includes nuclear, includes hydro, includes geothermal, includes oil and gas, includes beautiful coal. And again, China, 60% of their electricity is coming from coal. Coal was the #1 electric producer in the world 125 years ago. And it was for the last 125 years in a row, and it will be again this year. 126, quite a streak if you're an athletic team that they've won 126 years in a row. But President
we
Trump,
were restricted from using it.
Yep.
Every coal mine was going to be closed down within the next year if we didn't win the election. And it's I call it clean, beautiful coal because it is. What they do today with coal is amazing, but it is the most powerful. And with that, go ahead.
well, as I say, under President Trump's leadership, and then working together as a team across government with Chris Wright, Lee Zeldin, Energy Dominance Council, we've kept open 35 gigawatts of coal this last year, and if that 35 gigawatts was not up this past winter during the cold streak and Storm Fern, we would have seen brownouts, blackouts, and literally people dying in America during that cold weather. So again, President Trump's, the elections matter. When he came in, he turned the direction back towards reliable, affordable energy. Nuclear is a key part of that with these amazing entrepreneurs. And I just would add to this up here. People need to understand, the four guys that are standing up here did not get a government grant. This is private sector. President Trump unleashed capital going back in, billions of dollars of capital going back into the nuclear industry. President Trump understands innovation is the source of American greatness. You get rid of the regulation, you support entrepreneurs, the capital flows, America wins.
And Mr. Secretary, the starting for this.
So what I just wanted to let him speak because a couple things here. First, coal is dying out because it's not economical. It is more expensive and less efficient than natural gas. So the reason why coal is dying is because natural gas is superior in every way. Okay, that's number one. Number two, China uses coal because that's what they've got. They hate it though, because they recognize the massive externalities are really negative, including climate change. But they want to make sure they have energy security because the United States threatens to blockade China by closing the Malacca Strait. Just like, you know, you've heard of the Strait of Hormuz. There's another strait for energy trade to go to China called the Malacca Strait, called the Malacca Dilemma. So in order for China to ensure that the United States will not be able to use its navy to blockade them like they're currently trying to do with Iran, they have kept coal energy open. But at the same time, they are massively expanding in something else, which is renewable energy, battery technology, wind, solar, geothermal, hydroelectric, and of course, nuclear fission and fusion. And here's exactly what I'm talking about.
This is a nuclear power plant mid-construction. Usually countries are only able to build one or two at a time. And when you look at this massive, sprawling site, it's not hard to see why. The plant we're looking at here is being built in China. So's this one. And this one. Are there more? Well, here's another one.
There's 60.
And another.
China is by far the fastest growing builder of nuclear power infrastructure, and it's on course to become the biggest, overtaking the United States. The big screaming question is, how?
If you've been following our channel over the past few years, and especially if you're in the US, UK or France, you'll probably know at least one of these names. Vogtle 3 and 4, Flamanville 3, Hinkley Point C.
We've singled out these plants because they've all ended up heavily delayed, incredibly expensive, or a lot more complicated than originally planned. And you might think that if 3 of the world's big nuclear powers are all struggling to build new plants, then this is kind of a problem everywhere. Well, not so.
Atomic energy generation hit a new global record in 2024, and the figures for 2025 and 2026 are expected to show a further increase. Several countries have played a part in making that happen. Like Japan, which has been restarting its reactors after Fukushima, while India and South Korea have been busily building new ones.
Korea's Shinhanul-1 nuclear reactor has been turned on some 12 years after its construction began.
India decisively advances into the second stage of its 3-stage nuclear power program.
Tokyo wants to turn one reactor back on and use that power to meet booming demand.
But it's China that's easily made the biggest impact on the nuclear landscape. Right now, it's second in the list of countries with the most nuclear reactors, and it's fair to say the US has got a pretty big lead. But when you look at the number of reactors currently under construction, it's China that's roaring ahead. As of June 2026, it had 39 reactors in the works, half of the global total. And when it's finished them all, it will officially have replaced the US at the top of the league table, because America currently isn't building any. China is putting its plants together at a much lower cost than other countries. According to new research from a group of US universities, China is able to build new plants at a cost of around $2 per watt. That's about half of what France typically pays, while in the United States it can be a staggering $15 per watt. More than...
And this right here is why the United States cannot win against China. It's impossible to win. And I say this as a straightforward point that if somebody can produce something 7 times cheaper than you, you're cooked. And when that thing is some of the most advanced technology for some of the most important infrastructure, you're doubly cooked. Like, there's really no debate. And if AI is logically going to be built around your ability to construct infrastructure, which that appears to be the choke point, energy, data centers, China could just build stuff. We can't.
7 times higher. Now, if you're wondering why we've picked that unit of measurement, it's because it's what the industry itself uses. Going by the cost per unit means you can keep track of any increases once things are underway and compare easily with other projects, even if they're a completely different size.
Still, all this talk of numbers, watts, and units of measurement is taking me back to my old school days. And there's a lot of good memories there, but also a fair few of me being stuck on a question and struggling to get the help I needed. Now, let's get back to those nuclear reactors and find out how China is building so many of them.
Now, there are several reasons for China's big nuclear push. It uses more electricity than any other country. In fact, it's not even close. And that demand continues to rise. Not only does it manufacture basically everything as it has done for decades, but China's now having to power a new data center boom, electric vehicles, a growing high-speed rail network, the list goes on. Nuclear power is a way to generate huge amounts of energy without CO2 emissions, while ensuring that energy is always available, unlike with renewables.
Now, you think about solar and wind, of course, China produces a lot, but it's always intermittent. And right now, in terms of production, it's like single-digit percentage for what Chinese needs to use. And the majority of this is coal. And coal, the Chinese government also doesn't like that much because of the pollution.
Which explains why China is under pressure to get its fossil fuel addiction under control. But Howard believes it's not the main cause of Beijing's nuclear push.
It's not about just sustainability or just getting rid of, carbon per se. This is not the top agenda for sure for Beijing. I think the top agenda is energy independence. And with the current war going on in the Middle East, for sure, the energy independence becomes even more important.
As for true, they wouldn't care about making nuclear reactors because they have coal. So very clearly, reducing the pollution is a key goal. Because if it was just, they don't care about that energy independence, the coal is being mined in China. So clearly they're developing this because they take decarbonization and reducing pollution very seriously, while also wanting to have strong energy production that maybe renewables might not be able to provide on their own. And the thing is, like, they're also racing ahead with battery storage. So if the sun is shining some days and not others, or the wind is blowing some days and others, if you store that in a battery, then you could smooth that out. So they're building renewables, they're building battery storage technology, and they're building nuclear, but they're also investing in fusion research. They want to create energy abundance that doesn't affect the environment, that is ecologically and economically sustainable.
How China is managing to construct so many new reactors and do it so quickly and cheaply, well, it's a combination of factors. Firstly, the political system in China allows it to make a big decision like whether or not to build a load of new nuclear power plants with little to no pushback. And yes, I could be talking about virtually any type of infrastructure here.
First of all, this isn't even true. This is just Western propaganda. I could get into it more. But these decisions are evaluated deeply. They are pushed back upon. There's all sorts of input. The idea that it just, in fact, there was a New York Times article we looked at a few months ago where they were like, yeah, actually, there's just as many environmental regulations as the US. What they don't have is meaningless lawsuits and consultants who suck up billions of dollars doing nothing.
The story is the same with roads, railways, other energy projects, you name it. Those in power can make long-term plans, they can make those plans a national priority, and the chances are those plans are going to come to fruition. Whereas in other countries, in democracies, there's always a chance that a new government could get elected and put pressure on a project. There might be a shift in public opinion, all sorts can happen.
It's up to the government whether they are willing to channel resources into certain area deemed to
What's really interesting about this is it's actually kind of fundamentally an attack on democracy, right? Like, if you're watching this video and you're thinking to yourself, wow, that's really impressive that China is able to invest so much and build 39 nuclear reactors at the same time, kind of seems like democracy sucks. Like, we're not able to make long-term plans. We're not able to invest in the long term. And it's like, that's not why, by the way. This is actually not why. This is lies. These are actually lies. I hate to say it. And we'll see what other reasons they have for why America can't do anything. Here's a hint. There's a street, a very famous street, and they ruin everything.
National, importance. So cheap access to capital is one. Stabilize.
Cheap access to capital is one. What does that mean? What does that mean? Now, this is the expert. That was the first thing he brought up. What does cheap access to capital mean?
Of industrial policy. And then the third one is trying not to reinvent the wheel every single time.
Which brings us on to one major development here that's specific to nuclear, and it's called Hualong-1. That's the name of China's very own next-generation reactor technology. The reactor, of course, being the place where the nuclear fission actually takes place. This causes heat to be generated, which in turn is used to turn turbines. That's how the electricity is produced. Previously, China had little choice but to use either new reactors imported from abroad or its own models, which weren't as advanced as what the US and France could produce. But now, China considers Hualong-1 on a par with what the best of the West can offer. It claims that a single reactor can generate almost 10 billion kilowatt hours of electricity each year. Apparently, that's enough to power the lives of around 1 million people in an average developed country. Despite debuting only a few years ago, there are now over 40 Hualong-1 reactors operating or under construction. It means China no longer needs to import many parts from abroad to build its new plants, and it can build those plants in an incredibly standardized way. In other words, most of the design elements can be easily repeated on the next project, and
very close.
All the projects after that.
You need that repeatability with clear guidelines and massive speed in approval. Is this combination of factors that we start to see how the Chinese cluster is able to move beyond from importing Western technologies to, building up their own industrial cluster.
Which explains why so many of these construction sites look very similar, despite being situated thousands of miles apart in some cases. In fact, let's stop for a minute.
We like to make all our stuff bespoke. We like to have bespoke nuclear reactors. So every single one has a different procedures, and it all takes time to, figure out.
Have a closer look at a couple of the examples, starting with this one. Although not a new plant, Fuqing was the first to bring one of these new reactors online back in 2021, followed by a second a year later. The 4 that were already there were an older Chinese model, a predecessor of Hualong-1. Construction began in 2015 with the pouring of the first concrete for the reactor containment building. 2 years later, the structure was topped with a large steel dome made up of
a containment building is what makes nuclear power expensive. Is like at Chernobyl, they didn't have that. They didn't have these containment building. So this is the hard part.
153 prefabricated parts, weighing over 300 tons and with a diameter of nearly 47 meters. Its job is to protect the reactor underneath, as well as stop any radioactive material from escaping in the very unlikely event of an accident. 2020 saw the loading of fuel and connection to the grid, with commercial operation achieved the following January. So it took about 5.5 years from the initial concrete pour to completion. China says this is a record for the first implementation of a third-generation reactor. Quite a niche category there, but hey, a win is a win. Now for comparison, the first new reactor over at Plant Vogtle in the US took 10 years. And that was a reactor type that had been built twice before. Another facility that's worthy of mention is this one, the Jiangzhou Nuclear Power Plant. It's said to be the largest site to feature only Hualong-1 reactors. It already has 2 in operation, with another pair under construction and 2 more planned after that. When all 6 are complete, it'll mean that 60 billion kilowatt hours each year of clean energy will have been added to the grid since work began in 2019. According to reports, that could result in 75% of the energy needs of Jiangzhou itself and neighbouring Xiamen being handled by this one plant. They might be building them super fast, but it doesn't mean these Chinese plants are of inferior quality or safety. Yes, China has its own way of doing things, but just like everyone else, its methods are aligned with the IAEA. That stands for the International Atomic Energy Agency, which has been reviewing China's regulations to make sure they meet global standards, especially when it's not just making power plants for itself.
Pakistan and China signed a $4.8 billion deal to build a nuclear power plant in the country.
China is already constructing new plants overseas using its new reactor technology. Pakistan is its only customer so far, but there's talk of other nations like Argentina following suit. Then there's the progress that China's been making in emerging fields of nuclear. More than a dozen nations are in a race to develop small modular reactors, or SMRs for short. Now, funnily enough, these are reactors that are smaller.
Wow, I can't believe that China's working closely with a reputable international agency of esteemed professionals to make sure their standards and practices and safety are up at the highest possible standard, and they have transparency with the rest of the world to ensure that no disasters take place. Damn.
Than traditional ones and come in modular form. That's a good thing because it means they can be built and deployed more easily. And guess what? China has made the biggest breakthrough with them so far, or at least it's about to. 2026 is when Linglong 1, which China is calling the world's first fully commercial land-based SMR, is set to come online. This is how it looked in 2023 when it was having its own core module lifted into place. Other SMRs do already exist, but they're either situated on a boat, like this one in Russia, or built mainly for demonstration purposes like this one, which is also Chinese. Nuclear fusion is yet another area of tech in which China is a front runner. This is where hydrogen atoms are forced together at extreme temperatures, releasing enormous amounts of energy. Usually it's done by forming a superhot plasma in a magnetic chamber called a tokamak. We've covered in the past how France is building the world's largest experimental fusion reactor, with the US planning to build the first commercial plant. And yet it's China that's recently accomplished a key milestone that probably won't mean anything to you at first when you first hear it, but I am going to try and explain it to you. It managed to keep a steady-state long-pulse plasma operation going for 1,337 seconds, which is about 20 minutes, and that's a record. In other words, this tokamak in Shanghai generated plasma and kept it stably maintained for longer than anyone else. Although developed for research, it's part of a wider national effort to eventually build a pilot fusion reactor, which could lead to commercial deployment in the future. When you look at the ground it's already gained elsewhere in the nuclear domain, China could just have the edge in the nuclear fusion face-off too. Although it's perhaps too early to say where this will all really go.
What matters is, once it's stabilized, is this nation able to scale it? So for fusion, it remained a little bit experimental. And for SMR, the small modular reactor, it remained to be seen whether it gets scale. And so that next frontier of technologies is, just like quantum computer, right? We don't know who's going to win yet, but certainly worth paying attention to.
Whether it's happening in China or elsewhere, many people consider the worldwide comeback of nuclear power to be a positive step. It's low carbon and seen as much cleaner than fossil fuels like coal, the use of which is continuing to decline. In 2025, coal was replaced as the world's leading source of electricity, but not by nuclear. Instead, it was overtaken by renewables like wind and solar, which China is also a leader in, though it also leads the coal league table. Still, if nuclear is the key to getting the world's biggest energy consumer to kick its bad habit once and for all, then we can expect to see a lot more of this in the future. This video was sponsored by Brilliant.
They didn't really talk about it much other than mentioning it offhandedly, but the reason why China is able to do this is not because they're overriding democracy and they don't let people protest or whatever other propaganda. The reason why they're able to do this is because God, why is everything not low? Why is everything terrible? The reason why they're able to do this is because China doesn't allow Wall Street to run their shit. And there is this nuclear professor, Illinois, I think. He talked about this. This it?
I also learned that.
Yeah. This guy, David Ruzick. Yeah. He talked about this. Very specifically, it has to do with finance. In China,
there's other parts.
They don't force their nuclear power companies to borrow from Wall Street. They have state banks. Now they borrow money. It's not like they take this money and they get it for free. It's not a grant, but they have the interest rate be the same as the government would pay. And so they take the cost of capital and they take it way down. And because it's a state financed bank, there's no uncertainty about the financing. So when they line the things up, they drive down the costs for everything that's not related to the implementation of whatever they're doing. So land costs get driven down and financing costs get driven down. And this is why China is winning, right? I think we watched this a long time ago, but what they're able to do is, okay, here it is. We'll just watch this part.
Date of both things that have already actually only taken that long and ones that are in progress today. So what about the costs?
Also, that's another thing. The faster you build it, the lower the cost, right? Because like if you build it in 5 years and it's selling electricity for 5 years, well, somebody else with everything exactly the same that takes 10 years to do the same thing, you have to have negative carry costs for double the amount of time. So if everything else was equal, just being able to successfully complete it quicker is a massive difference in the cost.
The detractors of nuclear power's best argument against nuclear power is it costs too much to build. Everyone will agree that if everything goes right and the thing runs for 40 years, its price comes down because the fuel costs are so much less. But it still takes an enormous capital investment. And you can look at this in terms of the dollars per kilowatt hour capacity of the reactor. It's a good comparison number. And amazingly, in China, they can do it much cheaper and faster than we can do it in the West. Their Chinese design, the one that was based off of the French design, right, 2600, the one based off the AP1000 design, 2440. These are real numbers because they've built them for this cost. This is about 1/3 the cost of the last reactor we built in the States. So how does China do this? Well, they do it because all of the power plants in China are government-controlled, government-run. And they can loan up to 70% of the money to make these projects work at ridiculously low interest, like 1.4%.
So what's happening here is the government isn't spending money. The government is just letting them borrow money cheap and then getting paid back plus interest. And then at the end they have, so instead of the government having to like tax somebody and then spend money and give it, that's what happens in America. We pay taxes and then we give grants to a private company, which will then own the reactor when it's done. That's what we do in America. In China, they have a state-owned electrical grid. They have state banks. They cut out the fucking Wall Street middleman who would charge, as I'm sure he's about to point out, 6, 7, 10%. So what ends up happening is the government owns a nuclear power plant and they actually generate profit off of that, and they provide it, and they get it done much cheaper and much faster. It's almost like socialism might be a little bit better than capitalism.
If you'd read the rest of this quote, it covers more of the things that I've just...
About 70% of the cost of Chinese reactors are covered by loans from state-backed banks at rates as low as 1.4%, far below rates nuclear power companies can receive in other nations. The role of China's government has been particularly important in framing the economics of this industry. In particular, China's government has supported the sector with inexpensive financing as well as subsidies known as feed-in tariffs that decrease the cost of consumption. These factors have driven down the price of nuclear power in China to about $70 per megawatt hour compared to $105 in America and $160 in the European Union. About 70% of the cost of Chinese reactors is covered by loans from state-backed banks at rates as low as 1.4%, far lower rates than companies in other nations. According to analysts at Bloomberg and the World Nuclear Association, in part thanks to these low financing costs, China can build plants for $2,500 to $3,000 per kilowatt, about 1/3 the cost of recent projects in the United States and France. Chinese provincial governments also provide free or discounted land, further lowering operating costs in China. So in other words, fucking dumb landlords and worthless Wall Street parasites are cut out of it. And the result is they get a lot more shit done quicker. So in China, because they're a communist country, because they have a socialist party in power, they ask themselves ruthlessly, what value is rewarding land speculation and financial parasites in our economy? And the answer is nothing. So they cut them out of the whole entire thing because they're a waste. And so the result is they're able to proceed and develop their country faster. Again, these are loans. It's not money they're giving. Loans from the government that are paid back when they sell electricity into the grid, which they're able to do faster. And again, keep in mind, at the highest standards of the IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Administration Association, the highest standards of safety, the highest standards of procedure, the highest standards of construction, third-party vetting, because they don't want to have nuclear disasters, but because they save so much money from not wasting it on land speculators or Wall Street parasites, they could spend more money on safety. They could spend more money on making sure everything is secure. They could spend more money on developing it quickly, and they could use the best technology. Again, the United States of America, we're the opposite. How do we make as much money for the landlord? How do we make much money for the land speculator? How much do we make as much money for Wall Street, JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs? How do we make sure they are in the green while everybody else's life sucks dick? That's the difference between, that's why they hate China, by the way. And they don't have a solution because our government is captured by these interests and there's no solution. They can't win. It's just math. If I'm being charged 1.4% interest and you're being charged 7%, it's over. If I have to spend 5 times as much money on land than you do, it's over for me. But because we are serving the interests of the rich as a class, we can't impede on their private property rights. Oh my God. And if we had state-run banks, well, then how would Wall Street make money? How would the financial parasites survive?
Been telling you about. And it's interesting that the United States has such a loan office, the Department of Energy Loan Program Office, that could do the same thing. It's designed to promote the types of projects that the government thinks are very important. And
the reason why, yeah, and he's right, we do have these laws, but we don't use them because why? We don't use them because, and this is a very important point, ideology. We are an ideologically blinkered society full of free market worshiping morons. By the way, did you hear this in the abundance guys? Did the abundance guys say this? Did the abundance guys go, a big problem with America is the capitalists. They're land speculators. They're soaking up so much money that we can't build anything in an American city because if you want to build an apartment, you have to spend $5 million on land from a speculator who's been holding on to it for an empty parking lot for 20 years. And you've got to pay him the pound of flesh. Oh, we can't actually build any goddamn thing without borrowing a 10% interest rate because God forbid you undermined capitalism. That's why they can't do anything. That's why we literally cannot do anything, because we're ideologically blinkered into free market fundamentalism. And this is why we're cooked.
Has the ability to make similar type.
Hypothetically, could President AOC use it? Of course. But what worries me is I don't even know that DSA is ideologically left-wing enough to understand this specific thing that I'm talking about. It's very frustrating.
Types of loans, and has in the past, to other energy infrastructure. Now, what about technology? You might say, okay, China can copy all this, but they can't create it themselves. Not so true anymore. Nuclear Science and Engineering is probably the most prestigious journal for scientific literature in this particular field of power plants and new technology. And you can see that in the most highly cited papers, that line going up like this, that's China again, folks. And the lines coming down are Europe and the United States. So their knowledge about the technology is also very good. When people say China is on the rise, they are in many respects. There's other parts of nuclear power you need. You need the fuel cycle. You've got to get the uranium and you have to enrich it. In terms of supply, China mines about 1/3 of its own. They mine in other countries where they've built the mining infrastructure, about 1/3 of their uranium, and then they buy 1/3 on the open market. Buying uranium isn't enough. You have to enrich it. Originally, the Russians built enrichment plants inside China, and now China is fully capable of making its own enrichment plants and has been doing so. So the future, well, China has extremely ambitious plans. They say that they will build 150 more reactors by the year 2035. Now, I know people have these plans, these 5-year plans and 10-year plans, and maybe they all won't come completely true, but their goal is to get to that same 20% level of electricity like we have. And they certainly have the funds and the desire and the need and the ability to do that. And of course, they're also building nuclear reactors for other countries. They're selling this technology as well. So, in conclusion,
that's Illinois University. That's where
China is going nuclear, and the rest of the world should pay attention and should do it too. We already buy virtually all of our solar panels from China and a whole lot of other goods. Better be careful, or we may be buying nuclear reactors from them as well.
So all in all, like the crisis that we have in our country is this this blinkered free market fundamentalism. And when people say like China is rising because they're doing capitalism, they betray themselves as being stupid in a really fundamental way. I'm not saying that free markets and trade are not, and capitalism are not part of the China that exists today. Of course it is. But it is a capitalism that is under the control of a socialist party that puts capitalists into a position where they have to compete against each other in a market ruthlessly. They don't allow them to collect rent. They don't allow them to financially speculate. They don't allow them to extract money from the government. They force these companies to produce better products at lower cost, and that is what has driven their rise. And then they have national champions, the best of the best, emerge out of that thunderdome of competition, and that is why they've been able to be on seemingly the best of both worlds, right? A socialist party, a communist party has been in control of a development that involved trade with capitalist powers. How did they do that? This is exactly how. They focused on making sure that capitalists were kept in their little thunderdome, competing the way the government wanted them to compete, while making sure things like the energy grid and technology and infrastructure were all, and banks were all under the control of a common wheel, a common wealth, a common profit. And so, fundamentally, the United States of America has to re-examine these ideas. And the thing is, a lot of these ideas, they're not new. America used to do this type of shit. We used to not be free market fundamentalists. But when neoliberalism came into power with Jimmy Carter and Ronald Reagan, and then Bill Clinton and Barack Obama, we have become unaware of our own history. The New Deal, things like the Tennessee Valley Authority, which electrified 9 states, were run under the same principles what China is doing for their energy grid. So we could redo that. We could follow our own history and fix our own shit, as long as we are willing to cut off this free market fundamentalism trap. Mike, check out the latest South Korea news. That is way too non-specific. That's way not. I'm not going to say South Korea news ? Nobody gives a fuck about Gretchen Whitmer. Who cares? God, I can't wait for Abdul to win. Well, chat, I have a couple things that I want you to know. In about an hour, I'm going to be doing Mecha Chameleon with Oliver Larkin. Oliver Larkin, Maple Take, Sad Girl. Who else is in here? Who the fuck else is out of here? Swift Tour, 1HP, maybe Nandre. So that's gonna be happening. But it's gonna be on Vio's stream because I gotta pee and get food and whatnot. So I'm gonna need to. So what we're gonna do, if Vio ever goes live, I guess we decided to wait. Oh, Oliver went on Fox News. So we will be playing Mecha Chameleon with Oliver Larkin later, who is currently on Fox News. And so make sure you hang out for that. So you're going to just stay on Vio's stream. Don't go anywhere. And then we'll all be back and we'll be gaming with Oliver. So Maple is Canada, but legit, of course. So Am I going back live? No. I'm going to be on VO's stream, which is why I'm not going to jump off quite yet, but I'm going to raid you over to VO. So make sure you tag out there, hit the follow button, and we're going to be gaming there. Because, quite frankly, I usually don't game on my stream. I like to game on VO's stream or someone else's stream. That's just because it's more chill, you know? When you're on your main channel, you're up your own ass. And I'm not really a gamer on here. Pasadena head here. Y'all play games here. Not on my channel, but on VO's channel, which is another one of our channels. All right, let's keep going.
Any regrets about sort of jumping on that bandwagon, that idea that he should be arrested?
No regrets, and not necessarily bandwagoning. I'm just following what the International Criminal Court has assessed, that Benjamin Netanyahu has committed war crimes in Gaza, and I believe that the United States, any federal or otherwise law enforcement entity that has the legal jurisdiction to arrest Benjamin Netanyahu for his war crimes, that should be enforced. The United States needs to abide by the law, both our own laws and international law, and the horror in Gaza has now extended to include the deaths of 18 U.S. service members and over 500 who have been injured in this illegal war with Iran.
Any regrets about...
God, he's killing it. God, he's fucking killing it. So, obviously, we got to give Oliver Larkin more of a visibility. You know, like, that's definitely one of those elections that is really important. And we've got to make sure that we're ready to boost him up. And that's what you can help doing with the Oliver Larkin Mecha Chameleon starting in an hour. I'll be right back. Out of pee.
Making minimum wage or not able to buy a house or all the issues we talk about on the show all the time. The guy I just listened to on the podcast is one of the most authentic figures I've heard in years. It's like, other than Trump, I can't believe I'm hyping him up this much, but I think Republicans should be scared. And I also think that, like, our job, my job, our job, whatever, is like, I always try and say we're kind of like tornado chasers, and if we tell you a tornado is coming, you better listen that the tornado is coming. Mamdani is a big frickin', what is it, class 5 class, was it from Twisters?
S5.
Tornado.
You guys are really into tornadoes, but can't name the different classifications.
Republicans really need to do more events with children. It's too bad that they're not allowed legally to be around them.
Yeah.
But like, if and when they are, they should really feature more children that they're not trying to also sleep with.
This is that's my favorite thing here, is that, like, Meghan McCain, you know, when have Republicans and little kids been in the news recently? It might be a bit of an issue on your side of the aisle. You know, the Roy Moore thing, you know, the Epstein thing, you know, all of that cover up that the entire party except for Thomas Massie engaged in. Like, that was pretty bad. It was pretty bad.
I like the religious leaders.
Yeah.
I like that Zoran's popular. They can't confront that it might be, like, the things he's running on.
Yep, it's just the charisma.
And, like, I mean, look, this is a funny clip here of Zoran.
Hell yeah. Dr. Fleischer has 4 normie libs. Also, we are adopting the gaming frogs.
In Coney Island, driving a go-kart into the start of a press conference.
Yeah. See, under socialism, these are the cars that everyone's gonna get.
Oh my God. The suit is killing me.
And it's like, yeah, that stuff is good, but, like, it's not that. It's that he's doing that while also wanting to deliver for people and not as, like, small business owners, although he's also doing that, but as, like, citizens in a major city.
It's about, the thing about him is he's not doing that in lieu of policy. He's doing that in addition to policy, right? He's giving the good vibes with the, and then so, like, when you engage with his positive vibes, it's because he's earned the right to play because he worked hard. Work hard, play hard.
That deserve.
They're basically like, if only we could find, like, a centrist to jump in a pool fully with, like, a suit on.
Please.
Well, did you see the London mayor Sadiq Khan say he'd lobby the British government to arrest Netanyahu? This is why Zoran's statement was impactful, even if he sadly can't arrest himself. He's raising the standard of mainstream politicians. Exactly.
This is how we win.
Pete Buttigieg, get in that pool.
Well, that's the example I want to bring up. This is a great example. I think I've heard Hassan make this point before, so I'm apologizing if I'm stealing it from him. But Pete Buttigieg, extremely talented communicator, you know, like in the traditional sense. He can speak extemporaneously, he's articulate, he is able to communicate certain issues well. I will
reads
give him
the
that.
news clearly. Yeah.
Yes, he's smart. Why does no one give a shit? Because he doesn't stand for anything. Like Zoran could not be as articulate as Pete Buttigieg, and it wouldn't matter in terms of his popularity because of what he's actually supporting and what he's delivering on. He's meeting people's needs.
Here's the thing. I hate to disagree with Emma, but vibes matter. This is why I support AOC. This is why I support Zoran, because their vibes are so good. They are vetted. They've been through the ringer and people like them. And you should never underestimate how important and how hard that is. Yes, the policies are good. Yes, the policies are why I support them myself. But the fact that they've crossed over into being liked by normies, that is really hard to replicate. And you should never underestimate the billions of dollars of earned media that Zoran and AOC have gotten. Nobody else could do that. Nobody else can get that like available to them unless they immediately started working from scratch. So I think this is a calculation that a lot of leftists make that is wrong. And I think it's some of the weakest analysis that left-wingers do is like, oh, it's all about the policies. It's just the policies. And it's like, no, it's also the presentation. Like Bernie Sanders is charismatic. He's curmudgeonly charismatic. He's got the vibe of the nutty professor. You know, I honestly think, you know, the energy, he kind of reminds me of the professor or Doc Brown from Back to the Future, right? Like that positive energy is in the back of your mind. So you're getting that from Bernie Sanders. It is a charisma. It's curmudgeonly. It's a little bit, a little eccentric, but it's also like honest and authentic. So the fact that we have these people with the good vibes, like don't underestimate how important that is. Like if I ran for office on the same exact platform as AOC and Zoran, I would do a lot worse because I'm not as charismatic. I'm not as known. I'm not as well thought of as they are. It's not just the policy. And so like, that is something that I think all like, you know, obviously lefties want to be like, no, it's not that. It's just the thoughts and the ideas. Because we all have those thoughts and ideas and they are good and they are popular. But don't downplay how important being good at this is.
Trying to, when most politicians want to give you corporate consultant speak that may be very glossy, like Buttigieg, but may not say anything of substance. Like what he's saying is resonating.
One of the things we all remember about him, the Bernie movement remembers about him, is that he wrote his college essay about how much he loves Bernie Sanders, and then he ran against him in the primary saying that Bernie's too extreme, and we're all like, bye, boo, like you're completely inauthentic. We don't believe you, and because you're doing this for politics. And like articulate this, articulate that. Usually words are used as like a weapon against actually standing 10 toes down for something. I mean, you hear Gavin Newsom. Words are used to hedge. Words are used to obfuscate. Words are used to like, get wrapped up in policy. And people don't actually hear shit. They don't hear anything. It's why actually Trump is effective, even though his brain is leaking out of his skull. It's because he is very direct, and Mamdani is also direct, and you see that with now the tripling, quadrupling down on attempting to arrest Bibi Netanyahu, but of course he doesn't have the jurisdiction. But yeah, look, it wasn't the third way, but it was another one of these new centrist, like, you know, organizations. They're going to do a conference, and they, in their like mission statement, this was like last summer, they did it again this year. It was like, we want DSA energy without DSA politics. Yeah. How do we taxidermy AOC and wear her skin and then, you know, just sort of parrot our corporate talking points? That's truly what they're trying to do. And you're like, no, buddy, it is actually what they stand for.
Yeah. Also, what was that like complete rewriting of history? Like Zoran Mamdani being inspired by AOC, they've worked together. We now know that they've been collaborating, which I really like because it is allowed them to be quite strategic and effective this cycle. But like Zoran is of the movement of DSA in like a real way. I mean, he was hunger striking for taxi cab drivers that had their entire business immiserated by Uber. He came up through DSA. He AOC was not a DSA elected before she won that primary. Like, so it's just, it's a
They
weird...
endorsed her later in the thing, whereas Zoran's more of a cadre candidate.
Exactly. It's just very odd that's how they're trying
I'd
to
also
frame
make
it.
the point about Barack Obama, who is like the previous version of this, where everyone's like, look at the massive charisma. It wasn't just Obama being a cool guy. I remember that because it was the first election I could vote in, and it was he was against the war. That was the first thing that I remember him about. His entire campaign was about change. Literally, that was the
hope and change. Don't forget about the hope.
And I guess that's what we're kind of leaning on these days still. And he wasn't running like, I'm going to be a centrist. We were thinking about like healthcare and that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Like his charisma, no one would look at him. He wouldn't have won, and no one would look at him as charismatic if he didn't actually sort of, for a moment, ideal a sort of future that people wanted to believe in.
And I think the first thing about Obama, you know, as someone who is an anti-war activist.
All right, chat, I'm going to call it there. Thanks so much for hanging out with me today. I'm going to send you over to VO. Reminder, we are going to be doing the Mecha Chameleon with Oliver Larkin in 1 hour. Mecha Chameleon with Oliver Larkin in 1 hour. Gaming is in. We're also going to be playing, I think there's going to be Sad Girl, and there's going to, you know, all sorts of shit. So Gaming Frog's in. You can't go off stream, just eat here. No, thank you. I'm good. So thank you so much for hanging out with me today, guys. I'll be on the stream in a little bit, so make sure you hang out with VO. I think VO is gonna do a sponsor first for money. So help VO get as much money from the sponsor, and then well, you know, we're gonna do Oliver Larkin in an hour. Will there be online left daycare tomorrow? We're thinking about it. Maybe in the afternoon. Maybe I'll go live in the afternoon. All right, everybody, stay safe. Solidarity forever. Socialism will win. Don't forget to subscribe to the Reaction Podcast with myself, Yagopnik, and Freda. We talk about various left-wingers various right-wingers. Here's all my links. Subscribe. See you on the YouTubes. See you in an hour. Mecha Chameleon. Peace out. Free Palestine.